What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where ISSEI was neglected and married Grayfia. This story will begin during the fight with TRIHEXA within my own version of the universe, so everything will play out in a very, very different manner than the original encounter. Grayfia will not be married to Sirzech due to the trauma involving her brother Euclid. There will be some interesting news with Raynare, 80 devil pillar families instead of 72 through some interesting twists. And much more within my story. ISSEI will not be nearly as dense nor perverse. In fact, he's going to be a lot smarter than you'd expect this time around. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into the story. Around 12:30 in the afternoon on April 17th. Within the underworld, within a very heavy-set barrier maintained by Ophis herself, Sirzech and the other Satans. A true war had begun. Something they all had hoped would never come to pass has finally transpired, though no one is quite sure of why. Everything was going so well. The seal had been done correctly, and there was absolutely no sign that it should give way, and yet it still did. It was like something was calling out to the TRIHEXA. A force truly no one could explain, as a single boy had been teleported within the effectively quarantined off area, much to the chagrin of everyone maintaining the barrier. There was no way in. No way to help him out under these circumstances, as it was taking everything in them to hold that barrier up with the battle going on within. Shockwaves strong enough to shake heaven itself could be felt coursing through their bodies between every hit from ISSEI to the TRIHEXA. A form never before displayed being actively used in this very moment seemed to both draw the shock and awe of everyone watching this battle unfold. It was beyond even biblical proportions at this point, though one thing was sure, and everyone could feel it rather than see it. There was no joy in ISSEI's expression, as he could be heard crying, screaming out. Why do we have to fight? I can hear you. I can hear everything you've been through, so why does it have to be this way? XXXX. The name he screamed was blurred out. No one could hear it over the chaos. Only to be followed up by the loudest, most demonic and pain-filled roar anyone has ever heard. It was pained, as if agony itself had been given form, coming from the TRIHEXA that would for some reason cause everyone to begin to weep for a reason they could never explain, as it lashed out forward with a flurry of punches so blindingly fast not even Sirzech could keep an eye on what was going on beyond the blurs of wind being launched towards them, forcing everyone to close their eyes. The battle had waged on for weeks on end now without any clear victor. Needless to say, everyone was slowly getting down to their mental breaking point, having to maintain a barrier of this magnitude for that long with no sign of when this would end. All of his friends had gathered outside of the portal with the exception of Rias, Zenobia and Irina. Even Kuroka, Valley and the entirety of the hero faction had came to help. Not that ISSEI would have time to notice this, nor would anyone else, but this would have some deadly implications down the line. Partial scene break. Flash back to the day before all of this went down. ISSEI's POV. It was just a usual yet odd day in Kuo. He had woken up, gotten out of bed to do what he would have to do, noticing the house was unusually empty. The orc had planned a surprise birthday party for him. One that he sadly wouldn't arrive to, as he threw on his clothes. The usual attire with one slight difference, a solid gold necklace with a strange emerald band at the bottom of it, gifted to him by Sirzech a long while ago. Something called out to him to wear it that day. And, as he began walking towards the school alone for the first time in ages, though he couldn't shake this feeling ever since he had woken up, it was as if he had nightmares all night. Dreams he couldn't explain even if he wanted to. I wonder if Drake was watching those strange nightmares I had last night. They almost felt real. Maybe I should ask him. Hey Drake, you up, partner? I have a question. There was a strange period of silence at first before the response came, as if Drake had been deep within thought. Clearly mulling over what he had seen over the evening, knowing it was far more dangerous than ISSEI had perceived. Yes, sorry partner. There was a lot to take in and figure out from last night. It was like I couldn't control myself in your mindscape. There was something sinister yet serene. I don't know how to explain it. Something else was in there with me beyond your senior hosts. I've been searching all morning to try to figure out what was going on with it. A sigh could be heard coming from the heavenly dragon. Be safe, ISSEI. A storm is coming that neither of us are ready for. A little later along that walk, the school had began to come into view, but something had definitely gone wrong. The air was freezing cold. The birds that were flying by had completely stopped in their tracks, seeming to just hang in mid-flight beside ISSEI in a truly bewildering sight. Unlike with what happens during the usage of Baylor View, the world hadn't lost its color either. It was as if time and space had both stopped before a single voice had rang out. It was sweet yet pained, a woman's voice no one would recognize. Well, almost no one. Drake definitely would, but he'd never know where to place the voice as it had been far too long. The voice had began to ring out from everywhere and nowhere at once, which immediately put both of them on high alert. Please, help me, please stop this pain. I cannot control myself anymore. I need you to come save me. Or kill me, whichever is necessary. My prophesized hero. No one else can stop me. Please, ISSEI, save me from this madness. I don't wish for this path. I never wanted things to go this way. With the last vestiges of my sanity, I grant my blessing to unlock a form worthy of contesting me. The XXXX. It was as if static had completely blurred out everything from Drake's hearing, something he wasn't supposed to know until the time came. ISSEI had reached up and touched his face, confused as to why he began crying genuine tears of blood. It was as if the heavens themselves had brought down a revelation of the most agonizing moment of his life, which was yet to come, truly had arrived in that instant. No. That had to be a dream, a hallucination, right? There's no way. XXXX just contacted me. There's no possible way that could be the case. It was like reality itself had distorted for a moment when he tried to say the name. But reality was far less kind as he looked around, having wiped his eyes with his sleeve, seeing that everything was still frozen, leaving ISSEI very confused before a dark circle began to appear beneath him, similar to the summoning circle used by familiars. But it was far more sinister, having dark crimson undertones outlining that endless void that was the blacked out lines creating it. From within the blank space it looked like he could see stars. Galaxies, the very cosmos itself, implying whatever was dragging him in was far more dangerous than anything he dealt with personally, as he'd immediately snap his fingers, sending out a distress beacon to the Mao before getting teleported away. It was a clear sign they'd have to use tracking magic on him through the ring Sirzech had given him that he wore around his neck. The spell he had cast was taught to him by Grayfia and was told to only be used if ISSEI immediately felt that his life was in direct danger. This was probably as good a time as ever to use it. As the portal had faded out, so did ISSEI along with it, dragged into the underworld by force to Trihexa's sealed location. Inside of the seal, leading to ISSEI only screaming two words. Fuck me. With what he saw sleeping before him as he looked up, seeing the seals fade away, he began making a mad fucking dash out of there as the boosted gear called out. Boost, 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 transfer, jet, colon. All of the underworld at once seemed to hear those two words at once as ISSEI's best and worst few months began all at once. Scene break. Grayfia and the mouse, everyone's POV. Grayfia is seen gripping her chest in sheer worry as Sirzech is immediately sent out the call to every Mao to jump to the location alongside Barakil and Akeno, who were visiting them. But it was a bit too late to reinstate the seal. The beast was already out staring down ISSEI, and they both had a very strange look as if they were communicating. The very definition of the phrase, all hell broke loose, had never been more true to their eyes. It quite literally seemed to last an entire day before anyone had made a single move, let alone took a breath. Ophis herself showed up from a dark portal, looking on with evident fear in her eyes for ISSEI's safety, as she wasn't sure what to do in this moment, as she could tell ISSEI wasn't fighting to kill but to save someone. The emotionless dragon had only just recently began showing emotion, so this went as far to shock even Sirzech himself. Akeno simply muttered, "ISSEI, please make it through this. I don't know what I'll do without you." Barakil had caught those words and brought her into a hug before beginning to assist those working on the barrier. Out of nowhere, ISSEI had began barking orders to the Mao as if he were the leader of this current event. "Please put up a barrier as strong as you fucking can now, or everyone including yourselves are going to die." There was a certainty to his voice, a finality to his words, as their eyes seemed to be overshadowed by a force no one could explain, bowing their heads as they all began to chant, performing a forbidden barrier art, knowing damn well they were sending their friend to his probable death in order to save everyone else. Grayfia broke in that moment, screaming and beating on the strange red wall that appeared in front of her, etched with the darkest of demonic runes. This was an improved version of Trihexa's usual seal brought about by Ajuka Beelzebub's brilliant mind. She could be heard screaming and crying, No. Anyone but him. Before those cries seemed to die in her throat as the sound of shockwaves began shaking the entire underground. A second layer was seemingly forming around the barrier put up by Ophis in a deep purple hue, with the symbol of infinity constantly pulsating and appearing at random along it as she physically wept, trying her best to keep it under control as the battle had finally began. However, an oddity had truly occurred. Trihexa in all its gargantuan size had began to shrink down, resembling ISSEI's balance breaker with a more feminine figure, as if creating a blasphemous mockery of his form, shocking everyone as their fists began to collide one after another in ravenous flurries. Each blow was strong enough to damn near knock the Mao away as they dug their feet into the ground to prevent themselves from being blown away. This event was strong enough to draw the attention of damn near everyone instantly as portals began opening up all around as people came forth watching with both a true mix of awe, horror, and despair, realizing the situation at hand. As Odin himself would step forth and utter something no one would have expected to hear. Amongst all the gods, to think the fate of Armageddon would fall on the shoulders of such a small boy. I am ashamed to call myself the All-Father. As he said this, ISSEI could be heard within the portal beginning a chant that no one recognized, shocking just about everyone as they immediately began doubling down on the effort to reinforce a third layer to that barrier using everyone's magic on hand. Back with ISSEI's POV. ISSEI clearly not even panicking, which would come as a surprise to all of the ones watching this. It was as if the fight had only began and they were feeling things out before getting serious, though throughout this ISSEI began speaking. XXXX, I do not wish to kill you, is there no other way? The beast had relented from its assault, and seemed to be speaking telepathically to ISSEI for the moment, which confused the onlookers before ISSEI began to scream, Why? Why do we have to fight? I can hear you. I can hear everything you've been through, so why does it have to be this way? XXXX. I'll do this my way then. I will use the gift that was granted to me. But it won't be used to kill you. I will find a better way. He would shift into his balance breaker, and his wings had come out of the balance breaker, this time however. There was strangely 8 dragon wings, a sight which no one had expected. 2 were crimson, 2 were white and red, but the other 2 sets were hard to explain. It was a color but not one could describe other than being drenched in the darkest shadow in existence, as if something were obscuring their view, like staring into the depths of space itself, and they gave off a faint light blue glow, only growing brighter as he began to chant. I whom has been chosen by the one betrayed by fate itself. I whom have risen through the pain of my past. I who shall break every boundary and concept of the heavens above and beyond. I who has renounced his humanity to protect those I love. I, who has been blessed by Eve herself, invoke the contract of Adam's last wish. I shall break the chains that bind the one who was cursed by the apple. I shall deny the gods themselves the right to stop my wrath or justice. I ISSEI Yodo. I, why Dragach decree this to be true. Heaven's injustice shall be rewritten. Ascension awakening, dragon's descent. A cycle of every single form prior to this would seem to flash by in an instant, along with the numbers 666. As the world itself seemed to shake as a dark flame pillar had began to rise up, completely enveloping ISSEI, leading to the screams of many, none more so than Kuroka and Koneko, as they stopped being able to feel his life energy momentarily. But in his place now stood a unique entity. Drake's true pawn form had advanced even further, now radiating a soft shadow that rolled down every inch of it like a thin layer of fog. His previously green piercing eyes had turned the deepest to amethyst, with strange gold streaks running through it every which way as the form stabilized, beginning to form a golden iris as the scara had stayed the deepest and darkest of black amethyst in hue, seeming to stare through the trihexa itself, which was visibly quaking. No one could tell if it was excitement, fear, or what the beast may be feeling. But the mask it wore seemed to fade away for a moment, revealing a woman's visage far more beautiful than anyone that had ever been seen before. A bombshell of a blonde with eyes matching the new forms, as she offered not more than a soft and truly apologetic smile, crying tears that looked like streams of silver as the mask forced itself to form back against her face, muffling out something that only ISSEI, Grayfia, Kuroka and Koneko could hear. Let us see what you can do, my chosen one, true descendant of Adam, my child, my pride. Those words brought on a phenomenon that no one could explain. ISSEI's form had began to cry silver tears in the same manner as did the other 3. It wasn't sadness, it was as if the deepest pain in the world had crashed down upon all of them, bringing Koneko, Kuroka and Grayfia to their knees, screaming and crying until their voices ran dry, only silently whimpering and whining as they did their best to stand once more, beginning to release a strange mana that seemed infectious. It was spreading across everyone there, physically bolstering their mana further and further, seeming to rejuvenate everyone to give them the energy needed for the coming struggle. Only one more thing was said before the battle had begun from ISSEI to everyone there. This may take a few weeks, maybe longer. I pray you all can hold out until I can solve this. I need to create a new technique while fighting Trihexa. No, my true mother of humanity itself. Eve. The biggest bombshell of all had finally dropped, in which no one could have been prepared to face this reality. ISSEI wasn't fighting just anyone. He wasn't fighting at all. This was a rescue mission beyond what any word could convey. A suicidal one, to say the least. He was going to take on someone who managed to wound and kill the biblical god, all to grant her a second chance at existence rather than this twisted visage that she had become. A truly grim reality for everyone to swallow as it all kicked off. The battle ensues, everyone's POV. There would be small glimpses into the melee that had began in front of them. The barrier that Ajuka had created thankfully sealed off most potential magic-based attacks, leading to this being a purely melee brawl. One could say. Thankfully. With very sarcastic a tone though, it was like watching two gods go at it without any regard for anything around them. The world itself shook any time those fists collided. Every time a kick was thrown, the sky above seemed to split a different direction. Any clouds in the sky would vanish until it was completely clear within a matter of seconds. The underworld could feel the effects throughout its entirety. It was like the end of days had began, and they were only getting faster and faster. Every blow seemed to blur just a bit more to the bystanders watching from the distance, until even the Mao themselves couldn't keep track of what was going on beyond a blurred line of darkness colliding with a blurred wave of silver seeming to dance across the sky, rupturing the ground beneath them as one would get blasted away before instantly returning to the fray. All the while ISSEI was deep in thought. The one fighting right now was Drake. He had taken control of the form, giving him time to create a technique within the mind space based on the words of Eve, trying his best to isolate the element of chaos itself that was corrupting her, using a sealed orb with a small fragment of the Trihexa, risking corrupting his very being itself. 2 weeks within the battle, ISSEI, Drake's perspective. Hey partner, she's beginning to wear me down quite badly. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. There was a grim finality to the words ISSEI heard within the mindscape. His body was getting torn apart outside of it very slowly and methodically as Eve had began picking up the pace. Her madness truly beginning to consume her, and they probably had 7 hours max to save her, or she'd truly be gone for good, to which a scream of joy could be heard as he finally had done it. A deep golden light began emanating the piece of Trihexa's armor as it would begin to dim, revealing the strangest a silver chest piece. It was transparent yet gave off the deepest sheen. It was a queen piece unlike any other that clearly had 666 hovering above the crown on 3 pointed tips. A grin visibly spreading across ISSEI's visage as he spoke directly to Drake. I'm absolutely exhausted, but I did it. I managed to create my own form of evil piece. I think I'll call it a draconic blessing. In honor of you. Partner, now, get some rest, swap with me. The cosmic aura that was surrounding ISSEI's form amongst the mist had began to fade, alerting basically everyone around before a brilliantly dazzling silver light began to emanate his hand, seemingly blinding everyone as he resurfaced from inside the mindscape to his own body, as he spoke softly as one would talking to a child. His voice was battered and broken from all the screams over the past 2 weeks from Drake being injured. His throat ran so ragged his voice was near unrecognizable as he began to speak, invoking a spell that had never existed until this moment, a ritual tied directly to that unique piece. I ISSEI Hyodo, partner of the Welsh Dragon of Domination, why Drake Gosh hereby invoke a draconic blessing. A true second chance for Eve. A chance to break away from the tragedy that had befallen her due to temptation. As he spoke, the Trihexa itself would seem to come to a halt, gazing solely at the chest piece as the armor, which was a dull and tarnished silver, stained with blood from the long battle, seemed to begin to glow a deep gold. The stains of a millennia of sins piled up from mankind were being purged at a rapid rate as its original color began to shine through. The most dazzling a silver which radiated warmth instead of her usual aura of dread and fear. The mask had opened up once more, revealing Eve's face completely undamaged, unpained. Truly relieved for once as she silently listened with a look of pride clearly evident across her face. I who has defied all odds, I who has defied heaven's will to eliminate the beast of apocalypse grant you. Eve. No. Mother. This chance, will you come serve as my second sacred gear, as my personal queen? As ISSEI spoke these words, the piece had began slowly hovering out in front of him, gliding towards her as it stopped just before her chest where her heart would be. She reached out, gently caressing the piece, feeling the love, the determination, the sheer will that went into bringing it into creation. An unyielding kind heart to the point you'd believe the owner was foolishly naive, which couldn't be further from the truth. This was birthed by a boy with a true heart of gold. She took the deepest of bow, tears once more streaming down her face in a matching silver hue as she cried out her words with a trembling voice, one that could only convey a joy none but those who have lost everything could understand. My young ISSEI. My boy who has defied all odds and done what no one else could. I will grant you the honor of wielding me, of sealing me and protecting me from the chaos that could once more overtake me. I shall seal your juggernaut drive and grant you the fully unsealed form you are currently taking. It is simply called the Warrior of Eden. Fitting for you, no, my son. I hereby beseech you, grant me this peace and grant me a lifetime of peace by your own might. When she finished speaking, Issei had reverted to his base form. Akeno had fallen to her knees weeping in relief, holding on to Barakil. She couldn't move in this moment, seeing her hero succeed, though he was clearly battered and bloodied in the worst of ways, looking like he'd die at any moment. The fallen angel couldn't stop herself from crying out in joy as a pure silver gauntlet matching the design of the boosted gear with golden crystals on the hand suddenly would appear on Issei's other arm, letting off the warmest an aura, comforting everyone who had just witnessed that chaotic mess along its calming silver light that it was giving off. It began healing him beyond what even twilight healing could do. This was a one-time deal nonetheless, which she had dubbed a mother's gift. As Grayfia, Yasaka, Akeno, Kuroka and Koneko were the first to dash to his side with a speed that surprised even the Mao themselves as the three began surveying damage, checking for major injuries which were fading away before their very eyes as a voice called out, motherly even to them in a way they couldn't explain. You need not worry, 5 maidens who wish not more than to check on my boy. He will be fine within time with aid. This spell should stabilize him long enough for you to get him to a hospital, though I can't quite promise much beyond that as I will fall asleep until he recovers. This is taking the last bit of my strength to recover his external injuries, and some internal still remain. You need to get him to a doctor immediately. And young Kitsune, take this, help those around you, and all of you. Once I wake up I have a beautiful surprise for you all. A strange silver light had once more encompassed her as the gauntlet had called out, transfer, giving her the last of its mana to restore her entirely, as well as teaching her a brand new spell no yokai would have ever conceived before. She'd simply nod twice, beginning to go around healing those she could with a newly learned technique. Grayfia had a truly mortified look upon her face upon hearing this as she looked over to Azazel, screaming loudly, Grigori, now get your best doctors. I don't care how much I have to spend, even if I use my entire wealth. The fallen angel's leader seemed to laugh at the sentiment, as he'd give a nod before muttering under his breath, no amount of money in the world would stop me from saving my student. Snapping his fingers as the 5 were instantly teleported, leaving the other Mao and Co. behind to clean up the mess. And dear lord, was it a mess. That fight had damn near tear off for one of the land for a good 600 miles in every direction, thankfully with no one being nearby. It still had to be fixed as there were craters several thousand feet deep as the exhausted leader of hell collapsed alongside Odin, finally laughing to himself before both of them began laughing in unison to the point they were near crying. The crazy kid did it. He went above all expectations and actually saved the Trihexa instead of killing it. How fitting for such a gentle Sekurute. Odin could be seen reaching out, giving Sirzech a fist bump, acknowledging each other's words, while Yasaka could be heard letting out the most genuine laugh she had ever done, beginning to speak to both of them while her eyes glowed a deep purple, their energy slowly returning to them as long as she kept her gaze upon them. As long as we've known him, all he has done is go out of his way to risk his life, let's be honest. The boy is the living definition of self-sacrifice. His arm, his hopes, his life, quite literally over and over. He's given us all his everything, and none of us can ever repay this debt to him. The Kitsune mused with a very deep blush across her visage as her tails seemed to sway from side to side, speaking so gently and fondly of Issei. It was clear to everyone that she had completely fallen for him and given into any reservations she had prior to that moment. Though there was one thing that seemed to be nagging at the back of Sirzech's mind now that everything had calmed down. And it hit him like a fucking ton of bricks all at once. Where the fuck is Rias? Why was she not here helping us? She would normally be the first to Issei's side. A grim expression had covered his face for an instant, though he hid it well. Something foreboding was going through the king of the underworld's head, and he didn't like the implications it held. Scene break to the Grigori. It was now May 2nd. Around 7 a.m. a day after they arrived on May 1st at around 1 a.m., which led to the most chaotic event in the Grigori's history to take care of Issei Hyodo, who was still dealing with internal lacerations, blood loss, and extreme exhaustion above all else. Many machines could be heard beeping as Issei was in a comatose state, laying there as doctors seemed to rush around here and there checking various charts, checking various machines, and adjusting in 4 bag. Thankfully, he had stabilized enough for guests to arrive and watch over him. It would be an hour or so as Akeno would be seen walking through the door, spotting a sullen Azazel, Yasaka, Grayfia, Koneko, and Kuroka as she slowly walked in after tapping the wall to announce her presence. Is he still out cold? Sensei, How long do you think it will take until he wakes up? Barakiel could be seen looking in through a window as to not disturb them, as the room's occupancy was already ridiculously full. The question seemed to stir a response in the other 4 women there, as they all turned to face Azazel, who was going over charts, while shaking his head over and over, all seeming to jump at once as his fist slammed into a wall, cursing loudly. If only my technology was better, it will. It will be around 3 months before he awakens. Barakiel, I know you can hear me, go convey it to Sirzech, please. And ladies, you are free to stay as long as you wish, just don't hang on him, or you might aggravate his wounds that are healing. Yasaka, I sent a few fallen angels to watch over Kunu and to help stabilize the dragon vein while you are away. I know you couldn't leave here for the world currently. The fallen would offer her the most sincerest smile as he'd hand her a small packet. I've been working on this in secret. It's a small artifact that can store as much of your energy as you can give to make sure the dragon vein doesn't go out of control, allowing you to leave for extended periods. This is my gift to you. I was going to give it alongside my student's birthday present as a surprise. It's why I asked for your fox flames so long ago. The leader of the yokai was far more than taken aback by the gesture of her friend and comrade, to the point she began to cry once more. Standing up, she hugged him hard enough you could hear his bones pop in his back, seeming to laugh as he gently stroked her hair. There. I know how much this means to you. It'll be a fun surprise for my student when he wakes up too. You all should go on a nice vacation together. I'll relocate the Grigori via a temporal displacement spell to your faction until you return to watch over things. Yasaka would only nod as Koneko and Kuroka seemed to perk up hearing this, their ears and tails both popping out as they said in unison. A trip with Issei and Yasaka. Naya. Getting a laugh out of everyone, even the usual iceberg of a woman that is Grayfia would join in laughing as she'd reach out, hugging both the cute Nekashu. They could feel her emotions through senjutsu though out of everyone there. This entire thing fucked her up the most, and they keyed into it instantly, burying their heads against her neck, gently nuzzling her, and whispering low enough that only she could hear it. You did your best. You taught him the spell to call them out to his side and stop the underworld from getting completely destroyed, Grayfia-sama. Koneko would say to her before Kuroka began to speak. Please calm down. I can feel your heart screaming because you couldn't help him. I get it. Believe me, I fucking get it. Not being able to help him during that was breaking my heart. Her tone was quivering as she spoke, and they all sort of just kept in a huge pile of cuddles, doing their best with senjutsu to calm Grayfia's actively breaking heart. Scene break, somewhere in Kuo. Sirzech had finally been informed that Issei was going to be more than likely in a coma for the next near 3 months, and went to seek out his younger sister to warn her. Rias, Irina and Zenobia, completely oblivious to everything that had happened outside of the feeling of dread, like a massive tragedy had happened, were eating at a restaurant with each other, not having bothered even slightly to reach out to her brother, the orc, or anyone, as they honestly just couldn't be bothered. Something in them had changed lately, and they were distant from everyone, having formed their own little group as they prattle on, complaining about little things before Issei came up with Sirzech within spitting distance, yet going unnoticed. Irina first chiming in. I can't do it anymore. I can't risk falling for a pervert. This will be the last meal I have with you all before I return to heaven to serve Sir Michael. Something that completely fucking shocked Sirzech to the point he nearly spit his drink out but held it together. His anger beginning to take over him as the angel physically teleported away, doing just as she said, leaving the other two to let out a sigh as they'd converse. Zenobia speaking first. I kind of get where she's coming from. He won't give me a child, which is all I want from him. He won't accept my love, it seems, either. The Mao couldn't believe what he was hearing. Is she that fucking dense? They accuse him of being ignorant to their feelings, but this is a mockery beyond words. He was screaming internally as he silenced his thoughts, hearing his sister speak up. He can't even. She took a long drink of wine, clearly already drunk and speaking from her heart. He can't, hick. He can't call me my name. He can't look at just me. I can't do it anymore. I can't share him. I can't stay with him. I'm breaking the engagement before he wakes up, and I'm going on a journey to find a new peerage. I'll be leaving Akeno and Koneko with him as they'd be happier with him. This cafe was a hotspot for the supernatural, so everyone who heard it got up and actually fucking screamed at her in disgust, saying she was the worst kind of fucking person, not caring of the repercussions of what the leader of hell may think of their words. A child even straight up spat on her face before throwing the rest of her wine at Ria's face. The kid was clearly a huge fan of the Apai dragon, the daughter of Gremry. Couldn't believe what had just happened, It sobered her up fucking instantly as Sirzech had appeared from the booth behind them, radiating bloodlust that she'd never experienced before. There was no words to describe the hellfire in his eyes or the hatred in his gaze, let alone the disappointment those eyes were showing. It was a true perfect storm of disgust as he held up the 3 rings that were clearly inscribed with Irina, Zenobia and Rias names respectively as he spoke with a quaking voice. It was the voice of a man broken by rage. He doesn't understand you. He can't call your fucking name Rias. The man who single-handedly just saved this entire fucking universe from the Trihexa isn't worthy of your hand. Something in Sirzech had finally snapped in this very moment, as he glared down at both of them who were obviously staring at the rings dumbfounded as he crushed them into fucking dust, leading to them both screaming out, "No!" before a heavily oppressive aura was releasing from Sirzech. "None of the 3 of you are ever to come near ISSEI again. You are banished from the Grayfia family, and I am annulling your engagement. Is that clear? You will have your money from your savings, and that is all. Get the fuck out of my life. You are hereby stripped of all rights to Kuo and Koneko. Rosweiss and Akena will become free pieces until ISSEI makes his own fucking peerage. I have no sister who could do this, not to my little brother." The man was visibly crying from sheer rage as he teleported away to inform his parents of what was going on, as all of the All for Honor mentioned pieces could feel it at once. Ria's control over them was completely null and void. To say Sirzech works fast when he's angry is an egregious understatement, as he had opened a contact to Ajuka to make it happen while he was screaming. The other Mao heard everything and couldn't believe his ears. The true blue Siscon had completely denounced his own sister. It would be a true cold day in hell. Words couldn't convey how conflicted and hurt Sirzech was over all of this, as he was seen pacing back and forth in front of his parents' room before being called in. This sight was more than enough to worry the maids, as he was physically leaking an aura of sheer rage as the door closed behind him. Events would be set in place that no one could expect. The rumors had quickly began spreading throughout the town's supernatural side, reaching as far as Sona Citri's ears, who honestly couldn't believe it. Above all else, she genuinely wished it was just a rumor. She didn't want to admit it, but she could honestly believe it to a point that her rival could be that stupid given actions from the past. She could only hope that she wouldn't lose the man she grew to adore to the darkness that was coming to try to consume his heart. Through all of this, ISSEI suddenly began crying in his sleep, though no one who was at the Grigori could quite figure out why. But none of them had a good feeling about it. Flashback. May 2 ND 3am, 7am, the Grigori where ISSEI is hospitalized. The sounds of beeping and chaos could be found throughout the entire hospital usually, but none more so than the floor the Securite was currently located on. Many doctors and nurses were seen zipping from corner to corner, rapidly checking readouts and various machines to stabilize the boy's health. Through all of this, he'd shake or scream here and there while completely out cold. They all thought this was normal due to the pain racking his body, though there was one oddity no one in the room would notice. ISSEI was stirring in his sleep more and more often, yet the machines themselves didn't show any irregularity, much to the confusion of the doctors, assuming he was just having a bad dream or some sort. Most of the girls who had come to check on him by this point had physically fallen asleep in the chairs off to the side of his bedside, staying out of the way of the doctors but refusing to leave the premise should something happen to the one they adored. Once or twice you could hear them softly crying or calling out, "ISSEI, please be safe." Well, something akin to that. Scene break. Roughly 6am, 7am, cut to inside ISSEI's mindscape. ISSEI's finally completely stable, and outside of the mindscape the girls had all began to fall asleep one by one, clearly unable to stay awake any longer. Inside of ISSEI's dream, Drake had become pensive, beginning to think over the events that had transpired leading up to the current hospitalization and the conversation Eve had with him before going to sleep. Finally getting around to talking to ISSEI now that he had once more returned to the mindscape. "Hey partner. Your new guest in here wanted me to pass a message to you." The Welsh dragon could be heard talking to the boy who was still laying on the ground, clearly overthinking the situation at hand. He could hear everything going on outside of the coma, which was new to him. He wasn't sure what to do with the information or how to process the fact that a few people he so desperately wanted to hear from hadn't come yet, and his mind was a swimming mess due to this, clearly not even hearing Drake speaking to him, which honestly upset the dragon. "Oi ISSEI." Drake screamed down at him uncharacteristically loudly to bring him back to reality, as ISSEI would turn his head slightly, looking over at his partner. "Sorry bud, what's up now? I just had a whole lot on my mind." There was a pause for a moment as the frustrated dragon grounded himself to begin speaking once more. "As I was saying before, your new guest told me to pass on a message to you regarding the new sacred gear you've acquired. You aren't completely trapped in this bed like you think you are. You've gained one hell of an ability, partner. You've trapped the essence of the Snake of Eden within the gauntlet you've gained, and by proxy from what I've understood that means you can perform astral projection, now interacting with the world to a limited extent without being there. ISSEI sat up immediately, staring at Drake with a mix of shock and awe against his visage, unsure of how exactly to process all of this, but within a moment he spoke up. Wait, that means I can go visit everyone and check up on them, right? Please teach me how to use it. There was a truly childlike joy to his words, as he had read about the concept in the past but never thought it would actually become a thing, let alone how deep he got into the whole supernatural world. It had just sounded like a myth or fantasy made by humans. Drake, however, seemed quite happy to see his brother, by everything but blood, breaking out of his depressed state as he began to speak once more. You should be able to do it naturally. There are a few drawbacks though. Anything you hear and feel within it may be more intense than if you heard it in person, because you will be a living concept of thought traveling around. So you need to be careful about who you visit and what they will say about you. Also, we probably cannot go anywhere near Kyoto. While most beings cannot detect you in that state, there is a small chance yokai will be able to pick up on your presence. It might set off the three in the room had they not already been out cold. One other major feature you'll be able to perform straight away is going into others' dreams, so you have the opportunity to comfort those closest to you. And a few more sinister implications for those you dislike, upon the same level as inflicting the curse of a dragon on them. It truly is a terrifying ability, partner. All of that said, Eve's gear is more of an espionage tool at its current state, though I feel it will unlock more abilities as the boosted gear does both, because the gear she created is completely based around and not counting the combat-oriented abilities. So, are you going to give it a shot and go explore a bit to see what everyone is up to? The dragon would comically gasp to mess with his partner as he realized he was rambling for quite a damn while, and was hoping the lighthearted gesture might ease the news that Eve's gear could be used for some very dark purposes. He chose to give ISSEI time to process everything he said and went silent, laying himself down in front of the boy with his large clawed front limbs overlapping each other as a human would cross their arms to lay their head down on them, staring forward, waiting for his reply. Though in the back of his mind something told him he should keep ISSEI here, he knew after he told him this information he'd go dive straight down into it without a care in the world. That said, he couldn't shake this foreboding feeling that he has. It felt more sinister than the realization of the juggernaut drive itself whenever it activated. Outwardly, it would seem like ISSEI had glossed over the implications of what his new gear could do, picking up on the vibe he could lock someone within their worst nightmares, which made him visibly shudder at the thought of it as his mind wandered to the darker corners of what he could use that for should someone like Shalba or Diodora show up once more before he'd shake his head, clearing it of such dark thoughts. ISSEI knew he had a side capable of inflicting the worst upon his foes, even if he didn't show it to anyone, even his partner, though he was sure Drake knew. It was his own private thought, and he didn't wish it to be shown to anyone. With those thoughts out of the way, he'd offer his usual cheeky smile over to Drake before jumping up to his feet, looking around for a moment, seeming to look for some inspiration of his new ability when he spotted it. When he looked up, the sky itself seemed to stretch for miles and miles as the mindscape did something it never has before, revealing the vast cosmos of his world. It was the most vivid of detail, allowing ISSEI to see well past the known solar system in the most jarring a manner without any aid giving him feeling like he was leaving his own body with a rapid drop back to his place in the mindscape. The biggest hint to him of how to activate his ability, as he'd honestly begin to laugh. Really? That's the hint I get, Eve? He'd ask out loud, knowing she couldn't answer him, shocking even Drake, realizing that he had figured out the ability in an instant as ISSEI once more turned to him and shrugged. The way to activate it is the same feeling you get when you try to fall asleep and it feels like you're falling and jolt awake. Weird, right? Once more, a moment of brief thought crossed the dragon's face before he spoke. In a way, it makes more sense than I care to admit. That feeling is one of the most jarring in existence. I've felt it through you time to time when you went to go to bed and your thoughts were racing. Who'd have thought that's how you detach your mind from your very body, though? They both shared a pretty genuine laugh over it as they talked for a good few more minutes, reviewing the fight with Eve and how stressful it was for both of them, before ISSEI walked up and gently tapped his fist against one of Drake's claws in a rare moment of sentimental thought. It was clear the fight had shaken him up, even if he didn't show it on the surface. Hey partner, thanks for always being there for me even if I don't say it or think on it too openly. You're the brother I've always needed even if I didn't know it. I'm gonna hop on out of here and go try out the new gear, okay? To which the Welsh dragon replied instantly. It's no big deal, you are my best host whom I am very proud of. Now, go have fun with it, okay? Oh, and one last detail, you can more or less act as a poltergeist to a limited extent. Don't abuse that too much, you hear me? And if you enter another person's dreams, I will be unable to communicate with you, same with if you become too overwhelmed with emotion. So, do your best to avoid stressful situations. I don't know what that kind of stress could do to your body or mind while you're in this hospital, even with 2 Senjutsu users here to calm you down. Within a flash, Issei was gone from the mindscape, clearly working on making that ability work, as Drake was left with just his thoughts. Your potential to figure out her abilities is insane. I didn't even get to completely go into detail of what Eve had told me, though I sincerely hope the feeling I have is wrong. Scene break. 7:30 Isham, once more, inside the Grigori Hospital. It was honestly taking Issei a few tries. But after a good 10 or so minutes it happened. A soft silver shimmer began coating Issei's skin as his figure began to lift off itself in an almost comical way. Could someone see it, they may think his very soul was leaving its body, though in essence, it kind of was. Issei was now staring down at his own sleeping figure with a puzzled look on his face before it dawned on him that it worked on the 6th try, cheering internally with a goofy look across his face. Holy shit, it worked, Drake. I can see that through your eyes. It's a very surreal experience. I am going to rest for a while, everything is taking a toll on me finally. Enjoy your exploration, okay, partner? To which Issei responded through thought, rather surprised at the speed of the Welsh dragon's reply. Yeah, I'll be sure to be safe. Rest well, buddy. You earned it. The first thing Issei did was slowly float around here and there, clearly inspecting the tools they were using to monitor him, though with him being unable to really tell heads or tails of what most of it did, he'd make his way over to the ones who had been watching over him. He could see the 2 Nekishi giving off a very faint blue light, clearly healing Grayfia's heart as they had been while they were awake. A sight which slightly unnerved Issei to the point he made his way up to them, soundlessly walking along the ground as he hugged them all, and oddly enough it seemed to work. They all slightly stirred in their sleep, muttering his name at once as if they could feel him there. A very familiar yet distant warmth they all desired. If that isn't the cutest damn thing, but Grayfia too. He'd say, knowing no one could hear him as he pondered for a moment, beginning to focus more on the newly acquired Sacred Gear's other ability he was informed of. He kept focusing solely on Grayfia until he seemed to blink into a new reality. This was her mindscape. And it was in completely fucking turmoil beyond words, which shocked Issei beyond all else as he began rushing through it, immediately going door to door in what seemed to be a recreation of the Gremory mansion. He quickly found a door that looked different than the rest, one he didn't recognize at all, realizing this was probably where Grayfia was hiding away. He tried the door a few times before audibly cussing as he could hear her crying inside, beginning to beat on the door. Grayfia, please let me in. Don't cry, I can't bear it, you've done so much for me. Please let me in. The last few words came out in a very saddened tone. It felt like his heart was breaking from hearing her weep. What Issei wouldn't realize is this was effectively her very heart, her deepest source of trauma, where she locked her emotions away. Where she hid everything from anyone and everyone, and here he was begging to see all of it without realizing what hell he was about to walk into as the sound of a lock could be heard opening. A sudden cold that was physically beyond Sub-Zero would seem to seep beneath the door as he opened it, feeling his fingertips experience what he could only express as instantaneous frostbite. Probably one of the more painful experiences he'd have in his life, as he braved the feelings, walking forward slowly with each pain step. He was experiencing both the pain and dread from losing Euclid, the fear of being alone, and every negative emotion she locked away so she could do her job. Above all else was a true icy loneliness, and a dark lie she had to tell everyone to keep her sanity, which Issei now saw in it of itself. There was a giant sculpture made of ice of himself and Grayfia, a memory she locked away from the bathhouse so long ago. The moment she fell in love with him, and felt she wasn't worthy of even humoring the thought. Something told Issei that was exactly what this represented, and it broke his heart instantly. He began crying so loudly that it even alerted Grayfia herself, who came rushing to his side in that lonely place, which perplexed her in a way as she spoke softly to him. There, it seems you even come to visit me in my darkest days, don't ya, Issei? Her voice for the first time audibly held so much love for him, so much to convey, since she didn't have her usual mask on hiding it all away. Please talk to me. Why are you crying, and how did you find your way here? Didn't I ask you to stay in your room for the night? To the icy maiden, this was all still a dream to her, so she didn't feel on guard at all. This was exactly what Drake had warned him about. Emotions inside here are very raw, very honest, and above all else felt in their entirety in a way that cannot be expressed with words. A few minutes passed of Issei just crying in Grayfia's arms as he spoke to her in a way that didn't occur in any dream before. Something that could and would set a change in motion that neither of them would expect, as his breath was visibly trailing every word due to the sheer cold of the room itself. Grayfia, nay, no, Grayfia. His voice had turned more serious and sincere, with a heavy undertone of adoration as his eyes softened like amber pools from when she first met him, adverse to the sharp green eyes she sees him with now, as his right hand reached up, gently holding her cheek with a warmth she didn't know she could feel. Dad, you aren't alone. I will always be here for you as you've been there for me. You taught me magic, you taught me to try to trust when I feel I couldn't anymore. I still have been processing the trauma of being killed the first time by Raynare. His expression would seem to drop as he was pouring his very heart out to her, and the icy air around them seemed to whip into a frenzy for a moment, when the realization had hit her. This wasn't a dream, it couldn't be a dream. This was something she'd never learned until this moment, at least not consciously, which caused her focus to hyperfixate on this, determined to remember, and hang on to every word as he'd pull himself together, a few tears of silver strangely pouring down his face in this state. I don't know how to tell anyone else about this. You are the only woman in my life I can truly confide this to. I'm pathetic, right? I can't even tell you this while I'm awake. Yet here I am in your dreams telling you everything I need to let out, not letting you sleep well. I'm sorry, Grayfia. He was genuinely bawling, his eyes out, shrinking down against her figure, which seemed to form cracks against the icy statuette in the middle of the room, spreading out throughout it. Her very heart was breaking at this sight as she too began crying, those strange tears no one could explain yet, as the moon itself seemed to shine down its eerie glow through the cracks. A phenomenon neither of them could explain, as the light seemed to ease their weary hearts. It took a good bit longer of the two of them just crying in each other's arms as the room slowly warmed up to a more manageable temperature. ISSEI reached up, slowly wiping the tears away from the corner of his favorite maid's eyes, trying his best to speak as he'd let out a soft laugh which would startle her back to reality. It's funny, in a way, the statue looks a lot better with all those cracks, you know. It's a lot like the both of us, barely held together no matter what we show on the outside, yet supporting each other as best as we can. His words seemed to pour out like a waterfall, unending praise and love to his tone as he edged back a bit in her arms to look up into her eyes. And I can strangely feel why you made it, and want you to understand one thing. Fia. I do love you. I will always love you no matter what other woman is there, even if it's Ria's jealous self. There was a blinding wave of heat that seemed to pour in from all directions, which shocked ISSEI to no end, as he saw the once icy maid turn so many shades of red that it wasn't even laughable. Ria's hair would have a run for its money for the title of Crimson at this point, as he leaned in and kissed her out of sheer instinct, shocked to find Grayfia kissing back with tears of joy streaming down her face. She didn't care if this was a dream or not, this was what she needed beyond all else in this world. The kiss felt like it lasted a true eternity, and as ISSEI broke away from it, he'd carefully lift her up into his arms, bridal style, taking a seat, carefully pulling her down against his figure. You're probably going to be a mess when we talk next if you think about this, Much to his pleasure, she was already a fumbling mess, which was reflected around them as small images and memories of the two of them began to pop up. Always happy memories depicting how she slowly fell for him, as if her very soul was crying out for him to know everything she wanted to tell him, and they just sat there in silence for a while as it played out so naturally before he spoke once more. Hey. Fia, I noticed Kuroka, Koneko, and even Yasaka outside healing you with senjutsu. What's going on? What hurt you that badly? The scenes around them came crashing to a halt as her face became quite distraught. It was in that moment she figured it out. This wasn't a dream. This was actually ISSEI there with her, which sent her mind spiraling into so many thoughts at once. Wait, what? ISSEI is calling me, Fia. How is he here? Is this actually real? How is this possible? Isn't he in a coma? The thoughts were as clear as day, written across her face before she returned to her default icy stare, though there was the faintest of hints of a smile across her lips, and a deep blush shone no matter how she tried to keep it together, as she'd reach up, gently slapping her cheeks to try to clear her racing mind. I feel like I let you down. I couldn't do a damn thing during that fight with Eve, I believe you called her. I was scared you were going to die. I was terrified, and it felt like I was going to lose my brother all over again. But all the more painful as it'd be the man I've fallen for. She seemed to rapidly mutter out the last bit of that, hoping ISSEI wouldn't hear it, but he definitely did, judging by the fact his face had begun to match hers and a steaming warmth could be felt radiating just above her head. She didn't look out of respect for him to let him focus on listening to her. When I saw the ring I keep so close light up alerting me that you were in danger, I admittedly ran through the halls of the mansion fast enough to tear down some of the paintings on the way to Sirzech's office. You've been so responsible about not abusing it after all this time. I thought you might die if we answered any slower. She would admit, clearly beginning to cry once more as she clung into him as if her whole world was within her arms, which to any effect was very true to her, and he could feel it all. Eve's gear let him feel everything she felt, the fear. No, the genuine panic and terror would be more apt of how to explain it. To him, it was a feeling far worse than the juggernaut drive's curse itself, to which he couldn't explain that to anyone, even himself. Those thoughts crossing his mind aside, he refocused on the maid before him, listening intently as his blush faded away. When I saw you out there, when I heard you scream to set up a barrier to save us all and attempt to sacrifice yourself, I think my world ended then and there. Seeing you so desperately fighting when I could barely make out your figure was frustrating beyond all words. I couldn't see if you were getting hurt. I couldn't stop the beast's attacks on you, and when I saw them turn into a copy of your armor, I thought that would be the day you died, just out of reach. Completely helpless to do a damned thing to prevent it. The last sentence came out as the most pained scream imaginable, as she truly broke down completely, feeling both immensely vulnerable and completely safe in his arms in the same regard. It was an indescribable feeling to her, which she needed more than anything currently, seemingly pulling him closer and closer until she couldn't drag him in any tighter, completely embracing ISSEI. Unknown to everyone, because he always gave off the persona of a goofy pervert, he was truly hurting and holding back just as much as Grayfia was. He was certain that's why he was drawn to her, and could trust her to this level, as he'd slowly whisper down to her, aiming to comfort her. Hey, Fia. I hope you don't mind me calling you that, it's just... You've trusted me from the beginning after the incident with Riser. You told me no. You taught to be confident when I felt like I was a useless fucking bastard to my own parents, to my so-called friends and everyone around me, even if you don't realize the impact you had on me when you came to me and told me about the deal with Sirzech, going as far to bring me to him personally. You didn't have to do any of that. You didn't have to tell me how proud of me you were. You didn't have to make me feel loved beyond being useful to anyone. But you did, and that sowed many feelings I've struggled with for a very long time. A deep desire to trust again, a deeper desire to become stronger to protect those around me. More so, a true desire to bring a smile to those icy lips of yours which constantly seemed in so much pain. As he finished saying what he had to say, he leaned down once more and kissed her without reserve, and something miraculous happened beneath the oddly shining moonlight. The statue in the middle of the room turned into pure silver, the cracks slowly filling one by one as she would begin to feel his love and adoration pouring over her in waves beyond the strongest tsunami. Unable to fight back against it to any degree of cynicism, she chose to trust the genuine boy's words, melting into it as they just laid there wordlessly for what felt like hours upon hours. In reality, it was seconds outside of her mind. A now beyond heavily blushing Grayfia slowly made her way to her feet before bowing before ISSEI. Thanks for everything you've done for us. I say this from the bottom of my heart. ISSEI, I love you too. And I look forward to you waking up. Rest well, okay? Symbolically, she handed him a key made of the whitest ice he'd ever seen on a necklace of snowflakes without edges, carefully placing it around his neck. It radiated a faint warmth rather than any manner of chill, as it was made from her magic and through the deepest of emotions she felt in that moment. Outside of the dream, the necklace began to slowly materialize under his shirt where no one could see it. A small confirmation come down the line for only the two of them to realize. ISSEI himself took a small bow, offering her a small smile. It mirrored her usual one that was barely notable, as he gave a small wink before waving and vanishing from her mind, leaving her with a single thought: even in a coma, he came to talk to me and showed more care for my mental health than his own physical health. How can I deny my feelings at that point anymore? Instead of a pained expression she had worn before, she was exuding the deepest an aura of contentedness and love, which would trigger the three yokai to begin purring audibly in that cuddle pile with the maid and the fallen demon hybrid who got dragged in at some point of the evening. It was like they could all feel what she was feeling in that moment, Yasaka more so than anyone. The sound definitely alerted some of the staff, who'd turn and stare without judgment, only beginning to smile at the sight before dispersing back to work in most cases. It was honestly heartwarming to say the least for the stressed-out nurses who'd snap a picture or two with their phones, hiding it away to show ISSEI and Azazel later, much to their dismay. Scene break. Roughly 7:35 a.m., ISSEI back in the Grigori. ISSEI had been admiring the sight himself for a good 2 or 3 minutes now, as he'd become overwhelmed with a desire to go see Sirzech, wondering if he too was asleep, figuring out pretty quickly that he can teleport to someone based on desire currently, as before him Sirzech was pacing back and forth with a pained expression across his face which worried ISSEI to no end. Nisama. What the hell does that look say? Zech seemed to look around startled for a moment, clearly having heard those words, shaking his head as his face had fallen even further with a shadow cast firmly over his eyes as he muttered something barely audible. "Not my little brother, not like this. He deserves so much better." In a moment a call could be heard from the other side of the door as a servant would open the door. The red-headed male clearly stealing his expression as he'd straighten up his posture, seemingly trying to pull himself together, as his aura was hellishly leaking out upon seeing his parents with an expression that was as cold as steel. ISSEI rushed to walk in, not entirely sure if he could make it through otherwise as the door closed behind them, knowing a barrier would shortly be erected since the servant was sent out, leaving only the three of them to their knowledge to speak. Xiaticus and Benelana immediately noticed something was off. He was never this serious unless something truly horrid had happened. Sure, they knew of ISSEI's hospitalization, but the sheer anger he was exuding told a lifetime's worth of worries beyond that to the parents. His father went to open his mouth, only for the Lucifer himself to raise a finger, as if to silence him, and he followed up calmly, letting his son speak. "I am here today on business, as Sirzech's Lucifer, not as Sirzech's Gremry Xiaticus." His tone was far colder than his parents had ever heard, as they could see his eyes holding the deepest, hottest of fury to them, as if staring into the sun itself. "I have failed as a leader, as a brother to two, and personally as an older brother to ISSEI. I am absolving his relationship with Rias personally." This shocked ISSEI, Xiaticus and Benelana beyond words, to the point ISSEI fell to his knees, feeling like his whole world was crumbling around him, and Benelana nearly passed out where she stood, but steeled herself at the last moment of consciousness to snap out of it while her husband held her to try to catch her. Her trembling voice came out as a scream, with the question on everyone's mind in that room. Only one word was uttered. "Why?" The gentle siscon of a brother in their eyes had said something so outlandish that no one could believe it until he'd hold up a green playing card which matched the exact color of the green set of rings. Instead of the usual markings, it would show ISSEI's mark in the middle of the Welsh dragon, and in the corners where numbers and the denotation of suit would be light, a ridiculously large number, and the letters. "This is a special part of the spell Grayfia first taught ISSEI. It allowed me to spy on him time to time. And it kept track of every time one of the girls wronged or hurt him. It kept track of every internalized trauma as a reminder of how much I owed the boy for putting up with their selfish bullshit as devils. He doesn't know about this. But I could see it. I could see every goddamn time he cried on his own when no one was able to be there by his side. I could see every time his harem, which loves him, would bicker and break his heart, further hurting him by pressuring him and never listening to him. Even I can see he's still not over a lot of things. And worst of all, I could see every moment the boy gave up more of himself for my selfish sister, who was too busy getting fucking wasted to attend a fight that could have killed him. He would hold up a small black crystal which glowed a deep, vibrant purple, beginning to display exactly what he overheard at the diner earlier. Small flashback, diner and Kuo from Sirzech's perspective. He had spotted Rias, Zenobia and Irina entering into an eatery pretty far away from Kuo as to not be recognized by anyone, more than likely as they began ordering. Rias did something out of the ordinary and ordered some very heavy alcohol, and the other two grimaced at this. She'd been like this the past few days, and they knew it was another bad day seeing her like this. So much for a peaceful meal, they'd both think to themselves. And, from here the recording truly began. Irina first chiming in. "I can't do it anymore. I can't risk falling for a pervert. This will be the last meal I have with you all before I return to heaven to serve Sir Michael." Within the room the three were, and they could feel it. The temperature had began to rapidly drop, as if the emotion itself was getting sucked out of the room. In truth, it was ISSEI's presence beginning to darken to the deepest depths of madness, as he realized Irina, his childhood friend and lover, had abandoned him. Even if he could understand her reasoning, it felt like he was being stabbed over and over. He was lucky in a sense that he wasn't directly attached to himself right now, or he'd have gone into Dragonfall immediately. And this was only going downhill from here, as Xiaticus' eyes began to water, realizing what this was going to be, shaking his head, muttering, No, not like this, not the boy." Back to the recording. It rang out once more, much to the parent and ISSEI's dismay, Zenobia speaking rather coldly. "I kind of get where she's coming from. He won't give me a child, which is all I want from him. He won't accept my love, it seems, either." It wasn't entirely the truth, but she was speaking from what seemed to be a sincere point to the rest of them. Once more, an unseen knife was rammed into ISSEI's heart from behind as his eyes dulled once more, wordlessly crying as he listened, and another voice chimed out. This time, it was a very drunk Rias, and ISSEI's eyes went wide with absolute fucking horror. Drake's worst fears were being realized, and neither Eve nor the Welsh dragon were around to lessen the blow he was about to receive. The final blow would ring out. He can't even. She took a long drink of wine, clearly already drunk and speaking from her heart. He can't, he can't call me my name. He can't look at just me. I can't do it anymore. I can't share him. I can't stay with him. I'm breaking the engagement before he wakes up, and I'm going on a journey to find a new peerage. I'll be leaving Akeno and Koneko with him, as they'd be happier with him. To which the mother screamed loud enough to startle even Issei from his heartbreak. It was like the underworld itself would quake, the barrier in the room clearly forming cracks to the point Sirzech himself had to reinforce it, and was genuinely horrified to see his mother. That mad hell hath not fury like a woman scorned, was all he thought to himself as she began her tirade. How fucking dare she say that? Does she not realize what the boy has done for her? Does she have no fucking brain? You were right, Lucifer, we were too lenient upon our daughter, and now she's done something none of us could forgive. Her voice became very small in that moment towards the end as she began crying quite loudly as Sirzech had paused the recording, letting them take in what was said. Issei was honestly beyond shocked to hear this. His own mother wouldn't even get this angry for his sake, and she felt an odd sensation. Issei in this state had walked up and hugged her tighter than anything else, to the point an impression had shown on her clothing. Though she thought she was imagining it, she heard a small whisper behind her ear of Issei's voice. Thanks, mother. It seemed to quiet her fury instantly, much to Xiaoticus and Sirzech's confusion, as she tried her best to show her usual professionalism in front of her son. Please. Show us the rest of it. What did you leave out? What did you do? I know you well enough. I raised you. There's no way you didn't lay into her. Which once more had shocked Issei. He couldn't imagine his older brother openly ripping into Rias, let alone in such a public place. But boy, oh fucking boy, was he wrong as the redhead clicked the crystal once more. It was the voice of a man broken by rage, which surprised everyone but his mother at this point. She's seen his breaking point once before, after all. He doesn't understand you. He can't call your fucking name Rias. The man who single-handedly just saved this entire fucking universe from the Trihexa isn't worthy of your hand. At this point, Irina had already left, leaving just Zenobia and Rias to bear the brunt of his wrath. Something in Sirzech had finally snapped in this very moment, as he glared down at both of them like they were actual garbage. He had pulled out the wedding engagement rings Issei had prepared for them. The two who were obviously staring at the rings dumbfounded as he crushed them into fucking dust, leading to them both screaming out, "No!" Having realized just what they had done, and now they have no chance to take it back. All of those thoughts raced at once before a heavily oppressive aura was releasing from Sirzech, scaring both of them along with everyone who hadn't already fled from the shop. None of the three of you are ever to come near Issei again. You are banished from the Grayfia family, and I am annulling your engagement. Is that clear? You will have your money from your savings, and that is all. Get the fuck out of my life. You are hereby stripped of all rights to Kuo and Koneko, Rosweiss, Akeno and Asya will become free pieces until Issei makes his own fucking peerage. I have no sister who could do this, not to my little brother. The man was visibly crying from sheer rage as he teleported away to inform his parents of what was going on leading up to this moment. The shadows once more seemed to skew all of Sirzech's visage now once more, as he felt something he couldn't explain. He fell unconscious where he stood, dropping to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Issei had awakened a unique ability in his sheer state of emotional upheaval, physically invading Sirzech's mind as his parents rushed him to a couch, propping him up, calling a nurse to their location after dropping the barrier, thinking he passed out from the sheer stress of it all. Both cursing aloud, not caring of their image, or who had seen it in that moment. Something that was quickly picked up on by all of the staff who came in and saw their sullen expression. The couple could only stare at the card on the counter. Xiaoticus had caught something Benelana hadn't. The counter on the card had gone up exactly 4 times. The exact same mirrored by the pauses of the recording. No, it couldn't be, could it? The father had seemed to think to himself, having noticed the moment his wife had tensed up and calmed down. He had felt a strange warmth, as if a third figure was there with them for a split second. He thought he was just imagining it though. Quickly he dismissed all of those thoughts, as he just held his wife close, both of them weeping, unsure of how to handle any of this for the moment. Scene break. Inside Sirzech's dream. The inside of the red-headed older brother seemed to have whipping winds that would buffet the outside of his office, as if a hurricane of biblical proportions was assaulting him. The male's figure could be seen sat at his usual desk with his head in his hands, once more just muttering to himself, overthinking far too much. Sirzech was having the worst nightmare of any of them as thoughts and flashes of ISSEI dying played through his head, clear anxiety of the thought ISSEI could become suicidal from that ridiculous number reflected on the card. 66,404. That many fucking transgressions, no matter how small. To a previously human mind, have to be a living hell. In reality, that number had changed to 66,409. Something that Sirzech will notice immediately upon waking up. But for now, we focus back on the situation at hand. A small knocking could be heard from the other side of the door. ISSEI had indeed caught the words his older brother had just said. That knocking turned into endless banging, which truly startled the devil as he stood and rushed to the door, only to find his younger brother looking closer to when they first met, bawling his eyes out, and he did what he'd wanted to do for so many years. He just pulled ISSEI down into the tightest a hug, as if to protect him from even God himself. "Hey there, kiddo, you don't seem to be doing so hot either. You good?" His usual demeanor as the Satan, Lucifer, faded away entirely at the sight of his crying younger brother. A sight that would shock anyone should they had actually seen it happen. "What's wrong, lil bro? Talk to me, what's got you crying so bad?" His voice was soft and comforting, the same way he talked to children when he'd meet them in the underworld, which soon brought the brown-haired boy to stop crying as he struggled to choke his words out. I didn't know. I could never had known that I had another family like this." There was a warmth to those words that came out from such a fucking broken soul. There was more pain behind that sentence than he had witnessed throughout the entirety of the war. It was just one small platitude, but the weight it held to Sirzech was worth more than all the wealth he could ever amass, as he brought his brother by all but blood tightly to himself, shaking his head, laughing while crying silver tears that seemed to stain the carpet with their strange glossy hue, once again reflected in reality as parts of the carpet began to turn the deepest reflective silver in shade. Satan himself. "I have no words to describe how I'm feeling right now," Sirzech would muse, which seemed to draw those eyes which shone from deep amber brown to a more piercing green in an instant, as ISSEI seemed to begin to resemble himself in the current age more and more, beginning to listen intently to his older brother's words as if they were gospel or the words of Elohim himself. Within a matter of minutes the man managed to break from that pensive stare into space, as he formulated exactly what he wanted to say. It didn't matter to him if this was a dream or not, he was going to say what he needed to. Something told him that he genuinely needed to do this. And he couldn't shake that feeling at all as he began to speak, evident from the beginning of what he was about to say. "I may be dreaming, but I wish you could hear this, little brother. I need to go visit you after this. To say I am proud of you is an understatement, and doesn't do any justice towards my feelings to you. You have given your arm, even most of your life away to rescue my fuck up of a sister. You have given hope to so many children in the underworld away from an oppressive belief that they'd have to climb to high tier to be successful to any degree. You've inspired everyone of your generation, and even gone as far to win over the hearts of all of them all. I could be no more prideful than the sin of pride itself's very definition to call you my little brother, ISSEI Hyodo. I say this as the Satan, Lucifer. I say this as the leader of hell. And above all else I say this as the proud brother of one hell of a dragon who can cry for others. A man too kind for his own good. You are my inspiration to lead hell to a better tomorrow. Thanks for being born, even if you sometimes wish you had died back then." There was a deep pause and thought as he began to speak once more, clearly having thought through what he'd say next. "I can and have often seen that look you give off time to time when you think no one's looking. I know it's wrong to have spied on you, and I can never be forgiven for this. Even by myself, as it was a complete invasion of your personal space. I swear this upon my ancestor Runia's Gremri's name, and on behalf of my title of Satan, I will do better by you and help you once you awaken to help you through all of this. Grayfia will be your personal maid throughout this all, as I feel scared to leave you alone. I shall be getting all of them on board for this, and both of the Citri girls, as I know they both like you. Serafal wants nothing more than to do a crossover between your two shows, honestly. It's pretty silly. A hell of a bombshell getting dropped near the end there on both fronts, as ISSEI seemed to go through a variety of emotions, and he knew Sirzech was watching, starting with a very sullen look slowly growing into one of fondness and trust, to be giving him a pretty dumbfounded expression by the end, which drew a very deep and hearty laugh out of the mouth. As he was staring down at his younger brother, he brought ISSEI in through the doorway entirely to the couch, setting him down as he'd wait for ISSEI to speak. Something just inclined him to do so. "Are you feeling better now? I can see you stopped crying, bud. Talk to me." His expression had began to shift, clearly thinking to himself. Everything Sirzech had just told him was still processing to the point you could physically see the gears turning. The first few words out of his mouth were a very loud yell. Wait. That's Sona and Serafal like me. Which drew out the deepest of laughter from the man before him to the point he was doppled over in absolute stitches, replying between laughs. Out of everything, that's what you get to first. As the laughter would slowly die down, Zex would get back to him on that, seeming to feel like this was too natural to be a dream. Yes, you dense kid. They've liked you for quite a damn long time but chose to back off because of Rias. This brought about the single most shocked face on ISSEI, which was jarring to even Sirzech as it was too natural of a response. Hey ISSEI, this is gonna sound crazy, okay? I know I'm dreaming, but is that actually you? Because, if so, I really just fucked up by telling you that, and Serafal is going to bury me alive. A small nod could be seen from the boy as the red-haired man's face drained of any color, only uttering two words. FUCK, how? The look ISSEI gave him was damn near one of pity and understanding, as it was his turn to laugh a bit, wiping a single straight tear from his eye as he began to speak. Well, if you'll believe me and wake up realizing this isn't just a nightmare. With in your words burying yourself just now. I'll keep that between us, brother. He replied with a cheeky grin clearly plastered across his visage. Taking a deep breath, even though he didn't need to within a dream, he began to speak and explain what was going on. I came to visit you after visiting Grayfia in her dreams. I think I knocked you out to come talk to you directly using Eve's ability from the Serpent's Domain, which is the name of her sacred gear, allows a few interesting bits. The first one being astral projection, which is how I'm here to begin with. And upon saying that, he gave Sirzech enough time to let that information sink in before adding in. The brown-haired boy once more would begin to speak once the whole 1,000-yard stare vanished. Obvious fear of Serafal for some reason. I need you to tell this to Azazel too when you wake up. And try not to scare your parents by instantly teleporting away. But I seem to have awakened a new ability from the shock of what I heard. Sorry for listening in on your conversation with Mom and Dad. And I don't blame you in the slightest for what Rias or the other two had done. Thanks for showing me the truth, big brother. Even if I leave her, that title won't change. There was a deep pause for what felt like minutes as the redhead began to cry quite hard hearing those words. The fact he called his parents Mom and Dad certainly wasn't lost on Sirzech, nor was the fact he considered them genuinely as his own flesh and blood regardless of anyone's actions or words. Soon thereafter he was brought completely to attention now as the boy continued to talk. It would appear the ability allows me to knock out a single target temporarily, and lay them down safely, even if it looks like they just suddenly dropped to the floor. You didn't get hurt, I can promise you that, my instincts tell me so. Sorry, getting off track, Bleg. I'm thinking of naming the skill Hypnos after the Roman god of sleep due to how effective it is at putting someone to sleep. As for how I know the sacred gear's name, it just was sort of there in my head once I got it. And I had to knock you out to come talk to you, seeing you hurting that badly and getting that mad. I couldn't leave you like that, big brother. He'd get up from the couch, giving Sirzech a hell of a bear hug. As he'd let go, he'd offer a small smile. Zex would smile back at him, clearly not sure how else to respond to him, just listening to the boy as he began to speak. From ISSEI the following could be heard. I need to go soon. I'll be sure to try to drop by during these 3 months while I'm in the hospital. Oh, and 2 requests. Let the girls know I can hear them and will definitely come talk to them at night. I'm sure Grayfia has already caught on they should also be able to communicate with telepathy to some extent. But the rest will need an explanation. The other favor, please tell them to at least play decent shows or music in the hospital room. The constant beeping is driving me nuts. He would sigh before starting to laugh to himself. This whole thing is insane. I never thought I'd save the TRIHEXA rather than kill it. Let alone the fact it turned out to be fucking Eve from the Bible begging me to stop her, save her or kill her. Once more dropping a hell of a bomb on Sirzech as ISSEI waved saying goodbye before vanishing right before his eyes in a silver blip of light as he was returned to his body, having exhausted the use of his new gear, for now leaving the red-headed man to mull over everything he had just learned. Fucking Eve. As in Adam and Eve. Gonna have to file that one away for now in the memory vault. Oh no. If he does tell Serafal, I'm pretty sure she'll actually kill me, same with Sona. Please be merciful, little brother. A silent prayer went out in his head as he began to stir from his rest, slowly sitting up, being given a cup of water with lemon and ice from the maid. I am sure you're thirsty after waking up. It's been around 30 minutes. Your parents have already gone to their room to rest, Master Lucifer. the young maid would say to him as he slowly rose to sit up at the impromptu table the maid had brought to his temporary bedside. Gazing around the room disoriented, he slowly drank the water, excusing her from his presence. As she took a deep bow, she noticed something odd. Did someone spill silver dye? As she reached down, she ran her fingers over it, discovering the texture of the carpet was changed to actual silver, which was cold to the touch. Wait, what the hell? The maid caught herself before she cussed, seeing the red-headed man with a single eyebrow raised as she pointed down to it. His face paled pretty openly as the maid had offered to call a nurse, and he turned it down immediately, demanding she left. Seeing her hurry out of the room, he walked over to his desk, looking down at the green playing card. His eyes went very wide, staring at that number which had so obviously changed, reading off 66,409, a sight which had truly shaken the man, beginning to cry once more out of sheer pain to think he put ISSEI through that. One of the few regrets he couldn't write off fully as a regret, as he'd come to understand his younger brother a bit more now, seeing him growing. Scene break. May 2nd, roughly 11:30 a.m. Grigori Governor General's office. Slowly he regained his composure, pocketing the emerald card as he teleported off to the Grigori, appearing directly in Azazel's office, scaring the absolute shit out of the governor with the look on his face. Sex, what the hell is the rush? You know to tell me before you arrive. The fallen angel would say, dropping his hand and cancelling out the spear of light he had readied as his friend caught him within deep thought. We have a lot to discuss. There was a finality and certainty to his words that shook the man before him to his very core. He hadn't seen Sirzech like this since the war, knowing these next few hours were going to be a conversation he wouldn't soon forget, and damn was he right about that feeling. Sirzech would pull out the recording stone, shocking Azazel as he'd throw up a barrier unlike any the Fallen had ever seen. It was stronger than the average one and disabled all other technology in regards to recording or communication outside of chosen objects, and then once more the red-haired man had to relive it all, pressing it to play all of the recording as they both sat there in silence. It even covered the bits in the office after the original recording. A darkening aura began surrounding Azazel as the man's face seemed a complete wreck as he spoke. I've failed as a sensei, as a friend, and as a man to let him go through all of this alone, thinking it would just be okay. I knew the attack from Raynare still haunted him, but I could never find the words to talk to him about it. What the fuck was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to say to him about that? He seemed to ask that last bit rhetorically, clearly just beating himself up in the worst of ways. Before the Mao before him put a hand on his shoulder, speaking firmly from a shared point of pain. It's no one's fault. The boy tried to shoulder it all on his own, to the point I don't think Atlas himself could have handled this much pressure. All we can do moving forward is support him, as we should have been from the start. We're the adults here, they need our support. All of them from that group. He forgave me. I think he forgave Rias, Zenobia and Irina, even after hearing all of that, which baffles me of how big his fucking heart is. In his shoes I would have executed the three of them without any care of the consequences. He truly is a unique devil among devils. They both seemed to share a solemn nod as Sex then began going over the new gear, which drew out the deepest of surprise from Azazel. His eyes seemingly alight once more with sparks, as if the 4th of July itself began behind his eyes. The word that a new Longinus that wouldn't be controlled by heaven has been brought into the world was news that would rock heaven itself. Are you sure that is what he said? It's named after the serpent, not Eden. That would explain a lot, those wings that reflected the cosmos in his new form. When the Fallen had said that, it was like an immediate epiphany had hit the redhead. Astral projection, space itself being shown through his wings. That was Eve's power being manifest against his aura. Which means that the snake which gave her the apple more than likely was one of Ophis. I'm not sure if I like that implication, Azazel. But that would explain why it seems to be a gear more prone to subterfuge than direct combat. When that was said, Azazel seemed to pull out some paper, jotting down a ton of possibilities along with the explanation of Hypnos, as the redhead rambled off everything he knew to him. He noted that ISSEI was still conscious while in a coma, and grimaced at the thought. That means he felt every needle I put into him. My condolences, boy. As that thought passed, the final messages were passed on about the desire for music, or a television put in to distract him from the usual stuff going on and to communicate to the women who came to watch him, to try telepathy, before he chimed in with one last bit. Oh, and I know this is a personal request. Please honor this though as a favor from the Lord of Hell, okay? There was a pause as the governor would nod. Call me the moment he wakes. I plan to personally assign Grayfia to him in front of everyone. I need to go settle things out with Rias, Zenobia and Irina being separated from his home, and remove them from his parents' Mimir. No, I think I'll tell them of all of this. They deserve to know why their son is in a fucking coma because of our incompetence and lack of training to become stronger. I'll be bringing them here. Make things as safe for his parents as you can, that is my request. To say Azazel's expression was shocked couldn't do it justice, as his ears might as well be putting out smoke as his thoughts raced, realizing that he was going to personally introduce them to the supernatural, and put them under the protection of both of their factions by proxy. As you will, they need to know the truth for their boy's well-being, and I couldn't keep them away from their son. His entire life they thought he's nothing more than a perverse fuck-up. They need to see the truth of what a selfless hero their son has become. I think it will be good for both of them, and will give them 3 months or less to process all of this. We both know how quick ISSEI seems to recover. Our dates are never accurate with him. They both shared a genuine laugh over that, along with a mutual nod. I'll see you later today with his parents then, Azazel. Let's fix what we've done wrong. Oh no, I'm going to have to introduce my parents to his too. This is gonna be awkward. The Fallen would take his turn to pat his friend on the shoulder with a chuckle. You got this, Lucifer. And with that, the barrier would drop and the two would disperse. One through a portal and the other walking out of his office towards ISSEI's room, spotting the fact all of the women, girls are already awake, looking over at ISSEI with a look he didn't expect. It was as if they had fallen in love with him all over again. Even Koneko's usual hard-to-read expression had softened. The one that caught him most off guard though was the fact Grayfia was openly showing a smile. The door would close behind him as he gave a deep bow, greeting all of them, going over the bits he had learned, including what Rias has done, much to the horrific shock written into the beautiful visage of her friend. Akeno didn't believe him at first, but the fact ISSEI had visibly stirred in his sleep and his heart rate skyrocketed for a moment, until she ran over and grabbed his hand, which calmed him instantly, let her know the sheer reality of it all was completely true. A sullen expression could be seen across two of the others, being Yasaka and Grayfia, as they didn't want to believe the three of them could be capable of hurting ISSEI that way. What scared the man who delivered the news, and I mean truly scared the fallen angel, was the aura that the two Nekishu began to exude. Something within both of them had completely become unhinged at that news, and their eyes had the look of someone ready to honestly go commit genocide upon the entirety of the devil race. The aura was so strong it was even affecting the sleeping ISSEI, and a voice seemed to call out into the room, showing off 2 other abilities of the new sacred gear with the little bit of energy he had left in it, something that Azazel didn't miss and noted down, as shocked as he still was. Kuroka. Koneko, please don't do what I think you're debating. I can feel your intent from here. I love you both, so please don't do it. It was none other than ISSEI's voice calling out in a way similar to the boosted gear. But there was a unique silver gauntlet shown against the arm opposite of the boosted gear, which faded out of existence, as if it weren't there. With wide eyes they ran to his side, holding him close on either side of him, just below his hands, clinging where they knew they wouldn't cause him any further injury. The sleeping boy's expression seemed to have softened in that moment, as his hands mysteriously moved even in that state to pet them both on the head, respectively. A feat that couldn't be explained by anything other than sheer willpower to do so to comfort those he loved. To say this boy had a heart of gold was the only truth anyone in this room could imagine in that moment, as both of the girls cried the strange silver tears once again, this time instead of staining anything though. It would appear as if the tears were fading into ISSEI's aura, openly beginning to heal him, as deep-set scars from his prior fight began to vanish before their very eyes, shocking the hell out of everyone, leading to one simple word coming from everyone, doctors included. What? May 2nd, roughly 8:30 p.m. Grigori, ISSEI's hospital room. Things were a bit more lively after the requests from ISSEI were conveyed to Sirzech and Azazel. There was currently a soft jazz track playing in the background, just loud enough to overshadow most of the beeps and sound of the doctor's footsteps without actually detracting from what the doctors and nurses needed to focus on. Most of the girls had gone to the cafeteria to pick up some food, as it would have been a few hours since they last ate, leaving Grayfia alone in the room with ISSEI. Well, as alone as 2 people could get, with 4 nurses rotating through the room every few minutes. And it was pretty obvious ISSEI was using his new ability, as the two both had a shared smile. Flashback. Around 3:30ish p.m., inside the room. From the time he had returned from his little journey, a few things had happened. Azazel had come into the hospital room around 5 or 6 hours ago after getting a ton of paperwork and all in order, as well as gathered his thoughts from all that he had learned from the leader of Hell himself. It all sounded very surreal, but something told him that if anyone could manage such a feat, it would definitely be his student and son by all rights. The leader of the fallen angels had a very honest pride in the efforts he had put forth over the time he got to know the brown-haired boy, working with ISSEI and his friends had become such a normal thing in his life that he couldn't imagine a day going by not hearing from them, or about them, which drew a soft laugh out of him as he entered the room. Azazel would take a soft bow as he greeted the nurses and doctors, going over the basic information, effectively just learning ISSEI is in stable condition, though something interesting had indeed happened. His aura heavily spiked and began healing him at one point at a rate they couldn't quite explain, which led to Grayfia walking over away from the girls who were sat against the couch talking and discussing something rather seriously. Her voice wasn't nearly as icy as it normally would be, holding a shocking amount of emotion as she addressed her friend. While it held a serious tone, it was far kinder, far softer though very quiet, making sure only the intended party would hear this. Azazel, we need to have a very serious talk. This was further shown by her instantly snapping her fingers. A strange silver sphere that was semi-translucent would form around them, looking like pure ice. But it was far different than her usual magic. Something that Azazel took note of and was on full alert of, openly saying, "What the hell, how could you change the nature of ice? Isn't it your literal bloodline's magic?" "Grayfia, how is your ice, silver?" The maid would sort of shrug, openly blushing before she answered. "I think myself and a select few can heal ISSEI and shorten it quite heavily from 3 months. I figured it out when I came to from resting and rushed to his side. I was crying due to a few things that happened during a dream he came to visit me in, and my magic itself seems to have been changed. I don't want to go into some of the more personal details of it, but when I looked down to wipe my tears away from him, I noticed the strangest sight. His aura was visible. I didn't even know he could produce an aura, as he hasn't yet awoken a dragon's aura." She seemed pensive for a moment, deeply considering quite a few details and how to word what she was about to say. "The same reason for my magic changing," he began to absorb the silver tears that I let out. "I think it has something to do with the emotional connection of those around him. Those who genuinely love the boy can produce them, or something akin to that train of thought. Sirzech and I discussed this before you came in via a private communication spell. While they were connected in the dream, he thinks he was crying those very same tears, and the fact his carpet in his office was stained outside of the dream means that ISSEI might physically be altering reality based on dreams. So, come later, we are really going to need you to do some digging on this new gear of his." The look of shock, awe and horror over such a realization his Azazel all at once, and he completely understood in that moment why she threw a barrier up before saying any of this. He was lost in thought, jotting down on the same notepad he carried of everything he was just told, marking off 3 large dashes next to them in huge bold print. Gear may have influence over space and time. Gear may have limited influence over reality through dreams. Dangerous thought, really. Gear may be able to change reality based on dreams. All 3 possibilities, the last 2 bullet points being huge extremes, as he honestly couldn't imagine a sacred gear being that strong, but he had seen weirder things in his time, so he felt a need to take it into consideration nonetheless. He was broken from that thought as the Silverette began to speak once more. Back on the matter at hand. His aura physically was absorbing those tears as if they were phoenix tears. No. Probably far stronger than that by all counts and measure of effectiveness. To the point he was instantly able to use telepathy again after he should have been out cold for the rest of today, unable to use his new abilities in his words. Well, thoughts? He and I both theorize they may have special properties tied to the connections he has grown with his friends, lovers and allies, but neither of us could completely guess the cause, let alone catalyst for such things occurring. She would give a small nod, clearly thinking to herself as she finished speaking, giving Azazel time to gather his thoughts as well. And he was doing more than a fair share of thinking as he observed her carefully to discern any particular details her words wouldn't convey. Out of everything going on that took him off guard today, seeing Grayfia openly expressing herself and showing emotion had to be the kicker that caught the leader of the Fallen in such a way that made him damn near uncomfortable yet happy in another regard. A woman who was regarded as the Queen of Ice, the perfect queen, was finally able to express herself with no regard of what people would think. And the sight of her blushing let him know there was far more than meets the eye going on between her and his student. Which made the old crow crack a wry grin as he'd call out to her, "It seems something nice happened in that dream for you to be turning such a hue." There was a very brief pause before a look of shock definitely overtook that beautiful visage, and Grayfia might as well had been named Redfia in that moment, as her blush would rival the Gremmery's trademark hair and hue. With all due respect, Azazel, please shut up." Something that she'd never say otherwise rang out loud and clear as he began audibly cracking up to the point his sides had hurt. Quickly pulling himself together, he had a genuine thought. "This is honestly nice. I wish things were this easy talking to most people." I hope things work out with these two after what Rias fucking pulled. He deserves better. The two gave each other an awkward stare for a moment as Grayfia finally pulled herself together, as she had began to laugh a bit herself at the ridiculousness of the situation. As she spoke, she looked over to ISSEI. Her tone had completely softened to that of a woman in love as her words came out soothingly. I want to investigate the properties of the tears, so I saved a bit in a vial made of ice. As she said this, she held it up and handed it to him. The vial wasn't even cold, but he could tell it was her ice magic, which caused him to raise an eyebrow. Again, how the hell are you making ice that isn't cold? You know what, thoughts for later. I'll examine the magic myself at the office to figure that out because I'm pretty sure you know but won't tell me. He'd say with a knowing wink. He had theorized something towards the effect of it being that she opened her heart to ISSEI, allowing such a miraculous change to magic, and he'd be right on the fucking money had he said it. He had far too much respect for the woman to do so though. And he was saving that for ammo to tease her with later should her and ISSEI end up getting together. A thought that truly did amuse the fallen. As the two had noticed some wandering eyes from the women watching over them with a stare that could damn near pierce the bubble faster than Fenrir's fangs, he would have a visible sweat drop appear against the side of his head, knowing damn well they were getting impatient. He'd offer a soft smile to the maid as he took a small bow. I should get going and take care of things on my end. It was honestly a pleasure talking to you, and I am very excited to learn more about your new magic and ISSEI's new sacred gear. I also have a small idea of what may cause those tears, but I won't voice that just yet. Also, ISSEI requested music be played as the monotony of the hospital is driving him nuts. Hope you like jazz and various music because it'll be playing in here from now on. He would inform her before teleporting away as the bubble fell. The others who were outside waiting quickly rushed to her side talking, and a simple thing was said that caught everyone off guard by Yasaka. So, I saw you were blushing, mind telling us what that was about? To which it felt like the air around the poor maid had increased a few degrees in temperature. If they thought the first blush they saw was bad, this was honestly beyond description as she stuttered out. And in a nothing, it was just. As she gazed over to ISSEI, they all seemed to share a knowing look with a giggle heard here and there. I see, welcome to the family so to speak in that regard then. An open admission from Yasaka that would catch the other four by complete surprise had come out shamelessly. All five women made their way back over to ISSEI's side, would slowly begin to turn their own hue of red before Koneko and Kuroka both could be heard purring once more. Similar to what had happened overnight, they both picked up on it instantly. The cause of it from the night before was indeed Grayfia and ISSEI, though they couldn't quite understand what had happened, they knew it was the reason. Suddenly, ISSEI's voice would call out to the five of them with an awkward tone. So I could hear all of that, Yasaka, glad to know how you feel about me. And to the rest of you, I've been listening in for a good while now. I can say I've never been more thankful to have the five of you in my life than I am today, having learned what I have recently. The head nurse in the area could clearly see what looked like a damn atomic bomb of steam going off the five of them, as they all had a very sudden realization. He heard all of us discussing a date for when he wakes up. A thought which was completely separate from the ongoing telepathic communication they had with him. There was a silence that could honestly be felt before all but the maids stumbled over to the couch with hands buried firmly against their faces, hiding away as if it would help them. Grayfia's reaction was a bit different though. The words ISSEI said stuck with her as she asked him to talk solely to her for a minute. ISSEI, what did you mean by that? What I have learned recently, bit. You're not going to just brush me off after saying that. I need answers. Her tone to him was resolute and firm. She knew him better than anyone could imagine after watching over him silently for so long. The boy started visibly sweating in his sleep as she'd clean him off with a handkerchief she seemed to pull from the outfit she wore. As his heart rate audibly increased from panic, she whispered down to him, knowing she could be heard this time out loud rather than in her mind. Please, ISSEI, calm down and talk to me. I can tell this is distressing you. If you don't want to talk about it now, we will talk about it tonight when they go out of the room, okay? To which a sullen tone would be heard in her mind. Okay, Fia. I'll tell you everything tonight then, but you have to promise me to stay as calm as you can. What I tell you might cause you to kill someone, or a few people, honestly. Those words were enough to tell her everything she needed to know for the moment, as she simply answered. You have my word, but this makes me wonder if it's the same feeling I felt from Kuroka and Koneko when we were first told. I feel there was more than what we were shown going through your head. Flashback end. Around 8:32 p.m., inside of ISSEI's mindscape. Keeping true to his word and promise earlier, The gauntlet would appear on ISSEI's arm, interestingly forming in a way that didn't disturb the four that was in his arm, shocking Grayfia at the sudden appearance of it. A small light was given off of it before a small beam of silver energy shot from it directly to her, forming a small barrier around her, as she rested back against the chair, seeming to fall asleep. It was different than when she normally fell asleep though. ISSEI had once again unlocked one of the 3 unique abilities of Eve's gear. The Serpent's Domain. This one in particular allowed him to bring people into his own mind, which is honestly more effective than any barrier or magic could be for privacy. The first thing she would notice was that she was in a room similar to the first room they met, as Sirzech's chair slowly swiveled around, revealing ISSEI in it with a cheeky smile. "Hey Fia, welcome to my mindscape. As you can see, I have gotten pretty good control over it now," he'd call out as he rose out of the chair, openly jumping the desk, dragging her down into a hug. Something he so desperately needed currently, as he seemed to be trembling. He had gone quiet since their communication earlier. How do I even begin to explain this? Hearing the recording from earlier that you were all shown, I heard it in person, so to speak. Eve's gear allows me limited transportation and interaction with the world around me for a few hours at a time. I can teleport in that state too. His voice seemed to trail off for a moment, wiping tears away from his face as he forced himself to continue to speak, seeming to choke out his words. He was visibly breaking down. I went to see Big Brother's ex and found him pacing back and forth in front of his parents' room and decided to go listen in. Probably the worst mistake of my life. Grayfia could feel his heart actively aching. Because she was inside of his mindscape, she could feel everything he had been feeling far more intimately than anyone could put to words, let alone explain. She felt everything in its rawest state, and much to her shock, she could hear the Welsh dragon in the distance crying. He too was feeling all of this over again, and trying to keep himself quiet out of respect for the two of them. ISSEI had taken a pause to just bawl against her chest, clearly unable to continue for the moment, as she'd run her hands through that mass of brown hair, trying to comfort her as best as she could, cooing down to him. There, take your time. You did the same for me, let it out." Her tone was serene, that of a lover, as she leaned down, gently kissing him on the forehead, giving him time to regain his composure. In her heart she could tell why she was forced to make such a promise now, because she'd probably have killed Rias specifically otherwise, regardless of the consequences. Thankfully for both of them, time inside here moved far slower than outside, so they'd have plenty of one-on-one time with each other. After a good 10 or 15 minutes of him genuinely just crying, he finally began to pull himself together, though the room around them seemed to vanish, revealing a very strange sight. It was like they were standing on water, or at least a very thin layer of water, with the midnight sky shown above them in vivid detail, stars and all shining far brighter than you'd see anywhere else, as 2 gasps could be heard coming from both the dragon, who was now far closer, and the maid, who was staring up in endless wonder. A smile that could block out the sky itself with its radiance was shown before the maid as she gazed down at the boy she'd fallen so hard for. ISSEI. How is any of that possible? I can't say I've ever seen such a clear sky. To which a laugh could be heard from behind her as Drake finally spoke up. Simply because he's seen it as clear as day itself. This is the sight he saw as he first experienced how to use his ability. Breathtaking, isn't it? I couldn't fully see it when it first happened. But I don't think any of my travels have revealed a more beautiful sight. I can see how this would grant him such a grand epiphany of his abilities. There was a genuine sincerity not often heard from the Red One's words that resonated on a personal level with the maid as she too spoke. You aren't kidding. This is a sight money could never buy, and I am beyond enthralled that you would share this with me and Drake, ISSEI. Also, to you Drake, thanks for your respect. Even though I know you wish to hold your partner too to help him through this, I couldn't personally understand how close you two were until now. This place is strange, as I can feel both his thoughts and feelings along with your own. I was raised and taught that dragons are beings of selfish and endless pride, but I couldn't disagree more in your case. You're closer to him than an actual father could be. This may seem abrupt to say, but thanks from the bottom of my heart for helping the boy through so much. Shocked wouldn't even begin to explain the look upon the boy or dragon's faces. Her words struck a chord deeper than anything they'd ever heard, and for the first time in ISSEI's memory he saw the prideful dragon bow to her with what could only be described as a dragon's smile. I've been alive for a very long time, Grayfia. This is the first time within memory that I have physically been thanked rather than scorned outside of ISSEI. I shall take my leave for now and allow you two to talk one-on-one, but before I go, I will say this. The boy is hurting. He's hurt worse than I think anyone could be without committing suicide from the sheer pain of it all. Those words hung very heavy in the air as a shadow seemed to cover ISSEI's face. He knew in that moment that Drake was going to tell her exactly what needed to be said, even if it hurt to hear, and once more the Welsh dragon spoke with a sincerity to his voice. He's scared, Grayfia. Terrified, honestly. He doesn't know what to do, and he doesn't know how to communicate it to anyone. The only reason I'm even aware of this is the fact I can feel it all. I always have been able to, but I couldn't find the words to talk to him about it. The things he felt when he was in that room with Sirzech terrified me, because if he was in his own body at that moment, he would have done it. That said, I felt something else that I didn't quite understand until you came here before me. I fully understand now why I felt that you'd be the perfect mate for the boy. If anyone can save his shattering heart, it's going to be you and the four who went for food. The being would let out the strongest a laugh, as what was once a shadow across ISSEI's face had turned into the most violent blush that the dragon had ever seen, openly wheezing as he breathed fire between laughs. Even after something so heavy was said, he could see he was right, judging by his partner's reaction, in which the male would fly off into the distance, clearly giving them their privacy now. The word, mate, clearly hung in the now racing Maid's mind. If there were anything in this world that could have broken her mind, it was clearly that word. She was reduced to a fumbling, stuttering mess as she stared down into the boy's eyes as they both tried to speak, visibly opening their mouth before shutting up just as fast, clearly unable to say a damn thing. This went on for a good 5 minutes before she just started laughing, with silver tears falling from her eyes, before simply saying, "Mate, huh? Comma." The tears once more were healing ISSEI. Turns out it doesn't have to be direct contact of his body. It just has to be within his vicinity, even in astral projection, something they'll discover later. As those words leave her lips, ISSEI began to squirm about, clearly trying to gain some distance, as she'd pull her arms around his waist, causing him to be stuck against her figure, staring up against her due to the pose they were in. She just held him there for a while, thinking over what she would say and how she wished to say it. As she began to speak with a soft, loving tone, her lips curled up into the first sincere smile of many he'd see. Her body seemed to radiate a gentleness and warmth that calmed the storm that was his very heart. I don't think I'd mind that too much, honestly. I couldn't see myself loving anyone as deeply as I've come to love you, ISSEI. Her voice grew quiet through her admission, and much to her surprise she could feel his arms wrapping around her with a strength she knew the boy had. But this was different, not filled with brutality in battle, not filled with the strength to move mountains as she knew he could. This hug was filled with emotion and purpose. He was letting her feel everything he was thinking. The desire to protect her, the desire to stay close to her, the desire to finally move on from all of the pain he's felt this entire time. And this was a sincere will to change that was unmovable, strength that could rival Atlas himself, lifting the weight of the world. Looking down after she'd spoken those words, his eyes had an interesting light to them she'd never seen before in all the time she'd known him. Not even when he spoke of his old perverse hobbies. His voice rang out with a certain clarity, as if he'd found the answers to the very universe itself. The tone carried the deepest of adoration before shifting to a more serious tone, letting her know to listen good and well. Fia, I can honestly say this, I love you. I will always love you, and there is not a force in this world that can change that. Please listen to what I have to say, as I don't think I'll be able to do this a second time. When I was first brought back from dying, a lot went wrong with that. Rias never once addressed the trauma I had gone through. They hadn't even properly removed some of the shards of the light spear that was inside of me, to the point I had phantom pains from that for actual months. During all of that, I was constantly called a pervert, being belittled and doubted by those around me in school. Constantly assaulted verbally, emotionally, and sometimes physically, though I don't hold it against the Kendo Club and plan to apologize to Murayama and Kates. I did a bunch of stupid shit, as all I could think of was breasts. I was a horrendous pervert, and I know I need to correct that. Some perversion is fine, but I don't think I'll openly show that anymore. Don't get me wrong, it's not like I think I can stop that entirely, but I've let so many fucking people down. My actual parents, Drake, myself even. I need to work on it all. There was a very pensive look across his face as he decided where to continue from there. Back to when I first died, I had gone on a date. And honestly, I think it was the best time I'd ever had. She was kind, even if she killed me in the end. I noticed something. When we met next, she faked a lot of what she said while holding back tears. She didn't want to kill Asya. I don't know how to explain it, but I could feel what she was feeling. Like there was a physical connection there. If she were still alive, I'd like to talk to her and apologize for this whole mess, and hear her out. A small hint as to what he planned to do, Grayfia certainly didn't miss a beat as she replied. Well, you have the ability to do so now, don't you? You can probably go visit the new Hades. There was a puzzled look across ISSEI's face hearing those words as he'd reply. Wait, new Hades? What the hell happened to the one I met? Which led to a pretty amused smirk across Grayfia's face. Well, simple put. He picked a bad fight with Athena. She actually killed him and he was forcibly reborn as a woman who's honestly far less of a bitch than one might imagine. The look ISSEI was giving her could paint 1,000,001 words as she chimed out. Also, they invited you to come visit them after you're done in here. So, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't mind you dropping by, you know. This news had prompted a response neither of them could have imagined. ISSEI had begun to cry silver tears, but something very interesting had happened. The ring that Grayfia wore seemed to rise out of her attire, floating gently in the air between them as the tears worked around the band, seemingly covering every inch of it for a moment, as it began to form against the unadorned ring, forming a brilliantly detailed silver lotus. It was then that ISSEI would let out a soft chuckle, simply saying, "Fitting, no. A small fact not many know about me, since I am usually written off as a hapless pervert, is I actually do study symbolism and mythology quite heavily. The meaning lotus flower meaning purity, strength, resilience, and rebirth. Within Hindu culture it would be transformation, purity, and enlightenment. It very heavily fits this current situation, as I'm openly changing and you've given me a chance to make amends with someone I so desperately wanted to." To hear ISSEI talking with such passion of something other than breasts certainly did catch the woman by surprise, but it was a very welcome surprise as she tittered down at him. "I see this man is full of surprises for me, no." There was a soft smile shared between the two of them as he'd continue speaking once again. Having shared such a wonderful moment, he seemed far calmer now, going through with what he had to say. His tone was still serious as he had a lot to discuss in regards to his own trauma, but there was a tone underneath of that letting her know he felt completely safe talking to her now. All of that went through, constantly being told to better myself and get stronger for someone's sake. He clearly wasn't going in any particular order and just listing a few things off. Then the fiasco with Asya, Freed, and Kokabeel. All that happened, which a small bit only you and Asya know, as I hid it well enough. I got stabbed pretty bad during that fight. Light spear straight through my shoulder. Hurt like fucking hell, and I kept fighting while bleeding out. It's why I truly collapsed at the end of the fight. It was a long night in the hospital, as Asya had noticed it, and forcibly called Azazel, who took me and her to the Grigori to heal me. Ironically, it was the very room I'm in now. He'd admit with a mild grimace and dark shadow over his face at the thought Rias hadn't even noticed the pain he was in. Once more he began to speak. Along with the bullshit with Riser. Giving an arm up. Constantly fighting stronger and stronger opponents, I drove myself forward by force and fear of losing those I found in this group, who I had come to love and adore. You know a majority of what I'd say beyond that, but there's some bits even Rias doesn't know. I was once contracted by fucking Artemis of all people, and we went on a very long date where she told me about why she doesn't trust men. It was her attempt to believe in men again, as she felt I was sincere enough to talk to and wouldn't judge her. She was the first person beyond Drake and yourself not to just judge me as a needless pervert. Go figure. The goddess who hates men, the goddess of virgins, gave me of all people a chance to talk to her about her deepest worries. The tone of his voice changed from when he was discussing his pain, and even the soft tone of when he discussed Artemis. There was a deep conviction and rage to his voice as he spoke of Rias. That Grayfia never could have imagined hearing until now, as he continued. And honestly, it left me wondering about quite a lot of things. Why was it I felt so at peace talking with her and the girls other than Rias before it dawned on me? I can't stand her petty bullshit. I can't stand her constantly being at odds with Akeno or any other girl who so much as shows me the time of day while she claims she's okay with a harem. Yet all she actively does is sabotage everyone around me. It's as if she's obsessed with ruining my day at every given fucking chance. ISSEI had genuinely spat out those last few words like they disgusted him to his very core, which in fact, spoilers, they did. Grayfia gave a small nod, clearly listening along, as she hadn't broke eye contact this whole time, examining his facial changes carefully, giving him a firmer hug here and there. Even letting her hand slowly stroke his head to calm him should he get too venomous, as she needed him calm, even if her own heart was a raging storm. Hearing all of this. None of this was known to Grayfia, as Rias constantly lied during any report of her personal interactions with him and the other girls, something that she came to expect by now. But not to this extent. There was a repugnant pause as he let out the deepest sigh, clearly working his way down from that disgusted rage-filled state. He continued what he was saying, though there was still an obvious tone of disdain, if not outright repulsion. She constantly went out of her way to ruin any plans I had. Anytime I tried to take Akeno out somewhere, she'd miraculously drop in and ruin things. If I tried to kiss her, anytime I tried to talk to Murayama or Keitase about the past, she'd call me away, denying me the closure to talk to them, and they both noticed it too, going as far as calling her out on it. They even pulled me aside once and told me they forgave me. I still need to get back to them on that, though. He seemed to wince at the fact it had taken him this damn long to realize what he needed to do to fix things with them. I intend to fully tell them everything regardless of the consequences, and offer them to wipe their memories of the supernatural after the fact. This news definitely alerted Grayfia, who seemed to go into deep thought before responding in a way that would surprise the absolute hell out of Issei, as her tone was sincere. If you feel a need to, then do so. Just be aware that means you will be their direct protector. I'll get permission from Sirzech myself to stand by your decision. He was pretty openly staring at her jaw agape at what he just heard, as he was completely sure she'd tell him not to, that he'd get lectured about the rules and nature of the supernatural world, but instead here she was fully supporting him, which made him begin to sob, thanking her near silently over and over as she gently run a hand down his back, comforting her love as she spoke. Come on now, you couldn't think I would have gotten mad after all this, right? I trust you, I believe in you. If you think it's the right thing to do and you feel you can grow closer to them as a result of the truth being told, then why the hell not? Rules be damned, you deserve to be happy even if it's something that small. The brunette would nod twice, seeming to calm down as he'd move a hand up to wipe his own tears away, noting they weren't silver this time, which confused him as he talked with a quivering voice. Thanks Fia. I can honestly say you mean the world to me, and those were the words I needed to hear more than I think I really knew. I'll continue what I was saying now. He offered her a genuine smile before going back into it. Between all the events leading up to now, I was forced through a ton of bullshit by Rias. And I don't think my heart will ever desire her again. When I think of her I get so fucking angry. I realize something I wish I never had. She let me die. She fucking could have saved me, she could have warned me, she could have done fucking anything to have stopped Raynare and I from having to go through that pain. But she didn't. She chose to stay silent and let things that could have spared a fucking war transpire. I don't know if it was simple adoration or me being a stupid horny teen. But in the moment I truly didn't completely question the fact she saved me, and I regret that every day I go to bed. I began considering it around a day after Raynare was killed because my heart began to hurt in a way I cannot explain. It's like I'm still connected to her even after all of this time. So, I think I will take your advice on my next excursion outside of here to try and go see her in the afterlife. And I also need to have a long talk with Akeno, Koneko, Kuroka and Isaka later. I'll be bringing them here too to do so, but before all that. Hey, Fia. The maid seemed to cock her head to the side gently as if to ask him what he wanted to say, clearly waiting patiently only to be hellishly caught off guard as he slipped from the hug she had him in, as his hands found their way to either side of her face, gently caressing her cheeks as she felt it. A kiss deeper than she could have imagined in her wildest dreams, as his eyes drifted shut, just losing himself in the moment, with her following suit shortly after, just draping her arms across his broad shoulders, letting passion take flight with no regard for the time they'd spent there. Thankfully, in this space neither had to breath, or one of them would be unconscious right about now as the maid would muffle into it. A huge benefit to the mindscape is not needing to breath. I'm enjoying this far too much. There was a very coy smile across her face as she pulled away from that rather intense makeout session, with her eyes visibly lidded ever so subtly. I had to sadly put a stop to it there, lover boy, or I don't know where that would have gone. She cooed, seeing him turn 6 shades of red at once, as he nearly fell back just for her to catch him, looking as though they were about to perform one hell of a tango before they both just bust out laughing as she helped him to his feet. So, shall I get going and fetch the girls? Or did you want to explore where that kiss would go? She pretty vehemently was teasing her now as he'd give her a sultry wink in reply. Maybe I'll keep that saved for a nice rainy day by a fireplace. Fia. His tone was more than enough to turn her speechless, and cause her mind and heart to race in ways she could only have dreamed of, stuttering out a reply. Okay then, I'll hold you to that one day. Send me back, please. That last bit was whispered and honestly so shy that the brown-haired boy couldn't help but flash a true $1 million smile. He thought in that moment that she was the cutest woman in the world, causing him to remember the moment of the Griffin ride back from his first major victory. It felt more sincere than that to him, and that was the sheer moment he was convinced that Grayfia was the one who held the most stable place in his heart. Scene break. Around 9:20 p.m., the hospital cafeteria. With a small snap of his fingers, he sent her back to her body. As she got up with a start, clearly not used to that feeling, she muttered, "Geez. And I thought the first time I teleported was disorienting." She took a few moments to get her bearings as she'd remember everything that was said just before she came out, quickly turning a deep shade of red. She muttered under her breath, "Cheeky brat, I can't believe you're all that's on my mind now." Knowing damn well he heard her, as she looked over to the bed, seeing ISSEI was smiling from ear to ear in his sleep as she muttered a few curses, walking out of the hospital room towards the dining area. She did her best to control her expressions, finding it near impossible to do so as the girls called out to her, openly questioning if she had a fever or something with their own set of sly grins. They knew better after all. Kuroka had reached off into a bag, pulling out a wrapped-up cold cut, tossing it over to the maid, who caught it, unwrapping the end and taking a bite of it as she'd sigh, slowly walking up to the table and taking a seat with them before thinking to herself for a bit on how to explain what she needed to. A small spell was cast by her, summoning some water into a glass, surprising the girls that she was casting while absent-mindedly thinking. A feat that wasn't exactly easy, as the black-haired Nekishu would call out, finally breaking her thoughts. "So, what's got you bothered?" There was no nya, no cat-like cadence, just genuine concern for her, which seemed to surprise her sister. This wasn't a tone she heard often, so the chatter at the table died down quickly as a small bubble once more was brought around the maid due to her new magic. All of them stared up at it in wonder for a moment before refocusing on Grayfia, who began to speak. "When we wrap up our meal, ISSEI is going to bring all 4 of you into his for lack of better words, inside of his mind. I believe he called it the Mindscape, coined by Drake and previous users of the boosted gear, which would cause a shocked yet excited expression from each of them. A fan-like sound began behind the 3 yokai, which could be heard audibly as their tails were all going a mile a minute, and Akeno began to cheer, which made the Silverette stop talking for a moment and just begin to laugh. She would call out to them after she stopped laughing, "You would think you all were just told the best news in the world. Though in hindsight, since you all feel the same way I do, it probably was the best news, eh?" She called out in a very coy tone, calling them all out on it as they all began to redden for a moment, but in an instant Koneko of all people called her out on something. "Wait, a feeling we all share with ISSEI. Grayfia. No, nigh it possible." There was a small cat-like cadence there at the end as Kuroka tried her best to stifle a laugh, knowing her younger sister didn't know she started doing it too before the realization hit her. Yasaka and Akeno all at once going wide-eyed as Koneko just had, earning a soft nod and a collective scream of "Holheyat!" That was loud enough to wake the damn dead. The woman of ice. The unmovable perfect queen. The woman voted least likely to ever find a man worthy of her time had finally broken every stereotype about her as she offered a soft and loving smile, having spoken about ISSEI. They even noticed the fact she had shortened his name in an endearing manner. This was news that would pretty genuinely shake the underworld without question. This time, it was Akeno to speak up. "Ara. ISSEI really has a way with women, doesn't he? Even through my deepest barrier he barreled through and took down each wall until I had no choice but to admit how I felt about him." Something that was a sentiment shared by 3 of them. Kuroka had pretty openly accepted him, but had to agree in a different way as she chimed in with a pretty serious tone, having thought this over heavily before speaking. "MH, something I don't think ISSEI ever told all of you was the adventure me and him went on when he was injured. There were 3 days when he didn't come back a few months ago, if you recall. I probably shouldn't tell you this as I know he'll be mad at me, but I'm no longer a stray devil because of his actions. He took me through the old lab my previous bastard of a master owned, and used a spell he created to search for anything tied to me in Shirin. He found all of the documentation of what he was doing and turned it into Sirzech's. And as of yesterday, I'm a free devil. I know this probably comes as a surprise, but I guess the cat's out of the bag on that one. He really chose to help me out," she'd say with a cheeky grin. The last bit was a string of puns just to mess with them, and they knew it from the deadpan expression the other 4 gave her before all of them got up from the table, just hugging her, a single resounding message being said by all. "Congratulations, you deserve peace." From Yasaka. "Congrats, kitty." From Akeno. "Good, it was about damn time." From Grayfia, which surprised her. And last but not least, Koneko began to cry out of sheer joy and pain, being let go through those tears which ran so heavily. Her tail was swaying from side to side as she'd squeeze her way into her sister's lap since she was sitting with her legs away from the table, clearly far too emotional in the moment, as her tail wrapped around her older sister's leg, just clinging to her, unable to bring herself to speak with how happy she was. It was a good few minutes before she calmed down, with Kuroka just snuggling around her, letting her let it all out. She could only imagine what was running through her head with all the pain over the years. There was a certain motherly look on the black cat as she stared down at the white-haired girl, slowly singing what sounded like a lullaby to calm her down. It was something Koneko fondly remembered but hadn't heard since they were last together the night before everything went to hell. She tried to dry her eyes, but the tears wouldn't stop as she spoke between sobs. It's been so damn hard. I thought you fucking hated me. I thought you lost your mind and killed our master for no reason. I didn't know what to do. I had no one I could turn to. Rias was there, but she could never understand what I was going through. Even then, she didn't really try to help. She left me to my own devices, and it led to me emotionally locking everyone out until a certain brown-haired dumbass we all loved forced his way in slowly. Everyone told me you were a problem, a monster, and hearing that about my sister hurt so much. I couldn't bring myself to believe them, but I saw it. I saw the rage in your eyes when you killed him. The way you burned his body even after he was dead. It scared me, sis. I never want to see you that angry again. But I think I knew and know it was for my sake. I could feel it in my heart, but the fear made me deny it. The amount of pain and sorrow conveyed in these words were enough to cause the temperature around them to drop. They were getting a small look into this small little cat's inner thoughts, and it sure as hell wasn't pretty, as she began speaking once again. When we met again at that party, and you told me you'd take me away from Ryasin. She stopped herself from speaking before beginning to turn a light shade of pink, as she'd reach up, gently slapping her cheeks to calm herself. No, not away from Rias Peerage, but away from ISSEI. That was the scariest thing I could imagine, was being away from him. Even if it meant I could be by your side and hear you out finally. Kuroka, I love you and I always will, but I can say he solely won my heart in a way I didn't think anyone could do. Even though I hate perverts, I couldn't imagine my life without him there. That fight with Eve, I was more scared than any time I've been in a fight. I was more scared than I was seeing you obliterate our prior master. That was the moment I knew where my heart chose to stay with him. The cat girl's eyes seemed to glow a soft gold rather than their usual dull, emotionless stare as she recounted this to her sister. I am so glad to have you back in my life, sis, and hearing that ISSEI is the reason that's possible. How could I not fall in love for him? A solemn nod was shared by the other three as Kuroka leaned in, gently nuzzling against her sister's face like a cat would, clearly having tears form at the corners of her eyes before resting her forehead against Koneko's, speaking softly to her. I get it, honestly, and I know it's a bit late to say this, but I'm back, sis. She would flash the most catty a grin as she'd slowly rise up from where she sat, gently rocking Koneko in her arms, having lifted her up along with the motion of her standing. I am not going anywhere ever again. So, please don't cry. It's not something I can handle. It was truly a heartfelt and touching moment that the five of them got to share. Something no one and nothing could take from the women as they silently bonded through this. It would slowly go down the line at this rate as Akeno spoke up. I hated my father, my entire race, for what had happened. I thought he failed me and my mother, and the only person with the balls to give me a reality check was ISSEI. He told me I was fucking stupid for blaming everyone around me rather than trying to understand what really happened. As out of character for him as that was, he got mad at me for my sake. He held me tight as I tried to run away, as I tried to deny everything that he said. As I tried to recede back into my own delusions and brought me out of them by force. He even promised me to one day find a way to bring my mother back, which I'm pretty sure if anyone can work that miracle it will be him. She'd nod twice in a damn near sagely manner as they all looked at her with a mix of awe and shock that ISSEI would actually cuss her out like that. The one most surprised was Yasaka, as she'd only ever seen him be the sweetest boy she could imagine. And last but not least, Yasaka began to speak. He saved my life, he treats my daughter as his own child, and I've actually seen some pretty cute interactions between the two. Kunu originally thought she was in love with him until she realized that he's more like an actual father to her. I don't talk about it often because it pains me, but her father walked out on us when she was very young. No one knows where the bastard is these days, but I'm pretty sure he died during a fight, as I felt a very sharp pain one of our kind feels when a loved one dies. I never told my daughter for obvious reasons, but ISSEI knows, and that evening when we were alone, he told me he'd be her father if it was welcome. As she recounted that night, she had the darkest of blush across her face. I know that he said it because I was hurting. I know that he said it because he genuinely loves Canoe. But that was the moment my defenses towards him completely shattered. How could I not love the man who outright offered to adopt my child and treat me better than royalty could do since you're so damn beautiful? I will give you and your daughter the entire world if you asked it of me. In his exact words with such a radiant and innocent smile, but with eyes that burned with such fire that I knew he meant every word. Is there any woman in this world who could turn a man like that down? She mused to herself, her tails visibly swaying from side to side in a near hypnotic fashion as her ears rested against the top of her head, clearly embarrassed to be talking about this as she whispered to herself. It's practically a marriage proposal, no? To which all of the girls slowly nodded at once, confirming two things. They had heard what she whispered, and B, they completely agreed with her on that, personally wishing to hear something to that effect themselves before Grayfia went to speak with her drink to her lips, only to choke on her drink when she realized what she was about to say out loud. Oh dear gods and devils, I almost admitted that he basically did to me. Which raised a few eyebrows, but Yasaka gave a knowing grin. That reaction couldn't have been anything else but what she had on her mind, so seems the boy made his move on her too, she mused to herself in that devious foxy mind of hers before cooing out. Oh, so it's like that, is it, Grayfia? Earning a truly nuclear blush from the maid. As sharp as the other girls were, they didn't quite pick up on it until the silver-haired maid sighed and spoke honestly. You are indeed correct. Issei came to me with his new Sacred Gears ability when we were all asleep earlier this morning, which is when he more or less told me everything he felt for me. He was so sincere and genuine, it felt like my icy heart had completely thawed and I couldn't fight those feelings back even if I wanted to anymore. He stole my heart like a perfect bandit. She would admit, wearing the softest of smile. We talked about everything, both in my dreams and in his mind. We both let everything out, every bit of pain, sorrow, concern and fear. I came to understand him far deeper than I thought I ever did, and he did with me. And the words he said before I came here, just, if this were a romance story, I would have married him on the spot, as she recounted it to them verbatim. Fia, I can honestly say this, I love you. I will always love you, and there is not a force in this world that can change that. As she simply asked to them, what woman in this world would be able to resist hearing that from the man she loves? A sentiment I feel all of us share with him. Once more earning quite a few nods and blushes as someone finally brought it up. The small white cat finally said what needed to be said. No matter what happens, I'm not giving up on him. I am willing to share him with all of you if that is okay with you too. Naya. Her tail had uncoiled from her sister's legs, slowly swaying behind her, as she looked around at all of their pensive expressions, waiting for an answer before, to her surprise, they all answered at the same time. Works for me. Which caused Koneko's ears to fold down over her head and give a weird yet serious glare at them all. Don't do that again, that was weird as hell. There had been no communication on the reply, but it was the same for all of them, which caused a large amount of laughter to be had from the serious yet weird stare she gave them. It was too cute for words. With that, the pretty damn serious conversation had wrapped up along with their meals as they'd let out contented sighs, clearly having gotten everything off their minds, sharing a newfound sisterhood amongst themselves. Grayfia would snap her fingers, gently bringing down the barrier as Koneko hopped out of her sister's arms, gently blushing, realizing she'd been there this whole time, only to get a soft smile from her sister, clearly having enjoyed being able to hold her, as the white cat would point to the door. Oh, let's get going, shall we? She'd stutter out, clearly embarrassed, before hastily making her way to the door and out of the room, causing the other four to once more laugh and titter at the action, Yasaka quipping. As mature as she may be, she's still so innocent. Issei would have had a field day with that one. Earning a few nods as they all made their way out after clearing the table of trash. Scene break. Around 10:30 p.m., Issei's hospital room. The girls had all returned. Koneko was seen by Issei's side, gently kissing his cheek, much to the other girls' collective surprise as they peeked through the window, making sure they didn't get caught, as Kuroka had swiftly hidden their presence with Senjutsu, wanting to give the younger girl her time alone with him, but they all still felt a need to spy on her, curious of what she had planned, as they could hear her faintly. Thanks for everything, Issei. Sis told me that you saved her. I can't say this in front of her, but I went there a few times when I was first brought under Rias, digging through the debris, trying desperately to find anything I could to prove her innocence. I know you can hear me and all, but please keep this a secret between us, okay, my Prince of Kuo? The four of them all definitely caught that last bit with varying smirks or grins across those beautiful visages. And so, they chose to wait a while before entering, giving them the time alone they deserved, seeing her gently snuggled down against his stomach, weightlessly holding him tight. The nurses, who knew they should have said something, chose not to disturb the girl. Around 5 or so minutes later, Kuroka had finally dispelled her senjutsu in a way that made it feel like they were just leaving the cafeteria and making their way there, and as they'd reached the window to her senses, she got up quickly, making her way over to the couch with a deep blush across her face. The four made their way over to her on the couch, simply apologizing to her. "Sorry, we got a bit caught up talking at the door. Did we make you wait too long, Koneko?" Grayfia would chime out, being the only one who'd honestly get away with the lie with her, as she knew the others far too well. Something she wouldn't be able to get away with in the future. She only mumbled something incoherent under her breath, clearly unable to calm herself down as steam rose off the top of her head, with her face in her hands, doing her best to hide away from them, worried they had seen her. They did indeed see it, but chose not to push the issue, as Issei's voice seemed to call out. "Hey, thanks all for giving me an hour or so to recharge. Enough for this. Did you enjoy your meal?" Which all of them seemed to peer up at Issei. Even Koneko, who was still hidden between her fingers, was visibly peeking out, unsure if he could actually see how they looked currently. "Yes, hi indeed. It was hospital food, Naya, from Kuroka obviously. I'd prefer you." The last one was far bolder than the rest. Obviously Akeno, who was licking her lips with a sadistic smirk, seeing the rest of their reactions was priceless to her, and earned a hell of a laugh from Issei inside his mind. "Hey, Grayfia, I'll be calling them inside for now, okay? Make sure they don't fall over on the couch or anything. If anyone asks, they're just taking a nap. I don't want anyone to know I can do this yet. And send a message to the new Hades that I'll be a day or so before I can meet them. I will need to save a lot of energy up for that." What sounded like the snap of fingers could be heard as 4 silver beams, only visible to the 5 there, shot out once more, doing what had happened with Grayfia the first time. They were brought into the mindscape. The biggest difference this time was they could all see Drake in his full size staring down at them behind Issei, who looked more like a mob boss than anything else in that moment, as he was sitting in what looked like a replica of Sirzech's desk for effect in a large school office, giving them a playful wink. "Thought this would be a fun way to greet all of you. Welcome to the mindscape. Well, mine specifically, we have a lot to discuss." Around 10:35ish p.m., Issei's mindscape. Issei would slowly rise up from the desk he found himself sitting at, making his way over to the 4 women, only to get absolutely pounced on unapologetically by the 4. Akeno, Kuroka, Koneko, and Yasaka all clung to him on one side or another, physically smothering the poor man, clearly beyond enthralled to be able to hug him without risk of hurting him in the hospital bed. "We've missed you," was a collective notion said in many ways as he'd slowly turn in a circle, either giving them an individual hug or soft-spoken words of thanks for them being there by his side the whole time, before he sighed, gently separating them from him after a good few minutes. He began to speak with a sincere and mature tone they honestly were surprised by, to a point. The only one less so was Kuroka, as she's seen this side of him in private. "There is much we have to discuss. First and foremost, Koneko and Kuroka. Thanks for respecting my wishes and not straight up going to kill Rias on the spot. That was a hell of an aura of murderous intent. It actually gave me chills in a coma." They both would give a small nod before letting out an audibly kneeling sigh. First to answer was Kuroka. "After everything you've done for me, Issei, you can understand my immediate rage, I'm sure. Though, seeing my sister completely on the same page surprised me. I know you two have history, but it sincerely freaked me out, seeing Shirin so mad." That cat-like cadence surely didn't go unnoticed by the brunette, as he'd let out an honest laugh, reaching out, slowly stroking her head as the black cat began to audibly purr far louder than she intended, blushing heavily. Taking in such a cute sight, the younger of the two would giggle. Then Koneko began to speak too, but her tone was much softer, a true hint of kindness and love to it, alongside the thinnest veiled tone of regret. "Much like you, sis, I too might have used the request to ask a few favors of him. I wanted to get to know him early on because he was nothing like what he showed around the school. I think the term wearing a mask would be the best way I could put it. It's one of the few things I wished I had picked up on sooner. For all the skill I thought I had in senjutsu, I couldn't see past it." She took a moment, tears clearly forming at the corners of her eyes, as Issei reached over, gently wiping them away as she offered him a soft smile that made her sister do a genuine double take. It was like staring at her younger sister when they were still kids. Something she didn't expect to see again, as she silently thanked Issei. He wasn't nearly as simple as people took him for, so he keyed into it, gently ruffling the black cat's hair as he continued to listen. He knew this was something the 4 of them needed to do before he'd give them such insane news. After a moment, the Silverette began to speak in a somber and obviously nostalgic tone. "I thought he was a pervert, an idiot, and an enemy to women. But we went many places. He took me to the aquarium. He stopped guys from hitting on me or trying to mess with me. Like, he genuinely beat the hell out of 6 guys before he even had an idea of how to use the boosted gear properly. No combat training or anything, just a sheer desire to protect me. The white cat was rambling with a soft smile on her face that seemed to drop into a frown as her next words came out choked. Which made me regret not helping him the first time I saw him crying after getting beaten by the kendo team for something he didn't do. I knew I should comfort him, he looked just like me. Scared and alone after realizing the two he thought were his friends completely abandoned him. The poor Nekish's face gave off nothing but sheer agony and regret. She clearly hated herself for how she had acted after reflecting on this for so long. This happened long after that trip to the aquarium, but she chose to stay stone-faced and avoid the issue. She was very obviously breaking down over her own actions and regrets. This was a sin she chose to lay bare and get out of the way so she could take a step forward. Much to everyone's surprise, Drake's voice called out in the distance as he could directly feel what she was going through inside of here. A feeling of regret he could align himself with due to the past. Issei, however, didn't seem upset at all, just gently pushing Kuroka aside as he strode up to the girl who was slowly shrinking down, making herself small as he'd lift her up out of that, refusing to let her try to lock herself away. "Hey, my favorite white kitten, look at me, okay?" Hearing those words, a crimson blush definitely had strewn across the visage of the girl as she peeked up between her fingers with those beautiful golden pools. "Issei, you're not mad?" To which he shook his head gently from side to side, leaning and kissing her on the forehead, speaking softly as he'd rest his head against her own. "If I were that petty, I don't think we ever could have been friends from all the times I noticed you watching me in the distance. I never held it against you as it's not something you could have emotionally handled. You were my friend and that meant more to me than you could have known. None of you could have known how close I was to ending myself before I met all of you, or the impact you all had on me, because I never talked about it." That last sentence came out as a mild scream of sheer pain as he pulled himself together after a moment. The small girl clinging to him tighter than ever before. It was one of his own regrets laid bare for all to hear. A true hell of a bombshell just dropped, with all of them going wide-eyed. Many a pained gasp being heard and plenty of tears were shed in that moment as his voice went softer, clearly aiming to comfort the small woman. There was endless love carried on the tone directly to her ears as he spoke slowly to make sure she could hang on to every word, talking to her as if no one else were listening. "You stayed and watched over me even while your heart broke watching me cry. I could tell you were there, so I wasn't truly alone, and I knew that. It's why I hugged you so damn tight the next day. Thanks, my white cat. Just as much as you watched me, I watched you and grew to understand you." It was like a weight had lifted from her mind as a deep gasp could be heard. She honestly never had considered anything of the sort. Sure, he could spot her from a crowd for some reason as he began to key into her presence, but she never thought he actively looked for her. He was slowly freeing them of any trauma they had gone through over time, just as he had for Grayfia, and she had done for himself. This wasn't the same perverted boy they had all come to know and love. This was a man who'd do anything for those he came to love. Something they all heavily respected. And, as this conversation wrapped up, the small white cat just clung to his side for a good 40 minutes or so. They all had a lot to discuss as he said his final piece before things would become far less heavy for the moment. "And to the rest of you, thanks beyond words for being a part of my life. I don't think I would have been here without all of your support." Those words lead to probably the largest group hug possible for a good long while. And so, this went on for a while as they all poured their hearts out and talked about everything and nothing all at once, moving past many traumas and shared many happy memories. Scene break. Skull and Crossbones. Around 11ish p.m., Issei's mindscape. All the tittering and chittering between all of the girls and Issei had finally come to a stop as he gently raised a hand up to speak, a somewhat comical gesture as if this were a classroom, which brought their attention completely onto him. He'd snap his fingers, summoning in a small table with exactly 6 chairs as he'd go to take a seat, having a lot on his mind before he just sighed. "Well, I was informed of a ton of interesting news. One of the biggest is that Hades got killed and reincarnated to a woman, and no, before you ask, I don't think I'm going to even dream of attempting that one." He'd glare over to Kuroka as if reading her mind as she'd keep leading to her, laughing. "Naya, you got me there, I guess." The boy would let out a defeated sigh as he was clearly trying to take this remotely serious, slapping his cheeks to get himself back into the swing of things. "I have began slowly figuring out Eve's sacred gear. For whatever reason, unlike when I first got the boosted gear. I knew after an epiphany of everything it can currently do and was informed it will grow as time and experience come into play, much like the boosted gear, which lead to me theorizing I can probably customize the boosted gear based on my influence. To say the reactions around the table were surprised wouldn't do it justice. If Azazel were here, he'd be screaming for joy of such a revelation, which is exactly why he kept it to himself until now. He once more went into detail to the girls. The gear's title is the Serpent's Domain, more than likely tying into the story of the snake that gave Eve the knowledge leading to the falling out with the Big G man himself. That being said, it has some very strange abilities tied to the cosmos itself. Take a look. As he finished saying that, he'd snap his fingers. The world above once more turned into a blanket. Had seen the very beauty of space, bringing wonder and amazement to all at the table. In the distance, they were pretty sure they could see Drake doing backflips, messing with zero gravity, which lead to a collective sweat drop over all of their heads as Koneko just mumbled, "Stupid fucking dragons." A sentiment she was sure Ophis shared from a conversation they had a while back. As fun a distraction as this was, they all refocused down to ISSEI, who could be very plainly seen sighing as he too quietly spoke. "I guess I need to leave that on for a bit so he can have fun. He's been asking for a while now, not like it burns any energy." There was a pretty defeated look across ISSEI's face and a shared pity across the women's, as they knew what it was like to put up with everyone's antics at some point or another. "Okay, back on topic," the brown-haired boy would call out as he began to list off what he had learned so far. "First on the list, I can perform astral projection. To a limited extent, I can impact the world much like a poltergeist would. I'm definitely going to make a few left shoes go missing eventually if someone pisses me off. Throwing that out there here and now, but yeah? I'm able to teleport around with it, which is how I discovered the bullshit with Rias before all of you did." He had a solemn look across his face for a moment, though he kept speaking. "We'll revisit this as it's going to tie into the major point of this meeting here soon enough. The second of the list is the Silver Tears. They have the ability to heal me and accelerate the presumed 3 months it would have taken me to wake up from this coma. Interestingly enough, if they're shed inside the mindscape, they still affect me, which still puzzles me. But only within my own mind. It doesn't work if I'm visiting one of you, which, again, astral projection is neat. I can invade dreams. Third, I can knock a single target unconscious temporarily to invade their dreams by force. It's a bit more forceful, but it also burns a ton of energy, so I don't think I can freely abuse this. Kind of wish I had it to help Serorg earlier with his mother though." A sentiment he was sure they could understand as he looked pensive on the fourth bit he wanted to speak to them about. "Fourth, I have a theory that the Silver Tears are tied to the Incan goddess of the moon. Every time someone has shed them, I felt a woman watching over me from afar, so might be physically taking a trip to the moon later via astral projection. That's definitely on the checklist. Fifth, I will be going to visit Murayama and K-Taste in their dreams to inform them of everything. I also need to say hi to Abe Senpai. I think Grayfia will be sent to pick them up and join you all in the Grigori to get acclimated to the whole supernatural. It's something we discussed between the two of us, and I feel it's only right to do as I've kept them shut out for far too damn long. There's a lot to explain in that choice, but I won't go over it for now. I'll talk about it once they are actually here." And sixth, and probably the most important bit, doubling back into the first point I needed to make. I am going to visit Hades for a multitude of reasons. One that will probably shock all of you, and one that makes more sense. She herself inquired I come speak with her, so after all this is said and done in the next 2 days I'll be going to talk to her. He seemed to pause, debating if he should openly discuss this next part, but he had decided to be completely honest with them as they trusted him and saw he was trying to change. I will be going into Hades' domain to have a long talk with Raynare, the one who started all of this by technicality. I won't be dissuaded in this. 1. To say the silver-haired cat girl's eyes couldn't get any wider, nor could the expression of horror spread any deeper across Akeno's face, wouldn't do that moment justice, as they both grew very quiet. The other two there seemed confused, and it was a plain as day as Issei would clarify. "So, Kuroka, Yasaka, as I don't know if I ever told you. The way I got reincarnated, Raynare killed me, though I don't think it was completely by choice. There is a ton of evidence around that idea. And I want to forgive her. I am going to find a way to make amends with my past, no matter how painful it may be. It's time I take a step forward instead of sitting here too terrified to face those nightmares. Rias never did anything for me towards the trauma. She didn't even properly remove the light spear from me when she revived me, so I had phantom pains from that for months. Again, please don't go after her over this. They could see it right before their very eyes. The boy who not too long ago was hopelessly perverted and naive was maturing and doing what needed to be done to accept it all. Silver tears began to pour from all four of them like a waterfall, and in the distance of this space they could see a sight that confirmed his thoughts. The moon itself was shining a deep silver. One by one they began to speak through sobs. Yasaka spoke first. "Issei, if I knew you went through any of that I would have brought you to Kyoto more to help heal you with senjutsu." She stared down at the boy with a mix of pride and pain to her motherly gaze. "You will always have a home here in my arms, if this is what you feel and need to do. Then I fully support you. Be safe on your journey and please don't risk harming yourself further. If things go poorly with the girl, come talk to us this time, okay? You aren't alone." Then, it was Akeno who spoke. Why didn't you tell me? I could have helped heal your wounds. I wouldn't have been upset in the slightest if you had come to me." She wasn't necessarily upset nor asking for an answer, it was completely rhetorical, as she was more impressed than anything that he could make it through all of this alone. "I completely agree with Yasaka's sentiment, Grayfia, and the rest of us will be your rock if you need us here." Koneko was the next to chime in. Her words were quiet, as she was still processing everything. "I am not fond of the woman who hurt you, but I could feel the pain emanating from her, as she flew off after attacking you. I can confirm, at least from my perspective, there was far more going on. Rias wouldn't let me tell you this. That's one of the reasons I think I snapped when I first heard what she had said. She's a selfish, spoiled princess who did nothing right by you." Shocking everyone at the table, there was a dark venom to those words. As she shook, calming herself down, she finished out what she had to say. Sorry, I get a little explosive these days. I need to work on that." "And I agree. You should go take care of what you need to do. Who knows, Mr. Miracle Worker, you might even bring her back with you. Just like you helped my sis." Kuroka was the last to go, didn't speak immediately, as she was still reeling from the tone of voice her younger sister just put forth, seemingly in complete shock that Shirin could get that angry. Issei had to reach across and gently nudge her shoulder to snap her out of it, as she'd audibly let out a small eep sound which definitely lightened the mood. She was much more long-winded as she had sat there pensively even after being snapped out of it for a minute or two, a very concerned look crossing over that usually carefree visage. "Oh, my bad. I don't quite know what to say here. If the lack of catty cadence or lack of puns is anything to go off of, for once I'm honestly at a complete loss. I can't blame you for wanting to let go of the past. It's all I wanted for so very, very long. But the idea of going to visit the one who killed you worries me, as it might reignite some very violent pains in your chest, risking heart problems in your actual body and trauma to attack your nerves." She had clearly put far more than a slight thought into it, as she nodded to herself, beginning to prattle on once more. "So, during that visit I want you to set up some kind of signal before it begins, okay? Me, Yasaka, and Shirin will be actively using senjutsu on your body to prevent any kind of shock that would draw you back too quickly. This is something you need after all. We need you to be okay too, my love." There was a moment of silence as everyone's eyes were on Kuroka, none more so than Issei, as he had steam rising above his head. Then came the moment of realization, as the black cat had actually turned the deepest of crimson when she realized what she had called him. It had just slipped out while she was rambling on, and she actually straight up face planted in her arms, hiding away. "Fuck," was all she said, which caused everyone at the table to start losing it. Whistling and cheering. She finally admitted it to him face to face. Was all Koneko would say, with a sing-song tone, clearly yelling it to the heavens above to mess with her, as Drake added insult to injury, breathing a mix of fireballs into the night sky, which put on a hell of a fireworks show, all along the lines of "just married," or joking gestures like that, quickly causing a tower of steam to rise up above all of them. In the distance, as far as he was away, they could see it plain as day. The fucking Welsh dragon was pointing and laughing, as his eyes could see in vivid detail of how red he had turned them all, calling out to them, "Well damn, here I thought great red scales were the deepest hue I'd ever see." To which Drake quickly learned just how much control over his soul he had. To say Issei took it out on him was, well, judging by the fact Drake was now falling in an infinite loop, getting slapped with pillows, should say the least. It didn't stop the dragon from laughing his ass off, even if he was getting nauseous. After what felt like hours to the poor dragon of domination, Issei relented and created a massive bed for the poor dude to sprawl out on. He couldn't tell up from down anymore, and the girls all made a personal note to never get on his bad side seeing that. At the end of the meeting they all sort of got up as Issei had motioned for it, as a snap once more rang out, calling the table and chairs away as he pulled them all in one by one into a massive hug, softly speaking down to them. "Thanks all for trusting me and understanding what I need to do. I could never ask for better loved ones. I will be actively resting my powers for the next 2 days, but if you want to talk, all you really have to do is think deeply about me and it should open a connection to me. I set up a spell for it that uses Drake's energy rather than my own with his permission. Off to the side they could see the dragon's right front limb raise up as if giving a thumbs up, still dizzy as hell as they'd fade out one by one from that space after getting a sincere kiss each. Something none of them were prepared for. With a soft chuckle shared between Drake and ISSEI, he'd go and join the massive dragon as he sat on the edge of the bed. It's been a hell of a journey so far, hasn't it, partner? To which he got a somewhat still dizzy response. Indeed it has, you've grown so much I could never be more proud of you, but do me a solid, okay ISSEI. Never fucking do what you just did again, thanks. This led to both of them just erupting into the deepest of laughter, as they both drifted off to sleep. 4. Scene break. May 3rd around 1 a.m. the next day, within the hospital room. Grayfia walked in, having dealt with plenty of paperwork and various issues alongside Azazel at this point, spotting the 4 girls all with a serenity all their own on that massive couch as she'd let out a soft chuckle, going to join them in what more or less has become their group bed for the moment, as she'd sink down into the group, still having her spot in the middle open. A gesture the 4 had tried to preserve from the night before. A single thought had gone through her head before she seemed to drift off to sleep almost instantly. Stay safe. ISSEI. We're all rooting for you to get through this and come out better. And, alongside the soft music playing due to it being nighttime, the girls all finally came to a restful state. Once more, a few pictures were snapped by the various doctors and nurses and sent to ISSEI's private phone as well as Azazel. Scene break, time skip. May 5th, around 2 p.m., the very same hospital room. The girls had taken turns returning home to freshen up over the past few days and brought a few personal items to the hospital so they could use the facilities better. No one really seemed to mind. Azazel even modified the room with a spell to give them a pocket dimension of a closet to store any necessities or outfits to change into, as they'd be there for the foreseeable future. The couch itself was even turned into a pull-out bed due to the expanded room allowing for it. All that aside, the time was finally starting up as Azazel walked in, knowing that ISSEI's power should be near back to full now. Within the next 30 minutes or so he'll be beginning a very long journey. He'd sigh pretty audibly, bringing an instant reply from ISSEI using telepathy that rang out loud enough for everyone in the room to hear it, snapping their attention to him. Sensei, it'll be fine. I know why you're worried. I can tell when you're overthinking things. You may hide it well, but the way you walk tells it all. I've paid close attention for years, as I see you as another father to me, Azazel. This admittedly made the man tear up, as did the girls and a few nurses in the room. He held it together better than most, silently listening and waiting for what his student had to say. I set up a few spell failsafe should something go wrong. The first of 3 is the ring Grayfia wears. It will begin to glow a mix of green and silver should something be very wrong. The reason for the silver is the lotus that rests atop it now. He seemed embarrassed to explain that bit, but he kept talking without missing a beat. If that happens, I set up a summoning spell that will bring me back to my body directly, so there's no chance of getting hurt. This drew a nod from Azazel as ISSEI continued to speak. The second failsafe I have in place is the 3 of them out there. When the meetup with Raynare finally happens, I am going to have them actively channeling senjutsu into my body to prevent any violent outbursts that could risk me hurting myself, since I'm in a bed with needles and all attached to me, Yasaka, Koneko, and Kuroka. I am counting on you. A simply "Hi" rang out from all 3 of them. And the third and most important thing, if someone tries to attack my body or harm any of you while I am away, I have set up a few people to watch over all of you. Valley is on that list along with Ophis. So if anyone's stupid enough to try attacking you all, I actually feel bad for them. With that, Azazel actually took a step back in utter shock to hear those words. Wait, how the fuck did you convince Valley? I get the infinite dragon god wanting to help you. But Valley Lucifer, are you entirely sure about that? You could almost see the shrug ISSEI put forth from his mind as he'd casually replied to his teacher after a brief silence, thinking of how to answer this without getting in trouble. We are on decent speaking terms, weirdly enough. I helped him find his mother by chance, and we more or less decided to throw away the whole red versus white bullshit that has been going on, and have called peace between the 2 of us. Casual spars are fine, but nothing to the death. I honestly do many things when no one is looking, if you all haven't caught on to that by now. One could almost see the cheeky grin and smarm that ISSEI was putting out as once more the governor of the fallen let out a soft chuckle. I see. I am proud of you, my boy. You've done so much and grown so strong. Both physically, mentally, and emotionally. I can't wait to see what this trip does for you next." A sentiment that was obviously shared by the women as a set of smiles filled the room as they called out, "Be safe, okay, ISSEI." Only followed up with a simple reply. "When have I ever done anything risky? I won't even joke and say that as we know it's risky to begin with. But I promise you all I'll be as safe as I can be. I'll see you all soon, okay? Once I'm back. I want to bring you all into the mindscape for a party, both to celebrate the fact I actually stopped the Trihexa and to new beginnings with the 5 of you, and probably a few others. We will see in time, won't we, my cute lovers?" Those last few words seemed to cause them to radiate a warmth that even Azazel felt. It was similar to the feeling being near Gabriel. Something one couldn't quite explain unless they felt it themselves as they saw it happen this time. ISSEI's figure seemed to slowly raise off of himself, waving to them with his usual radiant smile, waving at them before going off on this journey. Be it style points or what have you, his teleport was far different from what they're used to seeing as he jumped forward through what looked like a rift in space-time. Azazel only said one single thing with a genuine laugh. "Show off." As he'd give a small nod to the girls who occupied themselves reading or talking among themselves, knowing it'd be a long wait. Scene break. May 5th, still time unknown, a serene garden. The boy had followed the instructions given to him by Grayfia, but to say he was confused would be the world's greatest understatement. In front of him were rows upon rows of flowers of every kind imaginable. Honestly, the last sight you'd ever expect to see going to greet the Lordess of the underworld. He slowly made his way down a path that seemed to be paved in gold, quite literally for around a mile-long walk, giving him plenty of time to think of how he'd greet the new goddess, though he did stop a few times to admire the flowers, even smelling them a time or two. He wasn't quite in a rush after all, and it'd be such a shame not to enjoy such a beautiful scene. The entire time, he could feel eyes on him, obviously being observed by the all-for-honor-mentioned goddess in what felt like a positive light. A little more than a 15-minute walk beyond that point, and he had reached what could only be described as a pavilion made of roses that had no thorns. A small crystal table set out in the very center with 2 chairs, one that was occupied by arguably the single most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Their skin was the palest of porcelain or alabaster in hue. A brilliant draping of silver and black locks ran down her back and between her feet from the seat itself. Her eyes that locked with his were brilliantly deep sapphires that shone with much desire to speak with him, as a single finger would slowly call him forward. With every step he noticed something that did indeed catch his eye. At first he thought she was barely 5 feet 6, but as he drew closer the woman seemed to tower over him. Even seated she was well over 6 feet 11. He couldn't imagine how tall she actually was, as his jaw was pretty openly agape for a moment. The male, not wanting to be disrespectful, shook his head to straighten himself out, causing an almost angelic giggle to ring out as a voice called out, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Welcome to my domain, Sekurute, no, Issei Hyodo. I do apologize for calling you here so abruptly, especially while you're rather indisposed outside of walking as a spirit, it seems. What exactly are you doing to appear before me? This is my personal garden. Even Persephone has to ask permission to come here to tend the flowers. The place I called you to greet me at was my home, but it seems you skipped a step there." His face said it all. He hadn't quite understood how he got there either, but another look overcame him as he managed to break away from her stare, something no mortal should be able to do, as he looked around, slowly spinning on his heel, taking in the view as he spoke from his heart. "As for how I arrived here, I happened to save the Trihexa, which turned out to be Eve from the Bible. At least that's what I think so far. She hasn't woken up to discuss that with her yet. And as for how I came here, I directly teleported based on the signature of your being, so to speak. I targeted the concept of what you are. Hades, not where you should be, but where you currently were. It's something I learned to do instinctively if I want to teleport to a specific person. It's hard to word, I'm not smart enough to do so, it seems." He'd admit pretty nonchalantly, as he was clearly struggling to explain it. To which, the goddess seemed pretty taken aback. "So, you're telling me you came here by physically zeroing in on me as a goddess, the concept of who I am rather than the directions you were told to follow, which allowed you to physically break through a dimensional barrier strong enough to stop even the God of the Bible." The last bit was some pretty crazy news to hear. That teleport of his was indeed very dangerous now that he realized it. He spoke pretty quickly, trying to backpedal out of that, knowing it was too late regardless. Fuck yeah, it seems so. Can we possibly keep that as a secret between the two of us, Hades Nay-san?" She had a rather pleased smirk forming at the edges of her lips as she heard that last bit. "Nay-san, huh? So you see me as a sister rather than an all-powerful goddess?" There was a truly playful tone to her voice as she was openly teasing him, rising up from where she sat, walking up to the boy who strangely showed her no fear. "You are a very interesting boy. Have you ever been told that, Issei? If it's you, and only if it's you, you have my permission to address me as a sister. It's the least I could do after all the problems the prior me had caused." The brunette had completely turned to face the goddess, who was pretty genuinely towering over him at nearly 7 feet 8 now, as he had to crane his neck to look up at her. "Well, damn, I knew you'd be tall, but that's not what I expected." He'd laugh, rubbing the back of his head, only to be given another smile. "I noticed something on the way here. You had some very interesting choices and arrangements of flowers that naturally couldn't grow together. To say this place could be regarded more highly than the Garden of Eden would be no understatement." Once more, his knowledge of plants and symbolism was being put on display to someone who never expected, as Issei's face visibly dropped into a frown, recounting a few of them that he had stopped at in particular. "To say your knowledge of the language of flowers is unrivaled wouldn't do it justice, Nei-san. And I know this may be far too forward for me to say this, but I know what a good few of the combinations would symbolize. I won't go into exact specifics, as you know better than anyone, but I feel a need to say this. You will do fine as the leader of the underworld. There is no doubt in my mind that you can bring the Reapers to a better tomorrow and find a better system than what you had in place the first time. There were so many combinations of flowers that screamed of confusion and worry, of concern and desire for change. If there is anyone beyond the concept of life that loves those she presides over more than she could ever show, it would be you, if I am to be correct." There was a certainty to the Dragon Emperor's words that shook Hades to her very core. Something that Issei probably wouldn't have considered happening today was getting scooped up into the arms of a gigantic goddess, but hey, he wasn't exactly against it, as he dragged her into a tight hug, reciprocating it as she spoke softly. "Artemis wasn't kidding. You are a big softy, aren't you? I set those out as a personal bit that I'd hope no one would notice. Even my wife never noticed. You are far too observant, you know. You even picked up on the path being made of gold being a reference to Pluto, my other designation, and chose to be respectful enough not to bring it up. If anyone is deserving of the title giver of wealth, it'd be you, my boy. Your kindness knows no bounds." Which led to the brown-haired boy reaching up, gently scratching the back of his head. She had read him like a book through and through, even if he wouldn't say it. As she gently set him down, they both got quiet for a few minutes, looking out over the flowers, as he finally broke the silence. "I know you probably had some other test set up to see whether or not I was worthy to walk your lands. But I am glad this is where I ended up instead, being able to share this moment with you. I've been learning so much about myself, things I never would have imagined I could be capable of before coming into this crazy mess we call the supernatural world. You know, if you told me 2 years ago I'd be sitting here talking to the goddess of the underworld about her flower arrangement choices and getting to know her better, I'd have laughed you off as insane. But here we are." He gently folded his hands over his knees as he sat down on the ground, seeming to think over what he'd say next, as the woman listened intently. "If you told me a month after Raynare killed me that I'd possibly get another chance to talk to her about all of it, I'd have probably broke down and begged the person to take me there for some kind of closure. I know you've seen the whole thing pan out due to how close I came to death, Hades. What do you think I should do here?" He was genuinely asking her, as there was so much to unpack and he wasn't truly ready to dive headfirst into this. The goddess' face obviously scrunched up with a mix of confusion and various other emotions as he looked up at her. It was sincerely nearly more than an hour before she got back to him, which shocked the boy she'd consider it so deeply. When she spoke, her words were slow and methodic, clearly choosing the best possible phrasing as to not be too blunt. "If it were me, I don't think I could go through with it personally. You are a far stronger man than any god I've come to know. There was indeed far more going on with that whole mess than you knew, and that's all I can say in regards to that. It's her business to tell you more, is it not? I give you open permission to visit the souls named Calwarner and Raynare. Those are the two you need to speak to. I will be sending one of my best Reapers alongside you to guide you as thanks for what you've done today." The last bit had him looking puzzled as he stared up at her. "Wait, but I didn't really do much, sis. What exactly did I do to earn such a blessing from you?" Those genuine and earnest eyes of his shone up at her with a burning curiosity. While he wasn't exactly dense at this point, he did still have that bad habit of doing everything impulsively, which impressed the goddess to the point of laughing as she responded in kind whispering. "I swear, you are too kind of a person that will get you killed one day. Poor choice of words. Very, very poor choice of words." A sigh could be heard as she continued speaking, just slightly louder now. What you did was free me of any self-doubt I had going into my position. What you did was restore the confidence the previous me had destroyed in myself. What you did was remind me of human nature's true kindness rather than the ravaged monster most of your kind has become over time. Hearing this from a goddess was jarring to say the least because to him, he was just being himself, and this brought a pretty simple realization. So this is what everyone means when they say I help them without knowing I'm doing it. The thought was shown across his perplexed visage plain as day, to the point it wouldn't be more obvious if someone had written it on his face to the goddess, which once more drew out the most jovial of laughter. To her surprise, ISSEI had decided to truly commemorate their friendship in a special way. He had began casting a few layered spells, performing what most would regard as a dangerous feat. This is something he had practiced extensively and exclusively in private. In short, something he never shown off to anyone but Drake, which would make the jaw of Hades drop to the damn floor almost. Every spell perfectly was going off in sync in a sequence of the one before it, as a small cylinder began to form between his hands, glowing with the red light of domination and the silver light of the moon. Every other spell circle was an alternation of the two colors. A feat that was once impossible for him to achieve to perfection had now become stabilized, and he was using it for something so mundane to anyone who'd find out later. He created a small flower that appeared to be the exact same color of the goddess's eye, to a perfect match from corner to corner, even with the iris as the center point of the flower. It was attached to a small golden clip that had a very unique spell tied to it. As he held the gift up to her, he took a small bow, the same gesture one would giving an offering to the gods, as he spoke softly. I feel there could be no better a gift for one who tends to such a gorgeous garden. For one who will indeed be the flower of a new age among the gods and goddesses. To you I give this, a sapphire Veronica persica, better known as the Persian speedwell. It symbolizes both healing, recovery, and joyfulness, and travel, kindness, loyalty, protection. I couldn't think of a better gift themed around our first encounter, let alone the trip I will soon take through your lands. The boy had offered a hell of a smile to her. If she weren't a taken woman, she was pretty sure she may have had at him then and there. To say the goddess's heart was on cloud nine would be an understatement, as he saw the deepest a blush flush across her cheeks, though to his credit he didn't say anything as he continued speaking. I added a few interesting charms to it as well. If you are ever in danger, like sincere danger, the flower will summon me as your champion to protect you. On my life and honor as the Red Dragon Emperor, I solemnly swear this. A deep red light flashed across the brilliant blue band, showing the acknowledgement and binding of the spell to his word, to his very soul, as he'd smile up at her. I may not be the hero you want in the moment, should that ever happen, but I sure as hell will rise up to become the hero you need beyond any mythology. This is my personal thanks for allowing me the chance to write the past. The last spell I placed upon it is for the object to be damn near indestructible and unable to become dirty to any degree. So, feel free to keep it on anytime you wish, especially on days you are feeling down, as a reminder that you have me in your corner, Nachon. Much to both of their surprise, tears of silver slowly began raining down across her cheeks as she clung to the young Secretary. In the distance, Persephone herself had witnessed the whole thing, and she slowly stepped forward with a smile warmer than the summer sun as she'd walk up behind ISSEI, physically sandwiching him between a goddess group bear hug, damn near squeezing the life out of him. Thanks, young man. For the first time she has felt accepted by someone other than myself, rather than just as a harbinger of death. You allowed her to feel what it is to be loved. The sudden voice was one he oddly recognized from a party a ways back, seeming beyond excited. Wait, Persephone. He would shout out, causing both goddesses to laugh as they let go of him, and he turned to bow. She, however, stopped him. I see you've chosen to champion my wife. Don't go letting her down now, okay? Her tone was teasing and honestly made him smile. If there was anyone in this whole world who helped him the most, it was the woman before him, and boy did he have a story to tell Hades. I know that I should get going to clear the air with Raynare. But first I want to tell you a small story, if that's fine, Hades nay. To which she gave a small nod, clearly quite curious of how the boy knew his wife. This was something the prior Hades didn't have the slightest clue of. They'd all take a seat in a small semicircle, both facing ISSEI, as even Persephone was curious of what he would tell Hades in this moment, as he'd seemed to be recollecting quite a bit. So, there's one thing I'm certain of, and it might actually come as a shock to both of you. I met Persephone before I became aware of the supernatural, and only really recently realized it. She's the reason I took to flowers so heavily as a child. A small gleam seemed to light up in the goddess' eye as she realized what he was talking about. No, it can't be, you were that young boy. Persephone seemed to let out a bemused whisper, not in a negative light, just out of sheer surprise, to which he nodded twice. I was indeed the boy you taught how to garden when I was getting bullied. Thanks for that. It stuck with me all this time, and it helped me through some of the roughest points of my life, Persephone. When I met you later down the line at the party with Zeus, Hera, and all of them, I thought you had recognized me when I gave you a tiara of vines with the sunflower in the middle. It was the first flower you taught me to take care of because it was the easiest to raise in my yard. Turns out I met a ton of high-end supernatural beings as a child, Hera included on that list. It's kind of baffling to think about now. He'd offer a small shrug before he got back into it. During that same party, you offered me a blessing towards gardening. And it saved me a ton of money towards the food for the house and made the quality of what I grew go up substantially. It allowed me to constantly cook good food for my parents and the girls, so I definitely owe you one. The same offer goes out to you as it did Hades. Should anyone in this world threaten you, I will deal with them myself. There's a saying I believe in the underworld, I believe it is, don't incur a dragon's wrath or something like that. He'd stick his tongue out in a playful gesture as to his surprise. Both of the goddesses were now crying those same silver tears as they held him in a tight hug. To be reunited with such a sweet child was enough to bring the goddess herself to tears. To be reunited with a boy who thought so highly of her was a whole other story. This brought her to an emotional peak that she'd never experienced before, solemnly swearing to herself to wish the worst of evil upon anyone who'd hurt such a kind boy. Upon that mental declaration, in the far-off distance, a deep shudder would go down Rhea's back, and she could never tell why. The three stayed like this for a bit, just hugging it out, something that ISSEI had gotten accustomed to as of late. A sight neither of them would believe also took place. He began to let off what looked like a damn near godly aura of silver. Once more those silver tears were healing up his body, and as a result causing his astral body to radiate that energy, as he'd sigh knowing he'd have to explain it once more, or so he thought. Hades chimed in first. That's one of hell of an ability, he Yodo. The sincere wishes and emotions of loved ones can heal your very body and soul. To which he would simply nod, glad someone was quick enough on the uptake to realize what was going on. Saved him a very long speech after all. Even though either of the goddesses now wanted this encounter to end, they knew what he had to do, so they'd sigh seemingly simultaneously, which ISSEI took note of with a chuckle, leading to Hades' eyebrow raising as he spoke on it. No worries, it's just, I've noticed over time the closer people are, the more in sync they are on just about everything. I don't give a damn what any of the other gods may say. I feel your two's relationship is honestly the most beautiful of them all. You two have overcome everything to be with one another, even gender at this point, if someone were to make a fuss over that. His words held a unique weight to them that was almost palpable. While Hades had originally called him here to help him, she couldn't help feeling like this few-hour-long encounter was eroding literal millennia of damage done to her psyche from the past iteration of herself, to the point she did something no one could expect. You will be the only mortal I ever allow free entry into my garden. Should you ever need to hide away, should you ever need to speak, should you ever just feel a need to come and visit me, please do so. Am I clear? His eyes seemed to light up at the thought of being able to return here and explore the various fields of flowers freely. It was like seeing a young child's first time in a candy store. As he perked up, any decorum or professionalism the boy held was completely gone instantly as he began screaming to the heavens above. Thanks, 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 thanks. As he yelled out, he practically tackled the goddess, hugging her, as he had genuinely knocked her over, looking like a little brother and older sister truly would in that moment. No one could truly understand the gravity of what she just did in his mind outside of the two of them, and just maybe Persephone. To ISSEI, this was the greatest honor anyone could give him. For him, he was truly accepted and cherished by someone outside of his harem, and that meant everything to him. This truly was the wrap-up of the meeting, and everyone was leaving it in the highest of spirits. ISSEI once more casted a small set of spells, creating a sunflower hair clip, this time for Persephone. It was less complex but had relatively the same features, as he sincerely volunteered to be a champion for the couple. Something beyond unorthodox within their knowledge of champions of gods and goddesses, but they wouldn't complain of it. It somehow felt right. As they all rose to their feet, the poor Secretary was reminded of just how short he was in comparison to them, having to stare up at both of them with an awkward huff. I should be going now, yeah. Also, you're both invited to the party I plan to have after this trip. It's a bit hard to explain, but I am able to bring people into my mindscape, or at least that's what Drake coined it as. Simply put, I'd like to bring you guys into my mind and allow you to enjoy the party with my newly rearranged harem and a few people I regard as true family. The whole newly rearranged harem bit did not go unnoticed by Hades, as her right eye visibly twitched. There are very few reasons for something like that occurring, and none of them are usually good. Though, she threw that thought aside to keep her calm as she'd give a soft nod. I will be sure to free up my schedule for that time regardless of what's going on. I'll call in a favor from Zeus and make him and Hera take over what we have to do during that. I'm sure they'll understand. You will have to prepare them both a gift later on more than likely, so keep that in mind, little brother. She finally got down to business, as she'd bring up a small, very odd-looking map. It was unlike anything he had seen before, as she'd quickly bring her hands around it, showing off a bit to ISSEI of what she could do as the map itself began to disappear, then reappear in the form of two compasses. One will lead you to Raynare, the other to Calwarner. So, I will make a recommendation: seek the younger sister first, okay? She will help smooth this over and prevent you and Raynare from getting into a fight. Just a woman's intuition. He'd nod up to her carefully, taking both of them before asking. So, how do these work exactly? Like, how will they guide me? The goddess had already considered all of that as she'd laughed to herself. It's easy enough, just channel your mana into it and focus on where you wish to go, and it works quite similarly to your baseline teleport you explained to me, and you should probably keep that under wraps that you can do that even though you're aware. That's incredibly strong and dangerous. You're essentially the perfect spy now, which could make folks uneasy. The brown-haired youth did indeed consider it beforehand and took it to heart as he'd once more bow to both of them. I thanks both once more for your guidance and kindness. I am proud to be able to call both of you Nei-chan, he'd say with a wink before teleporting away in a small blip of silver, leading to both of wives to stare at each other with a jovial expression before Persephone called out. Seems you have a sweet spot for the boy. Thanks for giving him permission to do this. He needs it more than anyone could imagine. Scene break. May 6th time unknown, the land of the dead, a city in it. Upon teleporting, a sight ISSEI honestly wasn't quite prepared for came into view. He was assuming it'd be like run-down cities or anything of that matter, only to find himself in a modern metropolis with its own currency and all, various superstructures like skyscrapers and all being built. The new Hades really has been busy. He would think to himself as he took his time walking through the streets before the compass for Calwarner had began to glow, a small arrow gently displayed above it like more modern tech would do. Though one thing definitely startled him as a car physically drove through him, only for him to realize, oh, right, no body literally, pretty much no one here can see me, geez. Hades is right, this ability is kinda busted. He mused to himself and thought as he slowly made his way directly towards his goal, quite literally just walking through buildings and all clearly abusing the hell out of his newfound ability. Sure beat winding through city corners and all, even if it raised the eyebrow of a few reapers. The moment they'd spot the compass, they would just go back to whatever they're doing. Well, all but one did. As he rounded the next street corner, having literally walked through a skyscraper, he could hear someone screaming, "Fucking wait, ISSEI, why are you so fast?" And in that moment he remembered Hades' words as he spoke. Oh right. Shit, I was supposed to wait for the Reaper. Oh, they're gonna be pissed that I just made them run an entire city block. This place isn't small. He could been seen awkwardly scratching the back of his head as a pink blur was rapidly approaching him, quite literally riding on a scythe. An interesting sight to say the least to him as he let out a small whistle. I've seen in light novels and all that where people ride on swords or brooms, but a scythe is a nice touch for a Reaper. Those words certainly hadn't fallen on deaf ears as he was greeted by an ear-to-ear grin of razor-sharp teeth from what appeared to be a rather short Reaper. The most distinct things he was drawn to staring at here were an obvious snaggle tooth being the right canine and their piercing black eyes as they had white irises, something that would unsettle most anyone. Actually drew his interest simply and pretty thoughtlessly blurting out, "Now that's something you don't see every day. It's like staring into the void itself, but it's such a beautiful sight." He seems to have a hell of a habit of turning girls into tomatoes these days, as he'd done it yet again. The girl was short but stacked as hell, even by a Keno's standard, being barely 4'3", yet looked better than most women. I swear Hades is fucking with me on this one. She knows my preferences. He muttered to himself quietly, feeling a gaze from the distance. She definitely was fucking with him, as he could hear a distant sadistic giggle as he let out a sigh. But the girl definitely caught that, flushing one more shade of crimson, almost falling off of her side before she actually did indeed lose balance, leading to ISSEI rushing to catch her, showing off a bit of his ability. To her it felt like a literal pillow was holding her, which gave the gal arguably the most perplexed to stare. "How are you this strong if you're that fucking soft?" the Reaper would ask, almost as if trying to solve a puzzle. He knew no one around them could see the interaction, but it still made him look around, making sure no one would bump into them, only to realize people purposefully walked around them. As he was holding her, he'd carefully set her down to her feet as she'd bring the base of the scythe down to the ground, showing it had a very non-standard blade. It was made out of what looked like liquid metal, which would form into the word hello as he stared at it, which raised far more questions for ISSEI than she probably had for him as he spoke, clearly far more concerned with the fact Scythe just greeted him. Well, I used my energy to create a padded surface against the image of myself you are seeing, which is basically my soul being projected through astral projection. And did you Scythe just say hello to me, or am I somehow high? I didn't quite think my soul could physically do drugs, but weirder shit has happened lately. The dark-eyed Reaper had began physically wheezing with laughter, unable to control herself hearing such an outlandish remark coming from the brown-haired boy as she was visibly tearing up, rolling around on the ground. The scythe itself once more would seem to form into a slow slideshow of a string of sentences sentient. I am her partner. I am Death. Literally, that's my name. She is Lily on a list of things he didn't think he'd be doing that seems to be ever-growing. He'd take a slight bow to the scythe. It's a pleasure to meet you, DA. Wait, did you just say death? Like the actual concept of death? The Grim Reaper. The boy's shouting was more than enough to bring the Reaper down from her fit of laughter, as her voice rang out, slowly rising to her feet. One in the same, yes. Also, no need to yell. I do understand the surprise though, Dragon Boy. Also, the name's Lily. Though, I don't think you'll run into me very often as I'm the current leader of the Grim Reapers. Well, unless you come looking for me, I suppose. Not that most folks would. I am the current acting head Reaper. The news would hit him harder than an atom bomb going off next to him as his eyes went wide. He knew that she was probably someone important as his newfound sister had dispatched them personally. But to send someone of this magnitude was no goddess damn joke, let alone a small favor. He'd immediately tried to take a bow of respect only to be greeted by the pull of her scythe against his shoulder and a very catty tone of voice. Oh no you don't. My boss would have my fucking head if you were to bow to me. If anything, it should be the other way around. On a personal note, I've known Hades for a very long time and I heard what you did for her. Thank you, kiddo. If I can ever pay you back, let me know. Even if it's a date, I'd probably humor ya. Not many people can brag they have a date offer with someone stronger than the Four Horsemen, you know. She would coo out with a pretty cocky grin, once more displaying those damn near shark-like teeth of hers. Her tone would grow more serious then. Hijinks and bullshit aside. I am aware you normally would have a limited time here, right? Well, the underworld is a massive place, so give me your hand. This will probably feel pretty damn weird. I apologize in advance, Sekurute. She wasn't quite kidding. In that form, as he held her hand, he could feel countless hours upon hours of energy being restored to him. It was like stepping into coke-itis, but he kept that to himself. To say it was cold couldn't do it justice. What should have only been enough reserves for a small day trip because of his previous 2 teleports brought him well above what he assumed was the maximum amount of energy he could hold within himself, as she spoke calmly and quietly to him, barely being heard over the hustle and bustle of people around them. Any shock, any odd feelings? Not getting cold, right? There was a genuine concern to her tone as she'd further explain. I shared some of my energy with you. I've admittedly only done that twice before, so I was pretty worried it could go wrong. Sorry for the lack of warning, but I've heard you're built quite tough. All that said, she could openly see him shivering as she brought him into an attempted hug, only to figure out she actually was able to. The boy was warm, actually radiated a warm ounce she could get used to if she was not careful around him. ISSEI didn't seem to mind, and he found the seemingly young Grim Reaper far too endearing to push away from himself. She reminded him of a puppy for some reason, and more so reminded him heavily of meeting Asya for the first time, and for once he'd voice his thoughts without shying away from them. You remind me of a very, very dear friend. I think I'll enjoy my time here traveling with you, Lily. There was a sincerity to those words that seemed warmer than the sun as she'd carefully let go of him before picking up her scythe, lifting it over her shoulder. As she'd look over at the compass beginning to walk towards the goal, it was more or less a super straight shot for the moment anyway. So, what do you think of what I guess you could call our own iteration of Limbo, Dragon Boy? He would shrug pretty noncommittally as he'd bluntly tell her. I had no fucking idea what was going on the moment I arrived. I thought I had stepped into New York City had it not been for the various races all walking through the roads. And you can call me ISSEI or whatever you prefer. Dragon Boy is also nice, but will take time to get used to hearing. This caused a blank stare from Lily as she seemed to think it over. I'll figure something out in time. I have a small idea of one, but that'll come should we actually get intimate. For now, I'll stick with ISSEI or Dragon Boy. Anyway, we're looking for the younger sister Kala, right? This drew a quick nod out of the brown-haired boy with a curt reply. Yep, do you want to come along or will you wait outside when I go to speak to her in Raynare? Once again, The Reaper appeared to be deep in thought. I think I'll sit in for this one to make sure nothing goes wrong. Never quite know how people will react to seeing someone from when they were still alive or tied to those they care about. She was speaking from experience above all else, and ISSEI keyed into that, giving a soft nod as they walked side by side. Still weirded out by the fact her sheer presence was proactively clearing the road for them. You really are goddamn strong, aren't ya? They can't even directly feel your presence, and still know to get the hell out of the way. To which she would just let out a low chuckle before replying rather somberly. Since you're too young to know this, the ones that innately avoid me are the ones I reaped in the past before this place was established. The underworld used to be far more grim a place. You had a huge part in changing that, even if you don't know it, ISSEI. You are without a doubt the kindest Red Dragon Emperor. There was a small and casual conversation between the two as they'd walk along the seemingly endless street. He was beginning to understand why she extended the time he was given to be here more than a little as the question finally came up in his head. Can I get an estimate of how far the two sisters are away from each other right now? To which, the Reaper cocked an eyebrow as if to say, are you sure you want that answer? Before she'd let out a small laugh. The three of us will be riding my side the rest of the way once we get her, rather than walking, if that tells you anything. She'd hold death up into the air, displaying a truly interesting ability, as it shifted from a weapon into what seemed to be a small cable car with windows. This form is able to travel at around 600 miles per hour or more without disturbing the inside of it, and we will be traveling at that max speed. Does that answer you, ISSEI? And here you ran off without me in the beginning, humph? Her tone at the end was sing-song at best, with a truly joking manner to it, as he'd quickly apologized, realizing what was just told to him. I am very, very sorry, Lily. I should have waited. He was cut off with a finger to his lips as she pointed up, and he'd see a sight unlike any other, waves and droves of dragons, drakes, wyverns and various unique subspecies flying by. Many that Drake would have been elated to see again. One of the rarest sights here in Limbo. A migration is going on. Odds are they got sick of their rowdy neighbors again. You dragons are so fickle about who you want to deal with, I swear. It wasn't really a direct jab at him, but it still stung nonetheless, even without the intent. They were less than a few steps from the doorway as he stayed looking up at the sky as he spoke. So, how much longer until we arrive at our first destination, do you think? ISSEI would ask as he walked straight into a door with a very loud thud. The first solid object during this trip was of course a fucking door. A deep sigh and groan of pain could be heard as he had been caught by the Reaper with an apologetic look. I probably should have warned you that wherever your location will be should be solid to you. Can't just walk into it. Not really sure how to explain it other than residencies have their own unique barriers, unlike businesses. I really should have gone over this while we were traveling here. My bad once more. ISSEI. If you'd ever seen a deer in headlights, that's pretty much the blank stare the brown-haired boy was giving her, as he slowly came back from the daze he was in. Okay, so, learned something new. Getting dizzy without a body is probably 100 times worse than when you have it. I cannot advise it should you ever learn to do this. He knew the odds of that were slim to none, but damn if he didn't feel a need to voice his grievance to the universe. It's like everything went numb at once, then pure pins and needles, then feeling was restored all in the same instance. There's a very fine list of things I actually hate, and that right there just topped the fucking list. Lily seemed to grimace from the description alone. She hated the feeling of her legs going numb if she sat around for too long. So do I just knock, or? Like, how does this work? Is it an apartment building of sorts? To which Lily would shake her head. Nah, this is Raynare and her shared apartment. They've been strangely successful after dying. That's so morbid to say out loud. She had a weird expression, not really sure what to say past that. But yeah? Just knock, she knows we are coming. Raynare doesn't yet, she wanted to talk to you first. There was an obvious apprehension to her words as Lily wasn't quite sure of how any of this would be going. It was a look that mirrored over ISSEI's face as he realized this was going to be a very, very long day. And on that note, 2 knocks rang out and the sound of shuffling down the steps could be heard with a familiar voice calling out. Coming, give me a bit. Scene break. Inside of the house, living room. There was an awkwardness that permeated the room to the point it was palpable as ISSEI was staring at this feat, clearly debating what to say first as Cal Warner, and Lily talked off to the side, giving him time to think over everything. It was clear to her above all else the boy needed it. A small blue flare went up. One of 2 times this would occur, calling for senjutsu, as he could feel himself destabilizing, physically growing a bit blurry, which would make Lily a bit uncertain this was a good idea. Though, the moment the three on the other end physically would begin calming him down, he was able to think straight. Unknown to ISSEI or Calwarner, Lily did something on pure instinct and opened a direct line from them to a certain someone who needed to hear this most. For her to listen in, as that stare ISSEI was giving told her he might not be able to repeat this a second time. His voice came out quiet. So quiet in fact the two in the room had to strain their hearing even with it being supernaturally enhanced. Sorry. Everything was going through my head a mile a minute. Seeing you brought back painful memories. I really didn't want you or your sister to die. I've regretted it this whole time, Calwarner. I was just too fucking weak back then. There was a genuine pain to his voice, one that could only be felt after something of true weight had befell a person. Calwarner had caught a single glimpse into ISSEI's eyes, and they were as black as coal for some reason instead of their deep green. Trauma truly is a hell of a thing. He couldn't bring himself to look up when he noticed her steal that glance when their eyes had met, let alone speak up, as he was actively reliving the entire thing in that moment. It was very clear the poor boy was suffering through PTSD of sorts, and neither of them were nearly capable enough of addressing that. ISSEI was struggling through this. He knew this would be fucking hard, but he didn't know this would be that hard. He continued to speak in that soft-spoken voice. I probably sound like an idiot for this, but I know I am still in love with your sister even after she killed me. Not a day goes by when I see one of the girls smile that I don't see a flashback of her crying face as she flew away. There was so much pain in her eyes. I could tell she didn't want to do it, and I don't know how to explain any of this, and I feel like I'm just rambling pointlessly, needlessly. But I need to let this out. I regretted seeing her die. I regretted being too weak to save either of you, Calwarner. When she told me her wings were ugly, I screamed in my head that she was wrong. That date is still my favorite memory, even if it scared me out of growing closer to people. Even if it scared me out of truly falling in love again to a point for a very long time. People call you all crows out of disrespect, but how do I put it? Her wings were the darkest and most beautiful sight I had ever beheld. I was reminded of my first time seeing a raven as a child, and I wish I could tell her this. She wasn't ugly. I didn't hate her. I wish things had happened differently. Neither of the two sitting there nor the woman listening in knew what to say. There had been so much going through the boy's mind. Calwarner straight up was speechless, and crying as she damn near jumped the table, slamming into ISSEI, holding her in tight as she shook her head from side to side over and over. No. Just no. Stop blaming yourself, please, Raynare, and I don't hate you. We've never hated you. It was Kokabill's fault, and only his. We were also to blame for being so fucking weak at the time. Kala would sigh deeply, holding the bridge of her nose, clearly frustrated as hell. I can't let you keep tearing yourself apart for this, and I'm sure my older sister agrees. You both did the same fucking thing. She never forgave herself for what she did to you and tried to take her own life 6 times that night. When she heard you got reincarnated as a devil, she cried and kept crying for dragging you into our world instead of just sending you off to Rias or the Citri girl like she felt she should have. I am so thankful you were able to make it here. Maybe you two can move past this. I'd been begging the old Hades to let you come here since I got here. I couldn't bear seeing the two of you in so much pain. You seemed like such a sweet boy from what all my sister told me, but meeting you in person. She seemed to trail off, thinking of how to word what she was about to say. You hide it so well on the outside, but your eyes tell me everything, and I wish I were never born with this ability. It's more dangerous than most sacred gear if you asked me. The fallen angel would admit in a way that surprised even Lily. She was hiding something no one knew about. I have a special trait with my eyes that I've never revealed even to Azazel. I can see what someone's thinking through their eyes and just their thoughts currently and past, their memories, their traumas. And just the pain I see reflected in your eyes breaks my heart. Sekureti. No, Issei Hyodo. I can't bring myself to call you a needless title after that experience. She took a deep breath before finally laying it all bare in that moment. Her full intention for having Hades meet her first. In truth, if I felt even for a moment you were lying about how you felt about Raynare, I was prepared to deny you the right to see her. She told me every detail of your date down to where you'd laugh, where you'd smile, where you would get shy about accidentally touching her hands. It was really cute since I could see it all played back in her memory. And then, I saw when she slipped away to the bathroom, the way her very soul shattered when she got the orders to kill you. She debated ending it then and there, but Kokabil had me captured and threatened her with me. She really didn't have a choice, Issei. didn't listen to Azazel and left the Grigori on a false assignment to try to impress Azazel in the field alongside my sister. I was such a damned useless fool. And even if I could see everything my sister was feeling, I can't put it to words. That's for her to do. Again, I'm sorry, all of this could have been avoided if I had just stayed with Azazel. There was a brief moment when she was talking. When she brought up the date, it was as if every memory of that day played back on repeat for the broken down boy, and it brought a smile brighter than one either of them had ever seen for the briefest a moment, as he tried his best to look her in the eye. To assure her that everything would be okay even if he didn't believe it. He took around 30 minutes to process everything that had been told. There was a flash of anger, and then acceptance over his face near the end of it. No one could be quite sure of why the anger was there. Warner had assumed the worst, that he hated her. That he'd never forgive her. Every single negative thought began to overtake the fallen angel as she began to curl up on the seat next to ISSEI, who seemed to take note of this, and what he did surprised her. She could feel his arms gently drape around her, just pulling her head down against his chest as protectively and kindly as could. And, when he spoke, finally having just squeezed her tight, trying his best to comfort her wordlessly. His tone sounded far more at peace with everything than one could have expected. There was an outright serenity and forgiveness to it that she'd never experienced before as he started to talk just a tad louder than before. Not quite a whisper, but certainly not an average volume talking with company. Kala, I feel that's what I'll start calling you from now on if you don't mind it, and you may be able to read minds damn near, but it's obvious you couldn't read mine just now due to my racing thoughts. But I don't need some magic powers to understand what's going through your head either, and I don't hate you honestly, it's the furthest thing from hate. I can confidently say it may be your fault that things played out the way they did, but hey, the truth is sometimes painful. His final words came out softer than the other, as he paused to really let that sink in, because she did need to face reality too, even if she would try to deny it. When he saw the reality of it all sinking in, her expression obviously fell, but he would continue once more. That being said, I can understand the desire to stand out better than anyone. Hell, I just wanted to be loved, but everyone assumed I was just some useless pervert because I was stupid enough to peep once, thinking two dumbasses were my friends, and then when I turned them down past that, they started awful rumors about me that basically ruined whatever chance I had at a normal life left. They even beat the bloody hell out of me and basically left me for dead once. So, the sheer fact you two tried to stand up to Kokobil to protect me says more than enough to me. And if I need to actually say it for you, Kala, I forgive you wholeheartedly. I hold no problems against you. He was just gently running his hand through their hair to calm the younger fallen angel down, allowing her the solace she so rightfully deserved as she just wept tears of joy. In the Reaper's mind, she simply had one thought run through at such a lovely sight: this whole trip may predominantly be a trip for ISSEI's growth according to Hades. But I feel that overwhelming kindness of his is slowly healing those around him too. If compassion and selfless love had a face, it would definitely be this boy's. That thought alone brought a sincere smile to Lily's visage as she saw herself out of the room, just giving the two time with each other, as she'd whisper into the communication circle. I told you, the boy is a hidden gem amongst a horde of garbage. His race may be awful, but I've never witnessed someone so radiant. It'll be a day or two before we reach you. I hope this helps quell some of your fears, fallen with the darkest of wings. As Lily went to cut the communication, she heard 3 words muttered from a voice that sounded relieved yet broken. Thanks, Lily. And with that, the circle had disappeared. A deep sigh could be heard from the Grand Reaper herself as she'd look back over her shoulder, seeing that both of them had genuinely passed out on each other, just huddled up, as she shook her head, grabbing a blanket off the other couch, wrapping the two of them up as she'd whispered to herself. Sweet dreams, you two. I hope this all plays out well. If he can't do it, I'll personally be asking a favor from Hades. Leaving this off on quite a cryptic message, it seemed she knew far more about what he was capable of than she let on. May 6th morning, Warner's apartment. Plus, the home would slowly begin to fill with the smell of bacon and eggs as a certain Pinkette Reaper had taken it upon herself to wake the two up, who'd slept through the entire evening and long since into the day till nearly 10 a.m. Whistling and small amounts of singing could be heard from the kitchen as ISSEI and Kala began to slowly wake up, the younger fallen angel obviously turning a few shades of red, realizing she had been cuddling with the boy all night long, getting arguably the best sleep she'd gotten in years. She quickly righted herself, gently letting him flop over onto the couch with an audible thud and a groan as he sighed, muffling into a pillow. Morning to you too, warn a guy, would ya? To which a barely stifled giggle could be heard from her, as she'd offer a hand to him with a puzzled look. Can you even eat in that form? The food here is honestly pretty damn good once you have enough money saved up. The groggy brown-haired boy would reach out, grabbing her hands, slowly rising up to his feet, still not quite used to sleeping outside of his own body, as he looked just as puzzled. "You know, I really haven't tried yet, so that's a pretty damn good question, Kala." He was sure as hell about to find out though, as he'd race off past her to the smell of breakfast, finding Lily in an apron that clearly read off tasty. Quite a few jokes flashed through his mind, but he decided better than that, as he'd offer a small bow before going to sit at the table, with the sound of Kala running through the house trying to keep up with him. She was just as eager to have one of Lily's meals again. After all, Lily was famous down here for her cooking, to the point people would skip work if she volunteered at a restaurant. The big moment of truth happened as ISSEI managed to grab a fork and knife, curiously cutting what appeared to be the most perfectly cooked sunny-side-up egg possible, as he made sure not to break the yolk, cutting around it as he'd pop it into his mouth, learning two things. 1. He can indeed eat and enjoy food in this. 4. 2. His greatest goddess damned weakness isn't his perversion, it's definitely his stomach, as he began quite eagerly wolfing down his plate for a moment before sheepishly looking up at Kala and Lily, who were just staring with the sweat drop over their head. "Look, in my defense, even hell's food ain't this good, Lily. If I had the money needed, I'd hire you as a personal chef." Needless to say, she'd never heard praise that genuine, and even her icy complexion drew a bit of redness for once, something that Kala would most likely never stop teasing her over. To avoid the subject altogether, the pinkette would just quickly turn around cooking, though if one looked close enough, the tips of her ears were a scarlet hue that was so notable you'd spot it amongst her thick locks of hair as she went back to cooking, trying to distract herself from the matter at hand as the two at the table began to discuss their plans. "So, it'll be around a week's travel, even by Lily's ridiculous pace using her scythe. I decided during our trip I'd use a modified spell I've been working on to record the more beautiful areas we pass by, so we could share our trip with the rest of them when we return. What do you think, Kala?" The fallen angel would begin to cheer at the idea before a genuinely confused look crossed her face. "Wait. When we return, ISSEI, there's usually no way for us to go back to the land of the living without reincarnating, and we both lose our memo." The brown-haired man had cut her off with a playful grin as he held up a small piece of bacon as the boosted gear called out, "Transfer," followed by the sound of a very fucking excited dragon screaming from the gauntlet. "ISSEI, is this bacon? Wait, how? Send more, please." A shared look of shock and realization hit both the Reaper and fallen angel at the same time as they realized what he planned to do at this very moment. "Well, I figured out I could do this a few years back along with a project I've been working with Azazel on. So, it turns out with my scales I can store souls within jewelry I create. And, that ability got far fucking stronger now that I have Eve as a sacred gear. I figured this out when I went back and visited a Shinto shrine, hoping to find some traces of where Shuri had gone." The name drop had once more sent shock across the pink-haired woman's face as she spoke slowly. "Wait. That case was left to me. Did you ever actually find any traces of her?" And much to her surprise, he nodded once again. "I did, but it was confusing as to what I found. I found a crystallized feather rather than how fallen normally pass, and inside of it I could hear Akeno's mother speaking to me. I managed to develop the ability then and there. For some reason when I picked it up, she turned into a raven black obsidian ring and went into the boosted gear. I can summon it at will, and over the time at the Grigori, we began researching cloning far more heavily, and I learned with my boosted gear I can forcibly recall someone's DNA, though it's very taxing on the mind and body. I also have to relive how they died, so that's going to suck. Also, it's not like I can do this limitlessly, it's one and done. I discussed this with Artemis, the prior one, on a notion that I could bring her back if anything ever went wrong. I didn't really tell anyone else though. Drake was asleep during it, so this is the first he will be learning of this too. I hope we can keep this between us 4, soon to be 5, once Raynare learns of my plans." Both of the girls stopped what they were doing as Lily just plopped down all of the finished food onto plates so she didn't burn anything, leaving ISSEI to just begin eating silently, as the two visibly had what appeared to be the factory reset button hit on them, metaphorically speaking. There was so much to process in what he just said, between the fact he knows the Virgin Goddess and is somehow still fucking alive knowing his past habits. The fact he can apparently hit the reset button on death itself to a limited extent. The fact he actually achieved something the best Reaper in history couldn't, which was finding a lost soul. And the fact he planned all of this out in advance without setting off any red flags for the Reaper herself. As he finished up eating the bits set out for him, he watched as they finally broke out of their stupor, beginning to eat their meals too before they became too cold, as each would try to talk one after the other only to go back to being quiet. This went on for a good half an hour, which got a small laugh out of him. The whole charade was amusing, but he knew damn well if he didn't break the ice neither would be able to speak the rest of the day, and they did indeed need to prepare. Hey, Earth to the two cute gals. You good? They were in fact not good, to the point the moment they registered the word cute both seemed to explode into steam before beginning to speak at once. Stop that, was all both of them managed to yell before looking to the other clearly red-faced and beginning to laugh as they wound down from their racing thoughts. Sorry, Issei. Kala would give Lily the chance to speak first, and boy did she have a lot to say as she got up slowly walking through the kitchen preparing non-perishable food for the journey. So, you managed to find a way to literally circumvent death. That's a hell of a feat, you know. Won't Hades be mad that you're stealing two people from the cycle of rebirth? To which Issei pretty immediately replied, I feel she already knew of my plans. She's scarily smart honestly, and if she doesn't then I'll just make it up to her later. The bright-eyed boy would reply with a wave of his hands as if what he said carried no weight, leaving both of the girls to look at him with a pretty dumbfounded look before Lily began speaking once more. Okay, the fact you're that casual with the literal goddess of the land of the dead aside. Are you really going to be okay? You are in a coma outside of this, right? And you said this takes a ton of energy. I can't help but be worried. The same thought had indeed crossed the fallen angel's mind as she spoke up. Issei, if you can only bring back my sister I'd be fine with that. To which the sound of a fist going through the table the sat at could be heard. A look of actual anger over the boy's face had been shown as he'd sigh and compose himself before speaking. I had a backup plan for that, though please, don't ever say something that painful again, Kala. I could never split a family up. When I lost my gramps I saw how much pain my grandmother went through. Sorry for the outburst though. The fallen angel quite literally jumped out of her seat, tackling him along with the chair and pulling him down into a hug. Thankfully, his legs just went through the table rather than sending the whole thing toppling as they'd crash into the ground. She was crying silver tears which actually boosted his energy reserves quite further than they normally could go as he simply said, well, that works too beyond the backup plan I guess. As he was now pretty much radiating a soft silver light that was noted by both of the girls as Lily cocked an eyebrow at the sight. So, if you come into contact with that odd phenomenon you begin gaining a ridiculous amount of energy. If this were a comic book or manga you'd be as overpowered as they come once you figured out what causes that, wouldn't ya? A pretty deep silence would fill the room as he'd actually began thinking that over. Would explain a lot of the shenanigans, but nah, I think life's just weird, Lily. He had pretty openly admitted that she was right on all accounts as he'd carefully rise to his feet holding Kala bridal style as he'd nod to Lily. I'll take this one upstairs so she can grab any of her belongings she wishes to bring through the boosted gear. And I think I'm slowly figuring out the whole silver tears bit. It's tied to emotional response of attachment to myself I think, or to my actions and interpersonal connection to said person. The closer I become with them the more likely it is to occur. Issei was definitely showing off. He wasn't as simple as people took him for in that moment, as he'd lean in gently pressing his cheek against the fallen's with a cheeky grin. Which means I'm definitely a lot closer to Kala now. And who knows, Lily, by the end of this trip maybe you too. Scene break, time skip. May 6th midday, Kala Warner's apartment. Kala could be seen going down a mental checklist that she hadn't forgotten anything as Issei had transferred a lot of pictures, some outfits, and even some jewels that were used as currency down here into the boosted gear now as Lily had finalized cleaning out all the perishable supplies and cleaned up the house enough. A buyer had already come by to fill in the vacant house as they weren't quite going to be coming back, and money was always a nice thing to have. The three of them would slowly step up into the interesting floating cart that Lily's side had taken the form of reminding Issei of a Ferris wheel ride, and much to his surprise, Lily had chosen to sit in his lap. She had decided this when they went upstairs after thinking over what he had said. She was probably retiring after this job anyway, might as well get to know him better and tag along on his adventure. It would be more fun in her mind. The past Issei would have lost his mind, but this iteration was far more mature about things, just carefully letting his arms rest around her waist, pulling her back against his chest so he could enjoy this moment. He leaned a bit to the right so they could both easily see his face when he spoke. I'm going to set up the recording spell now. I figure it should be a fun thing for us all to enjoy, sights and all. I'm setting the parameters for the spell to record anything regarded as a beautiful sight. What he didn't tell them is it would definitely be taking a few shots of their smiling faces for himself later. He was more honest with himself than before, and this trip was certainly bringing out a more ambitious side of himself, as he'd lift his right hand, a small magic circle beginning to form in it in a hue most wouldn't have seen for magic. It was like a rapidly shifting RGB light going through every color imaginable before it settled out on a deep purple, slowly bringing a tint to the windows around them for a moment before fading away. I hope death doesn't mind me casting a spell on their windows. It shouldn't really affect them beyond that. To which a small blade formed out of the wall, quickly spelling out, "Don't worry, enjoy the ride." It was a sight he certainly couldn't get used to, as they just go back to idle chatter as time passed. When they broke free of the confines of the main city, they were greeted by something ISSEI couldn't have imagined seeing. As far as the eye could see, there were various species of long-since dead animals roaming the plains. Dragons freely flying through the skies, even coming up alongside the carriage, occasionally flashing a peace sign or something along the lines of showing off with aerial combat, or stunts, just having a grand time. They could very much so sense the Red One inside and were putting on a show for him. ISSEI, sensing this, had cast a special spell that could only be accessed in this state, actually bringing Drake out in an astral form to have some fun with old friends. A blessing beyond words for his partner, as the Welsh dragon audibly announced. "This is the best day of my life." As he began shooting through the sky in many unique patterns, clashing with dragons over and over. They were clearly mirroring the force that would be displayed if he had really been there, getting blasted away via wind magic and all, putting on quite the show, drawing a laugh out of ISSEI. It was good to see his partner getting to enjoy freedom to some extent, something he truly wished for in the future. And this was a true shocking experience for the two passengers, to the point even the sides shook at his presence, mixed with the wind spells rocking the boat, so to speak. The force was insane to even achieve a small amount of movement against what the scythe wanted to do, as Lily chimed in. "Do you ever stop learning? It's kind of insane how many spells you've created lately." To which he shook his head. "Not something I directly created per se. It's something I unlocked, could be more accurate, through the combination of owning 2 sacred gears. The boosted gear freely evolves based on my will to a limited extent in combat, but Eve's sacred gear inherited that trait from it. And something of this scale is perfectly fine, as it's just a projection of Drake without a true physical form. Think of it like a projector. I'm just giving him the chance to talk to old friends. It's the least I could do for him after how much he's done for me. And I plan to eventually find a way to create a physical body for Drake while keeping the boosted gear active. I've kept that thought since the day we became partners. So, I hope it one day becomes a strong enough desire to actually become an ability." This was recorded pretty openly, alongside with everything. An admission that he found Drake to be a father figure would be shown later down the line after this trip. Something that would sure as hell embarrass the boy in front of Azazel and Sirzech, who'd be seeing this trip too at the grand party. A few hours would pass as Drake returned to the sacred gear, clearly laughing and talking to them about all of the stories he was able to share with old friends. To say this was the best day for him in a very long time couldn't do it justice, as he'd let out a gargantuan yawn before drifting off to sleep, an audible snoring coming from the sacred gear causing all 3 of them to bust out laughing. Seems even the Welsh dragon's endless energy has a limit. The fallen angel girl would quip as they just stare out of the window, watching another unique sight pass by. This time it was a field of trees with people mining them. They all were producing ore that appeared to be the crystals that were used for currency down here. "So, money literally does grow on trees here, huh?" remarked ISSEI with a cheesy grin, as a groan could be heard, followed by a slap from Lily, nailing him on the back of his head for the awful pun. Much to their surprise, Calla Warner was in absolute stitches, laughing her ass off at the joke. He definitely found her sense of humor in full. A soft smile had covered his face as he'd look over to Lily, who just shrugged with a giggle as time began to pass once more through idle chatter, as his face grew slightly more serious, as he had a few thoughts racing through his mind as he grew more anxious about meeting Raynare. He didn't know that he already heard a good bit of what was on his mind, and he sure as hell wasn't prepared for the meeting. The boy let out a pretty dejected sigh as he mumbled, "I really hope I don't break down like that again. Probably will though." It was pretty silently said, to the point Lily missed it as she was talking to the fallen angel, but Calla didn't. She saw his lips move and could tell what he said. "Hey Lily, I need to take a seat, so to speak." The brunette would speak up as she'd get up, gently sitting on ISSEI's other knee as she just dragged him down into a hug. Wordlessly, Lily took the hint and followed suit, just turning and hugging the boy as they'd ride forward in peace and quiet, seeming to take a nap as he passed out from exhaustion. Seems bringing Drake out earlier even wore him out emotionally, with everything else going through his mind, and a blue firework played forth in the Grigori, prompting Koneko to begin using Senjutsu to heal his heart. She was the main one of the 3 who were rotating out every few hours to make sure he was okay at the time. She couldn't quite guess what caused it, but nonetheless she got to it, resting carefully against his chest, going to sleep against him with that ability constantly on. Time skip, last one for the chapter. May 11th, a strange moving castle-like town. Lily would shake the two awake. She was the first to detect they had crossed over the barrier into the mobile town which walked ever forward. Welcome, ISSEI, Kala, to the eternally exploring town, the frontier of purgatory. Not even us Reapers know how large this place really is. It's kind of insane to think about. They would slowly step down out of the transportation they were riding in, and it formed a small clip against Lily's hair instead of a full-on side this time. They were taking in the sight of the town, and upon that announcement of where they arrived, a siren began to blare as various knights appeared upon dragons of various sizes with massive cannons and lances took to the skies, beginning to fight off what looked like a horde of thunderbirds. Seems we passed through them while they were migrating. I feel bad for them. They'll probably be killed and there's no coming back here. It's a true shame, but it's only a matter of time since they refused to reincarnate due to pride. Lily had looked dejected, knowing she couldn't really stop it regardless of how strong she was, but the brown-haired boy had other plans. He'd begin audibly chanting something quite complex as flares of dark green light began shooting up from his palms, scaring off the birds to prevent the clash that would have happened otherwise. He had sensed what their deepest fear was innately, and chose to use it against them. A true primal fear of what had first killed them, something he could relate to, so he did feel a bit guilty for it, though he was hoping they'd steer clear of the town from then on. He began receiving quite a few cheers and a few gems thrown down his way from the knights, catching them with a wave of his own. Hey, nice to see it worked out. He would call up to them as a familiar face made her way down atop a crimson dragon before leaping off into Calawarner's arms as her raven black hair would trail behind her. The hell are you doing here, sis? A voice would call out, not having realized it was ISSEI standing there as Lily silently dragged him away, pointing to a nearby inn. Kala took the hint and gave them space for now. The boy's happy face had dropped to one of uncertainty as Raynare had appeared. There were so many emotions playing across his face as he just began crying the second they got in the room they rented, Lily just stroking his head, cooing down at him. There. I am sorry that it happened so abruptly, but you also saved her. Be proud of that. You saved so many people just now. Those thunderbirds are no joke. They can quite literally decimate an army on their own. It's kind of a blessing they're mostly extinct with one exception now. It's no lie or exaggeration to say you just saved many lives, dear boy. I can't imagine how hard this is on you. Take it slow and talk to her with all your heart when those two arrive, okay? I'll support you as best I can. The hair clip atop her head slowly made its way down like a spider, slightly unnerving ISSEI as it began to grow into a scythe, once more standing on its own as the blade spelling out something to him which would surprise the wielder, as death never got involved with mortals usually. It even did something she had never seen before, dropping its blade down the length of the shaft to form a large paper with writing on it in a very deep red fancy cursive. Do not feel guilt for something you could not control. I can feel the depths of your regret, but I have to say this, it wasn't your fault, boy. Stop berating yourself for the past, or it will one day drag you down with it. The past is the past. You need to do what you can and move forward. I feel there is no one who understands this better than you do. And it was finished off with a smiley face before the side shrunk back down to a hair clip crawling back up to where it was resting atop Lily's head, as ISSEI seemed to think to himself. Can it not just float? Why does it have to crawl like that? The sight clearly fucked with him. After a few hours, it was quite clear that Calawarner was discussing the issue at hand with Raynare. Well, it was obvious enough to Lily at the least due to the time it was taking as the boy and her began playing blackjack to pass the time. He had just assumed they stopped off to get a meal and catch up. Scene break. During the time they were away, Kala and Raynare's perspective. Calawarner had indeed seen ISSEI begin to break down on the spot and understood entirely why Lily had taken him away, with a soft sigh leaving her lips as she'd snap out of it when Raynare hugged her, asking a million questions a minute before settling down, asking a big one. Who was that? Who was with you? I felt like I recognized them. I know Lily as she's got us damned famous down here, but why did my heart hurt when I saw the dude? The million-dollar question had finally landed. She had forgotten the meetup they had planned due to her sheer excitement to see her sister, as the brunette had an expression that just read off as, "Are you serious right now?" as she'd facepalm hard enough to damn near knock herself out. The sight seemed to jog her memory as she knew her sister was waiting for her to realize it. Oh fuck, that was ISSEI. The look of recognition had finally settled in as she tried to peel away from her sister and dashed straight for the inn as Kala dragged her back by her fucking legs, since she immediately tried to fly away. Sis, no. Please listen first. The younger fallen angel had desperately cried out to her big sister. And to her surprise, she actually listened for once. The actual desperation snapped her back to reality, quickly realizing she almost made a pretty bad mistake. I really just want to see him. I was so excited hearing his voice again. I need to apologize for so much. To which the younger sister quite literally dragged her sister into her arms as her wings came out, gently flying them a decent distance to prevent any yelling that might happen to be heard by ISSEI, just in case, as she calmly speak. Look, I get it. Trust me, I do. After traveling with him the past week, I can see how you fell in love with him so fast. I kind of did too, honestly. An open admission without shame was said by the younger fallen, who was 7 shades of scarlet red now, as she did her best to rein it in. He's going to break down when he sees you. He broke down horribly when he first ran into me. The older sister already knew this but chose to feign ignorance for her sister's sake, just nodding along and listening. I don't exactly know what's going to be said. I don't know how he's going to react to seeing you face to face, so please be prepared for anything, okay? The younger sister had tears in her eyes, hoping for nothing but the best to come from this. It was a gamble to her by all rights for both her sister's happiness and ISSEI's recovery. She could tell how much it was affecting his mental health. They both share a sincere nod after a while of talking and discussing things, deciding that Raynare would enter after her as they flew back to the inn. Scene break. May 11th, midday, inside of the inn. D-Day had officially been reached, and none of them are honestly truly ready for what is about to transpire. As the Bluenette finally makes her way inside, she would find Lily sitting on the bed along with ISSEI, seemingly lost in thought as she'd make her way beside him. Another figure slipped in, closing the door with an audible click. The air itself was so very heavy that it felt like it could choke Raynare as she made her way forward. ISSEI's aura was pretty heavily being released into the room as his thoughts raced violently, his hair covering his eyes with a pretty unreadable expression as she came to sit on the bed across from them, silently waiting to be addressed. A good literal hour had passed before anyone felt like they could breathe as he got up from where he sat, walked forward and just dragged her down into his arms wordlessly. It was the firmest embrace she could ever recall in her entire life. Like the boy had felt she would up and vanish or be ripped away from him once more if he had let go, and she could feel it. She could actually see all of the memories playing through his head in slow motion in the strangest of sight all around her, small screens that appeared played back the first date, and she could tell in that very moment that it was sincerely the best day of his life to him. On a few of them, a darker scene had played though, his inner thoughts, his deepest grief and the constant desire to kill himself to meet her again shown to the 3 girls, showing them just how deep those wounds ran across his very soul. It prompted a massive group hug for a while as he struggled to pull himself together. Everything he had to convey was wordlessly shown through what could only be described as a miracle of his sacred gear, revealing this all to them because it knew he couldn't do it without breaking down. Even Drake could be heard crying silently. The dragon had wrestled with the notion of revealing all of this so many times to Sirzech when ISSEI was asleep or to one of the various people close to him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. This was a shared pain between the 2 partners and a genuine regret of the Welsh dragon not being strong enough or willing enough to reach out and get him the help he so desperately needed. A few more hours would pass and many tears were shed as ISSEI finally found his voice, albeit shakily. He slowly and caringly spoke. My first love, I dreamed of nothing more than this moment. I got stronger and fought through so much with this day always on my mind, even though it was just a pipe dream at best. His words held more weight than any punch he'd ever felt as he spoke them. The feeling of the raven-haired beauty squeezing him tight enough to break his very bones was enough to assure that fact as he continued to speak, a whole lot calmer now that he knew this wasn't just a sick dream. I can't cry anymore. What am I supposed to feel currently? There's so much joy, so much pain, so much relief. I can't even say I'm afraid anymore. It's weird to explain. To which the fallen duo gently nodded along, listening to him as they held him on either side. Lily had gotten up to go fetch some drinks for everyone, leaving the 3 to get some alone time as she had gotten plenty of it on the way, with Kala passing out repeatedly. It was the least she could do, she felt. It was Raynare's turn to speak, and speak she did. She laid everything bare. I heard when you guys first met, Lily is a crafty minx and opened a communication spell to me, and ISSEI, I dreamed out of this for so long. When I killed you, my heart broke in a way I didn't know it could. I regretted it more than I regretted fucking falling. I knew I had just killed the one man who actually loved me and would ever love me to that depth. Even as you laid there dying, your eyes didn't show even an ounce of hatred, only understanding and an apology that you made me go through that. Please, never blame yourself. It was my fault for not getting Azazel sooner to stop Kokobile. It was my fault for choosing not to kill Kokobile the first chance I had. I could have poisoned him during that meal and stopped all of this, but I was too much of a coward to try. She was clearly breaking down and blaming herself now, something that ISSEI put a stop to in a single action as he kissed her. There was an intensity and depth to it that only lovers could share as her face went dark crimson, skipping every shade before it just sinking into his lips. The sight of it honestly was enough to stir some jealousy up in her sister, but she beat it back down with a shake of her head as she'd let out a playful cough. "Hey, lovebirds. I'm still here, you know. And ISSEI." He turned to face Kala, curious of what it was, as she would do the same without hesitation or reservation, just making out with him on the spot. Raynare and her had discussed this long before, and it was more or less how they'd cheer him up if things went too far south, knowing it'd be a mental reset button. "Lovely dragon, this is how I feel about you," she would whisper down at him, seeing Lily walk through the doorway with a whistle. She had clearly seen it all, even snapping a few pictures with a cat-like Cheshire grin. "Definitely gonna show those at the party. And even if you take my phone, I already backed the photos up." A collective deep groan from the three of them could be heard as they knew there was no getting out of that one. Lily slowly took a few steps forward, setting the glasses of various liquids down on the table as she walked up to the Secretary, giving him the most feral kiss either of the girls had ever seen before, moving away, shamelessly licking her lips. "And that's my fee for stealing my heart, you big softy," she would state pretty plainly, a soft red hue to her otherwise pure white skin, giving the three a wink as she'd go lay down on the other bed, watching them to see how long it'd take for him to recover from what just happened with a giggle. "Seems I broke him. Whoops." The two fallen gals would just start laughing at the sight. It was like he completely reverted to his original self for a moment, when Raynare had first met him, which brought a deep smile to her face as Kala prepared to drop the biggest bomb of all. "We have so much to discuss, by the way, sis. We're going back with ISSEI. He found a way to revive us." This prompted the response of silver tears to slowly stream down her face as she'd bury herself against ISSEI's neck, just holding him tight. She couldn't have dreamed out of a better bit of news today, as she thought this would be a one-time meetup before he'd have to leave. A small flash of silver could be seen gliding along and vanishing from Raynare's wings, but only Lily had seen it, raising an eyebrow at the sight, not quite sure of what to make of that happening. May 11th, midday, inside of the inn. The four were busy discussing everything and anything they wanted to talk about for the moment, as they had to plan for quite a few things coming up, as ISSEI was slowly preparing the spell to temporarily seal them within jewelry, as it was the easiest medium for him to transport souls. Thankfully for them, jewels, gems, and the lot are all that is used as currency in this land, so he had quite the selection to choose from as he was silently working away in a corner of the room, designing each piece with care. There was a certain intimacy to his work, as he displayed around the same level of skill as when he first tried working with clay, but this was far more conscious in effort. For Calawarner, he had chosen to create a pair of earrings he thought would look good on her after the fact. He chose two wonderful blue sapphires, as the gemstone itself represented wisdom, truth, sincerity, and faithfulness, which he felt matched the bluenet very genuinely. It was clear he was putting far more thought into his actions than when he was more naive, which was a very welcome change to Drake, who was more or less watching over his shoulder, as he worked metaphorically, and somewhat literally, as he spoke solely to ISSEI to keep the surprise for the girls. "So, partner, you've finally come to terms with one of your biggest traumas. How are you holding up? And before you answer, please do finish up what you're working on for the moment. I'd rather not ruin a gift you're working so damn hard on. It's honestly good to see you so dedicated and openly showing your knowledge rather than putting on the mask of a hapless pervert to amuse everyone around you for a change," ISSEI. The Welsh dragon had done something he hadn't before, which stopped ISSEI dead in his tracks, hearing them address him in that manner, as he'd reply internally, "Not gonna lie, Drake, kind of weird hearing you use my nickname in a way. But it's also a welcome change, as you are the one person I consider a true father to me beyond my own father, and a step beyond Sirzech, and even Azazel in some ways. I'm sorry for all the bullshit I've put you through over the years. Thanks for always being here by my side, brother." As they were having that little mental discussion, ISSEI had done it unconsciously, but in a pretty astounding way. The earrings he was working on took the shape carved away beautifully into a mix of Drake's icon and a set of fallen angel wings, gently embracing it as he gave a soft smile, looking at the finished result. "Seems one thing remains true, you are my hero, Drake. And nothing in this world will stop us from protecting those we love." There was a pause, as those words had struck a chord with the red dragon of domination in a way he never experienced. This was true pride in another. "Indeed we will, even if we find a way for me to leave this blasted sacred gear. I want to do it on my terms. I wish for you to be able to access my power and always work with you rather than be completely separated. You could say you've truly become family to me, ISSEI Wielder. I give you and only you permission to use my name as a middle name should you so choose as ISSEI Wielder should you ever wish to. That is proof of my bond to you as a brother. Time would pass through the day as the first of many attempts for the jewelry had been completed. Scene break, minor time skip. May 11th, close to evening, inside of the inn. ISSEI himself could be seen grinning like a dumbass by Lily, who had just finished tucking in the two fallen girls to take a rest. She chose to take a chair up near him as she took a seat carefully up behind the brown-haired boy, hoping to gently spook him. As she saw him quickly tucking away those beautiful sapphire earrings, she let out a very muffled giggle as she whispered into his ear. "She'll love it. Trust me on that. I may have only gotten a small glimpse, but you really are quite talented, aren't ya, Dragon Boy?" She had chosen this as her little pet name for him as the Reaper reached up, ruffling his hair. She had brought almost exactly what he asked for, even though it was ridiculously hard to find. He had sent her out earlier to look for a large translucent ruby. "It took most of the day, but I managed to buy off a very rare and unique stone for you. It glows brilliantly under moonlight rather than most natural light. The dwarf who mined it up apparently chose to enchant it rather than shine it naturally. It honestly was damn near poetic in nature, considering your ability and nature of the new sacred gear you have, no?" The Pinkette would put forth her trademark Cheshire grin after telling him all of this. His eyes seemed to gleam with absolute joy as he turned to drag her into a firm hug, as thanks upon seeing the lustrous gem, it was sincerely the best thing she could have found. He might not have known her for too long, but she'd become someone he could confide in and speak to almost on an instinctual level. Something just told him to trust her. Gotta love a dragon's intuition, as it's something that both ISSEI and Drake agreed upon. It was a feeling similar to how he reacted to Asya on all fronts. It both worried the pair to a small extent, but it did confirm the fact Hades truly was looking out for him in the long run in another regard. The brunette had decided he should take a break and wait till he was more mentally there to attempt the next piece, as he wanted it to be perfect. Off to the side there was another small black box, bringing the count to a total of 3, which seemed to perplex Lily. And when he noticed that she picked up on that, he had quickly slipped the third box into his pocket with a shrug and a whisper. "A surprise for someone later, you didn't see anything." He'd tease, clearly not going to give any more info on it, even though it was for her. The poor girl would more than likely have the biggest of surprise in that moment. He would wave his hand dismissively, sending Lily off to bed after he gave her a hug and a soft smile. "I'll talk to you in the morning, okay?" This evening he had opened a mental connection to the 5 girls back at the Gregory to begin to update them on the situation, as he had been in smaller messages here and there. He went over the current plan with Grayfia specifically, as he knew she'd get to Azazel the fastest to arrange everything he needed. The 2 cat girls were complaining at how they'd miss him and hoped he came back to them sooner. A sentiment that was pretty openly shared among all of them, even if they wouldn't outright say it. Akeno had chimed in after learning of his plans to bring the 2 back to life, curious on something that had plagued her for actual years now. It was very obvious of what she was going to ask about, as her tone came across shaky and pained through tears. "Hi, is there any chance to look for someone while you're there for me?" Koneko was clinging to her friend, wiping those tears away as they listened carefully to what their mate was about to say. A true silence fell as he thought about it, and chose this would be the right moment to tell her. ISSEI would regretfully have to inform her of a simple fact, but he had already keyed into exactly who she was asked for, even if she didn't say it outright. It was about her mother, and he spoke softly, knowing what he was about to say would shake her to her very core. "I can't bring anyone else back but these 2 as per Hades' blessing. Anything beyond that, and I'd probably get in massive trouble with her. I'd really like to avoid that if at all possible." There was a brief pause before he'd finally dropped the best news possible for the fallen devil hybrid. "That being said, my dear, I won't have to go looking, as I found her already and was going to surprise you with that once I wake up, but hearing your voice break like that, I can't keep it a secret any longer. When I first went back to the shrine after meeting Hades for the first time, he told me something interesting. It was the fact Shuri wasn't in the afterlife. I found a crystallized feather there. Realizing who it belonged to, I immediately contacted Azazel to begin having him work on cloning technology, as they had her blood in the hospital still, and I managed to develop an interesting ability right then and there. For some reason, when I picked it up, Shuri's soul turned into a raven black obsidian ring and went into the boosted gear. I learned I can store souls in the boosted gear because of this." He would wait for that news to sink in entirely for Akeno, as all he could hear on the other end of the telepathic link was her beginning to sob harder than he ever had heard before, but through their personal connection he could tell these were tears of absolute joy, as he somehow felt her holding his hand so tightly. A soft smile spread across his face as he began speaking to them all once more. So, when I said I'd be bringing 2 people back, it might have been a wee bit of a lie. I wanted to surprise you, love. The plan was for when I was finally awake at the party for a big reveal of bringing Shuri back to shock both you and Barakil. He would pause, thinking of how to tell her this next bit. She's been watching over everything from inside of my sacred gear, but she hasn't been strong enough yet to talk to any of you like Drake does. But she's watched over everything through my eyes, within reason of course. And Akeno, she told me how proud of you she is, but I'll let her get into that once she's back by your side, as it's not my place to give her words to you, okay? The last line came out with such sincerity that it overwhelmed Akeno entirely. He could feel what felt like a weight on his chest. Akeno had passed out from a mix of shock and relief, which caused Yusaka to let out a tittering yufufufu, as she often did seeing such a cute sight. A single thought had crossed over the 4 girls' minds who were still conscious. He really does go out of his way for all of us, doesn't he? And, on that note, he would call out to them once more. I know it's weird, but I still feel a need to sleep when I'm in this state, even if I don't need to. So I may take a small nap, okay? Oh, and I found a new friend and potential woman for the harem along the way. Please don't be too upset. I want you all to give her a chance, as she's the one who enabled me to meet up with Kala and Ray. This wouldn't be possible without her. If he had been there, he probably could have caught the shrug they all let off, rather unbothered by the fact, as the usually quiet Koneko replied pretty bluntly, and somewhat out of character. She had clearly been thinking about this for a while now. You're a dragon. Some dragons hoard treasures. You choose to surround yourself with those you love. We have all come to understand why people are drawn to you. As long as she doesn't hurt you, I'm sure we will all get along. Sleep well, Issei Naya. On the other end, he could hear Kuroka beginning to laugh, poking her sister's cheek, calling out, Naya motherfucker. Which caused a good bit of laughter to all involved, confusing the doctors around them who didn't know they could talk to Issei. With that, he had cut the connection, as they all seemed to say what they wanted to say for the moment, carefully storing the box with the earrings away so Kala didn't find it early. The girls once more turned in for the evening, and Issei more or less seemed to fall asleep sitting at the desk he was working at. Lily threw a blanket over him, carefully lifting his head, putting a pillow under it, thinking to herself he'd have such a sore neck in the morning if he was here in his actual body. Going to have to make sure he doesn't fall asleep like this in the future. And with that, she went over to the bed, coiling around a pillow, and slept like a log. Plus. Scene break. May 12th morning, inside of the inn. Everyone had began to stir from their sleep as the pink-haired Reaper would rush the 2 girls to get ready. She had planned with Issei last night to take them out of the house for the day so that he could work on Raynare's and Lily's gifts, though she didn't quite know that one was coming her way too yet. She had almost caught him on several occasions as he sorted through the gem bag they had brought. He had subtly pocketed a few cat's eye gemstones and an onyx that reminded him of her eyes, going through and picking out specific ones as he'd carefully carved the various cat's eye stones down, forming a layered sphere on top of the onyx before solidifying it with some fire without removing the translucent illusion they gave off, nearly matching her piercing stare with a blacked out background simulating her dark eyes and piercing white pupil. To his credit, they were a near perfect match. With some sculpting work, he had created a beautiful locket front and back, carefully attaching them near seamlessly with a latch fashioned from some metal he bought at a local blacksmith. It may not have been the ideal material, but it was strong and wouldn't wear out easily. He had chosen titanium for the small chain, carefully working it with dragon's fire courtesy of Drake, forming quite the amazing gift. Inside of it, he had carefully etched from memory an image of her smiling face, and then one of his own smiling visage, carefully colored with paints, and sealed with something similar to epoxy that was only really available there. A gift from an artisan at the same smithy he went to after explaining his goals. The whole process took him a few hours at most, bringing it closer to the afternoon as the epoxy material had fully set, and he was able to safely seal the locket. He would carefully set it into a small silken bag before putting it inside of the black box that he'd tuck away into the boosted gear for safekeeping. It was a surprise for Lily after all, can't have her finding it too easily. And so he finally got to the biggest task of all. The previous 2 were practice for this one, so to speak. It's not like he half-assed either to any extent, but he wanted to hone his skill further before attempting what he was about to. Across the table were actual hundreds of various gems he had used and effectively practiced on before getting to Lily's gift, as it was far larger than simple earrings. This next one, though, he only had one single shot at getting it right, so he clearly took a ton of liberties on practicing various techniques so it would turn out perfectly. He would erect a physical barrier around himself, shutting out any sounds or ability to see into it, after setting a small note out on the floor for the girls for when they get home, reading off, "Hey, busy inside of here working on something. Please don't interrupt me for a bit, this might take a while." With that out of the way now, he took a seat as he'd pull out the damn near tennis ball size see-through crimson red ruby, taking a deep breath. He'd already worked it into a near perfect sphere with the back shaved down smooth so he could attach a small golden clip into it. This would become a hairpin for Raynare. He started painstakingly and cautiously removing bits of material here and there until he got the rough shape of a lotus flower. From one of the various previous projects, he had carved out small black outlines from onyx, carefully laying them against the edges of the petals, sealing them against it with magic to give it quite the jarring color palette. It was striking by all means, as he went all out on this, carefully carving in each and every small detail, giving it a truly lifelike appearance of what the flower would hold. Much to his surprise, even in what would be regarded as a soundless void inside of his barrier, he heard a void calling out, though he didn't recognize it. It was clearly female, and held quite the strength to it to physically be heard through his barrier. "You honor the ones you love with such majestic adoration and mastery of artwork. I shall bless this piece as I have blessed you, my chosen child of Adam." The room would begin to glow with a deep silver light, as if the moon itself were shining down upon ISSEI alone, even though it was literally 12 in the afternoon. As the brilliant light faded out, he spotted something he never could have imagined in his wildest dreams. The onyx he had used on the hairpin had turned the deepest of silver. ISSEI and Drake both simultaneously would shout, "What the actual fuck just happened?" "You heard that right," leaving the stunned brunette just staring down at the piece, feeling too spooked to even touch it. He sure as hell couldn't explain this any other way other than a goddess's influence from the sheer aura it was letting off before settling. To ISSEI's surprise, he could hear Drake's voice sounding off in his head, "Wait, silver. No, that shouldn't be possible. I can't believe I didn't put 2 and 2 together before. But that couldn't. She hasn't taken interest in anyone as far as I can recall from my first host." Having had far too many mysteries surrounding his newfound abilities, he'd let out a deep sigh, calling out to his partner, "Okay, so, what the actual fuck was that? You seem to know what just happened and who that voice belongs to, Drake." "You said she, who do you mean?" There wasn't even a second's delay as he got his answer. "As unlikely as I think it is, I'm pretty sure you're blessed under the goddess of the moon. Which, I'll be blunt, you're probably the first one in an actual millennia. She fucking hates humanity for what happened with the moon bunnies." The dragon was clearly unable to straighten out his thoughts from sheer shock, not even sure where to begin on that one. That's a story for a very different time and something we may have to solve out in the future. But for the moment, that would explain the silver tears. Within Incan mythology, the wife of the sun was known as Mother Moon. Most humans think it's just a silly story, but there is a lot behind it lost to time. There's a reason your people only visited the light side of the moon and felt scared while they were there. His voice shifted to a very serious tone, something he never heard from Drake unless he was in a fight to the death. "She's a horrifically strong deity. Haven't you ever wondered why you guys stopped visiting the moon, partner?" "Well, outside of the rambling, and to get back on topic, her actual name is Luna. Some irony there isn't quite lost on me. That said, she was a goddess who probably could have taken me down at my prime without blinking. She beat the living hell out of Shiva in the past, and it seems you've somehow ended up under her radar. I swear you're a fucking magnet for everything actually dangerous. Do me a favor for both of our sakes. Never piss her off. I'm more afraid of her than I am of losing you, if that says anything at all." An audible gulp came from the secretary as the severity of everything had just sunk in. "Well, fuck, noted, and I will do my best to stay in her good graces. I've only read about her and heard of her once or twice in passing mention from Artemis. I never assumed she'd actually take notice of me. I wonder what caused that. Well, Drake, don't freak out with what I'm about to say. We're going to the moon after we bring Lily back to my body." And, much to no one's surprise, the Welsh dragon did indeed begin freaking the fuck out, damn near foaming at the mouth inside of ISSEI's mindscape hearing that suggestion. Back inside of the barrier, after a few hours of ISSEI having to more or less placate the dragon, who was fuming beyond words at even the suggestion, he relented with the world's deepest sigh. "If it were anyone else suggesting this to me, I'd have killed them on the spot. I hope you realize this. I expect you on your best behavior in front of Luna. Seriously. Do not treat it as a casual meetup unless she explicitly states you can. I'd rather not lose my brother to his own stupidity." To which ISSEI had a visible sweat drop form above his head, calling out, knowing he'd be heard. Yeah, I get it. Take a nap, you grumpy old dragon. It'll be a day or two before we go anyway. I'll need to ask Lily to lend me a hell of a lot of energy for that. Either way, let me clean all of this up before they get back. To which their conversation ended, and he did just as he said he would, carefully setting the hairpin down inside of a black box larger than the other two. He planned to give them to the girls tonight. Scene break. May 12th midday, in the town with the three girls. Warner was walking a few paces ahead of Lily and Ray with stars in her eyes. She had always wanted to visit the wandering city, as she knew this place had a ton of specialty stores she'd never get to see again, so she was like a kid in a candy store, swiftly going in and out of them, buying a few gifts and trinkets here and there for her friends who were still alive. She wanted to surprise them. Raynare was far more content just relaxing and letting her little sis go nuts, spending most of her savings, as it'd be useless once she left here anyway, and Lily could come and go as she wanted, so she didn't quite care either way. The Reaper would gently prod the eldest fallen angel's side with a cheeky grin as she'd whisper softly, "So, when are you going to seal the deal with Dragon Boy? Are you going to join his harem alongside your sister? Because that's what I've chosen to do." There was a sincerity and solemn tone to her words, outright telling her how it was on her end, while prying into the answers from her newfound friend and possible future sister. You could quite literally see a wall of steam rising from the poor girl's head as her thoughts went into the gutter so deep that she barely made it back out, shaking her head from side to side rapidly before muttering back to the one so clearly bullying her in her eyes. Well, I plan to talk it over with ISSEI before all else, but I don't think we really have much to discuss on that. There's probably going to be more to talk about with the other members since I, killed him in the past. Even if he forgave me, I am worried they won't or cannot due to the severity of my actions. Her words trailed off near the end as she stifled a few silent cries. The past few days had certainly helped her let a lot of the pain out, but it was still indeed gnawing at her in the worst of ways. But to her surprise, she was pulled into a deep hug along with many comforting coos. There, it'll work out in the end. I could see from his memories those he's surrounded by radiate a warmth I've never seen before. That moment is what completely solidified my thoughts. He will never let any of us go, even at the cost of his own life. She'd chuckle a bit grimly as she knew just how serious that last sentence was, hoping not to worry the poor gal any further than that. Also, he has one hell of a surprise for you two tonight. She'd state pretty cryptically as they'd finally follow the brunette into a store, seeing her browsing through lingerie with a mischievous glint in her eye. She'd wave them both over, pointing out a few maid outfits that were far too sexy to be legal in most establishments. "We're buying these, no questions asked." I saw a particular maid in his memory and have quite the fun idea for later. Warner would happily gloat with clearly devilish intent. In that moment she seemed more like a devil than a fallen angel with what she had planned, and the other two were picking up on it in a very similar train of thought as they'd go to pay for it, carefully tucking them away under various other clothes, knowing ISSEI wouldn't go snooping. One could say a truly lewd and unspoken plan had come to fruition between the three of them, and they'd surely get the other girls in on it later. They were very aware of his dreams for a harem, and what better way to serve their master than in proper cosplay. ISSEI was sincerely fucked with their coming machinations. Take this as you will. With grins all around, they made their way back to the inn with their newfound loot acquired after having them all sized and fit to themselves perfectly. They brought home some small baked goods, mostly cupcakes, as none of them were really in the mood for actual food tonight. Scene break. May 12th around 6:30 p.m., back in the inn. Inside of the room, munching and casual talk could be heard at the main table as they all indulged in those cupcakes they had bought earlier, as ISSEI waited for the perfect moment in conversation to really butt in and say what he had to say. After a few minutes, the girls finally brought their attention to him as he let out a soft cough. "It may feel a bit rushed or sudden, but I have made some pretty major plans. Something happened while you were gone that I need to discuss now." He would take a deep breath, debating how to address this. "I've learned that a certain goddess has her eyes on me, and I feel I need to repay her kindness by at the least paying her a visit. So, once I manage to bring you both into the sacred gear, I plan to leave Lily with the others at the Grigori while Azazel prepares your body first, Kala. I will need to be awake for the process with Raynare, because something big happened, and I need to go speak to Luna before all else." The name sent Lily into a cold sweat as she rose from where she sat, the scythe resting against the corner of the room by her, spelled out. "Did you just say Luna?" As in the mad goddess of the moon, that Luna. Much to ISSEI's amusement and horror from the implications. He saw the shocked tone of the words as it physically had changed its usual font, drawing an amused laugh out of the brunette, as he saw Lily's mind racing 1,000 miles per hour, as he'd get up, patting her head to assure her it was fine, speaking softly to calm her down. "Relax, she wasn't angry with me. And I don't plan to pick a fight with her either, okay? You have my permission to tell Hades and Persephone as well. So you don't have to worry that you'll be betraying me if you do so. It was as if he read her very mind, so she just nodded twice, sitting back down. The two fallen had only heard of her name in passing rumors, so they didn't realize how serious it was until the senior reaper had utterly freaked out, and ISSEI casually name-dropped two goddesses to warn them this had happened. Raynare was the first to speak up with obvious concern etched into her beautiful visage. Will you be safe? Can you promise me you'll come back, ISSEI? The brunette had a shocked expression hearing all of that. She wasn't really sure what to say in this, so she just asked something akin to what she felt in that moment. Promise us all that you'll come back safe, please. We just got you back, and in Lily's case, she only just got you in her life. Don't do anything dumb, okay? You have far too many people who'd cry if something happens to you, myself included. He'd let out a soft grumble. He knew they didn't think light of him, but they knew of his carefree nature, and just like his partner Drake, they worried as they should any incident including someone with such a title as cause for worry. He'd silence those worries pretty easily though, as he'd wave his hand in front of himself, speaking sincerely to them. There was a confidence that he lacked for so long before meeting back up with his first love. Those scars on his heart healing up brought out a very different side of himself as he spoke with certainty. No worries, I don't plan on pissing her off, let alone picking a fight, as I mentioned before. But I think she's the reason I was able to hear Eve and save her, and that Luna might have been the reason I didn't die from overexertion battling Eve in the Trihexa form. I might be wrong, but it's a gut feeling. So, I'm going to do what I think I should. He wasn't going to hide a damn thing from any of them, and wanted them to know they could always believe in his promises. That is just the kind of man he'd become over time. He'd reach behind himself, grabbing the 3 black boxes, carefully placing them down in front of each of the girls with an ear-to-ear smirk. I had Lily take you guys out shopping for another reason, by the way. Remember how I mentioned that jewelry was the best medium for me to transport the two of you? Well, I thought that I should make them myself rather than just buy them at a stall here. Kala, please open yours first. Lily, I'd like you to open yours second. And Ray, please wait to open yours, I have so much to say to you when you open it. He'd give Raynare a small wink as he'd sit in his chair watching as all eyes fell on the brunette. The room was dimly lit due to the sky beginning to fall to darkness, as he'd raise the dimmer on a light switch, bringing the room just bright enough to view the contents of the box more easily. The look on Calwarner's face made the effort of this entire trip worth more than any money could buy. Lily was openly snapping pictures with the earrings in frame as tears began flowing down the fallen angel's face. She gently closed the box, holding it so tightly to her chest as she tried to gather herself to speak. It's so beautiful. ISSEI, you made these. How did you become so good at making trinkets of this nature? That drew a small laugh out of the boy as he'd point to the trash can full of all the failed attempts. A lot of practice, though yours came out more naturally. You'll see what I mean on the next 2 gifts. For some reason, I was able to make yours as simply as I breath. I hope you like it, my cute little blue-haired beauty. Much like the other 2's gifts, they're enchanted to be damn near unbreakable. She was just giving him a starstruck stare, realizing just how much time he put into this for her and her sister. After a few minutes of just hugging the boy, she went back to her seat, cradling the small box in her hands as she turned her attention to Lily. It was the Reaper's turn, though she wasn't quite sure what to expect as she lifted the top of the small box. It revealed a mirror that reflected her piercing eyes. The first hint of what he'd created for her. Her lips pulled back into a puzzled pout as she fiddled with the soft silk pouch, trying to unlace it. ISSEI may have tied it a bit too tightly, which caused him to scratch the back of his head awkwardly. Once she got it done, she'd pull up the locket by the chain first, and she accidentally clicked it open, revealing the pictures to herself, and the other 2 as her hand shook. This was the first personal gift she'd actually ever received out of love rather than a birthday gift of sorts. For the first time in her life, she was too moved to speak as she just began crying silver tears which heavily stained her clothes. He had pulled her into a hug, stroking the back of her head with the warmest of smile. There. Let it out, Lily, did you like it that much? The tears pretty genuinely didn't stop for a good 30 minutes as she pulled herself together. I need to thank Hades. It was the most beautiful gift I've ever received, Dragon Boy. Just so you know, most people are terrified of my eyes. But to see you chose them as the basis for my gift, to know that you don't find them ugly. It really means the world to me, ISSEI. Thanks for being you. Thanks for putting so much thought into this gift. And thanks for accepting me rather than being afraid of me. Inadvertently, he had just exposed and crushed her deepest fear. Those piercing eyes of hers unnerved so many people, but to ISSEI, he found them truly beautiful even if he was too awkward to admit it out loud. He'd nod to himself, deciding to speak up on that fact. I noticed you never looked me in the eye when we first met. So I thought you had some issues with me at first, but when we were taking the trip from Kala's place to Raynare, there were a few moments where you actually locked eyes with me and didn't look away. I could see tears forming at the edge of your eyes, and your smiles were more genuine during those times. I found your eyes to be more beautiful than diamonds during those moments, and it was the same thought I had when I first saw you. You are gorgeous through and through. If anyone ever tries to make you insecure over that, I will personally beat their ass. All of this going on had only reminded Raynare why she had fallen in love with this big oaf to begin with. To say she was eager to see what he had created for her couldn't convey the anticipation shaking her very soul as all eyes fell to her. ISSEI reached out gently, putting a hand on top of the box as he'd slowly pull it back, revealing the dazzling hairpin to her. It looked like crimson ice was given a form with silver tips etched into every corner of the lotus as he began to speak. So, this was one of the reasons I wished to visit Luna. That silver you see was originally onyx, but she chose to bless this ornamental piece as she felt I put so much heart and soul into it that it deserved a goddess's blessing evidently. Raynare's face was quickly heating up to match the same shade of red as she began to cry as ISSEI would reach out, slowly running his hand through her hair. His voice was softer than he knew it could be as he let his forehead come to rest against hers as he spoke. My little Raven, Ray, I couldn't think of a more fitting image for your gift. The red lotus symbolizes compassion, sympathy, and selfless love. They also represent heart, passion, and generosity. There was nothing more fitting for my feelings towards you nor for your feelings towards me, right? He would carefully lift the pin, setting it into her hair, as he'd hold up a mirror showing it to her. In that moment she was sincerely the most beautiful woman in the world to him. To his surprise, she reached up and grabbed his head, just dragging him into the deepest a kiss, with both of their eyes drifting shut, just lost in that moment, as Raynare's wings flared out behind her. The moon growing more intense outside as her wings once more began flashing silver before completely taking on that color. Her feathers had not lost their darkness in a sense though, as the silver feathers were lined with deep hues of black, giving them greater definition, and inside of every feather it could be seen that the structure of them was deep crimson instead of white, causing shimmers of red anytime her wings moved like a wall of rubies. She too had been chosen by Luna, marking two people as her chosen, which was sincerely unheard of as Luna's voice began to ring out inside of the room. Hello again, my chosen, I heard you plan to visit me soon. I welcome both you and this newly blessed cosmic angel to meet me. Her younger sister is welcome to visit too, as I know she'll be inside of your sacred gear upon your arrival. You are the first of your kind, young girl. Once you have your actual body back, your wings will change further still. And you will have power that far outclasses what you had as a fallen angel. I hope you enjoy my gift as a congratulations to both of you finally reuniting. I have been watching you two for a very long time, and if it weren't for my agreement with the God of the Bible, I would have put an end to that tragedy before it began. You have my apologies. With all of that said, you two have my personal blessing, even if one is to fall. You two will meet again and again regardless of this cycle of reincarnation, and be blessed with endless love for one another. This also applies to the maid. So I bless both couples. Of that I promise on my namesake and power. Should your other lovers prove themselves, I will extend this promise to the rest of them as well. It'll most likely be one of the two cats first. I will see you soon, ISSEI. Just know I am always watching. The room itself seemed to lose the shine it had, leaving the four of them in relative shock. There was an immense power that felt like it was suffocating them as Luna had spoken. It was pretty clear of what caused that pressure though, as a red string was visibly clearing from Raynare's heart to ISSEI's before fading out of sight. Luna had invoked a permanent contract between their very souls, as she had mentioned, to which ISSEI would simply remark, "Seems there's more to the story of the red string of fate in our stories after all." To which Raynare openly snorted. God, you're so fucking cheesy. Out of everything you could have said, you chose to lead off with that. To which he shrugged, gently following up with, I mean, hey, apparently my life is interesting enough for a goddess to treat it as her own personal love story to watch. He would quip with his tongue stuck out at the three girls before him as they'd all bust out laughing. As the night rolled on, they all talked about what they'd want to do first once they were back in the land of the living. Kala and Ray wanted to go apologize to Azazel and Penemu for letting them down. Lily wanted to see the various museums of the world and to travel with him and the girls. A long overdue vacation for all of them, which he pretty adamantly considered. It would be fun, honestly. We should run it by Azazel and Sirzech and see if they'd approve it. He'd nod twice to himself. As midnight began to roll around, he'd sit back down at the desk he first began working out, pulling out a few pieces of paper, beginning to write up the exact process he'd need to seal them correctly, putting thought to paper just to double-check everything and make sure this went off without a hitch. The girls pretty openly watching over his shoulder as they learned he had a very advanced understanding of magic from the intricate magic circles and circuits he was drawing out. By the end of tonight, they'd finally be ready to leave, so they started to gather up everything they needed to take into a large pile as ISSEI held his left hand out as the boosted gear called out, "Transfer," moving everything inside of it as he'd look over to Lily. "I will need to borrow some energy for this first spell and for the trip to the moon if you don't mind later. I feel bad constantly literally being a leech when it comes to energy, but I want this done as soon as possible. It's possible Luna might actually heal my body enough to let me wake up early. Considering how powerful she is, it's not outside of reason." To which Lily would nod as an affirmation she could do it. "You owe me a hell of a meal for that later though. It'll put me on my ass giving you that much energy." She'd laugh to herself. "I plan to give you everything but what I need to teleport myself to the Grigori. Be sure to warn them in advance, thanks." As she finished saying that, she could see the communication circle that he had already opened up, and they'd hear Grayfia on the other end. "Got it, new girl coming. Neat. Also, what did I just hear about you going to the moon?" ISSEI would sigh. "That's a long story, just I apparently earned the favor of a very dangerous and powerful goddess, and promised her I'd come visit her." Before you go into the full rant. Yes, I was warned of my etiquette. No, I don't plan to fight the goddess or offend her. No, I will not be casual unless it is welcomed. Yes, I remember everything you taught me for dealing with royalty and gods or goddesses. He was audibly reading off a mental checklist as he'd finish it off with, "Oh, and Fia, I love you. Also, if you saw a weird red string from your heart leading to me, yeah, we're basically tied to each other through an eternal contract due to said goddess, so that's neat. It means I'll never be apart from you. My lovely icy maid." He'd tease her with that last bit, wishing he could see the shades of red he knew he just turned her, as she quite literally pulled the closest thing to slamming a phone as she immediately cut the connection to his spell. May 12th around 8 p.m., inside the inn. ISSEI had finally managed to gather up everyone's belongings and began preparing for the largest scale spell he was pretty sure he'd ever cast. Converting 2 souls into vessels would be no small feat even for one as strong as he was now. He had set up multiple barriers around the room to make sure no one would disturb the process. One to prevent outside sound, one to prevent physical disturbance of the materials he'd set down, one to prevent any magic to dispel to the other barriers. It was a very intricate and complicated setup woven through several layers of magic seals. To say it was draining to perform wouldn't do it justice. All that said and done, he soldiered on as the 2 unique accessories began to float in front of Raynare and Calawarner respectively as the process had finally and truly began. Neither looked scared, honestly. They had put their faith entirely in the smiling brunette who seemed to have the confidence of the gods themselves in this moment. He knew he couldn't fail this attempt, so he was giving it his all and then some. Every preparatory step had been measured out to literal perfection as he began to slowly chant aloud. Something akin to the very beginning of magic's roots. I, ISSEI Hyodo, invoke the right to convert a soul, to bring them forth from the land of the dead henceforth. I beseech Lady Death, Hades herself, to allow safe passage of these 2 fallen to reside within the vessels I have painstakingly crafted as a labor of love and blessing upon them. It wasn't a fantastical chant, but one of respect to the realm of the dead's host, and it wasn't just for theatrics either. By invoking such a writ, he would damn near guarantee success of the spell, as the skies above them seemed to quake with power. Hades herself had began aiding in the spell alongside Persephone, a boon ISSEI couldn't have accounted for. And in the instant that power began to radiate down towards him, he would lock in for the final cast of the spell. A small snap of his fingers was the catalyst and condition for the activation of an insanely complicated spell circle beneath his feet, as the 2 girls would physically enter the jewelry in a manner similar to the creation of a sacred gear, but in a far more controlled manner to be extracted when he had safely returned home. He would then summon the boosted gear, which simply called out, "Transfer," as they'd be brought in, able to talk face to face with Drake for the very first time. And with that, ISSEI could hear his partner idly chatting away with the 2 fallen angels, seemed to enjoy their company for the time being, as he'd mused to himself in his thoughts, I really need to find a way to bring him out beyond astral projection. That, however, was a thought for a later date, as he'd cheer out loud having succeeded, as he'd pounce Lily, hugging her tight in tears. I was so fucking nervous that would go wrong. I need to thank Hades and Persephone later. He couldn't quite see it through his weeping, but the poor girl had turned as red as his boosted gear with a smile that could rival the moon in the night sky as a sight to behold. She was enthralled by the boy's embrace and beyond thrilled everything had worked out. She had silently tucked away her scythe behind her, having aided in the cast with a good portion of her reserved energy stored in the scythe to ensure it all went well. But she'd never admit that to him. Gade loved tsunderes. The pinkette would tip his chin up directly and deeply kissing the boy, as it was sincerely the best way to transfer energy, as she had promised him more than enough to get him through his trip. Inside of the boosted gear you could almost see Drake's eyes popping out of his head at the sight as he'd laughed before calling out, "Hey, Casanova. I know that's her giving you her energy and all, but you should see the shades of red she's turning. My scales would have a hard time comparing to that hue." To which an active steam cloud would seem to begin filling the room. Drake was an opportunist at the finest when it came to fucking with those around ISSEI. A small hobby he picked up from being around Akeno for so damned long, to the amber-eyed boy's displeasure. Even if he found it funny at times like this. "You really did pick up some of my group's worst habits, didn't ya, partner?" To which he got a mocking reply of, "Whatever could you be talking about? I was merely making an observation. And taking revenge for all the photos she snapped of you." The last bit was said just low enough that only Lily would hear it as she cursed in her head. The scythe, now in full view, would look like it had a sweat drop on the blade as it spelled out, "Hey, lovebirds. It's time to get going. Lily, you barely have enough energy to get to the Grigori if you don't go now." Plus, needless to say, the pink-haired one trusted her partner's judgment above all else, and would let go of ISSEI with a playful wink. "I'll see you soon. And I really am going to enjoy staying with you all. It's a nice break from work, you know." To which the secretary would flash a playful grin, wiping his tears away, flashing his balance breakers form via an illusion with a small bow. "I give you my word on my honor as the Red Dragon Emperor. I shall do everything within my power to honor the women in my life and give you everything you desire." He had indeed changed on this journey. There was a distinct and genuine confidence now which would shape who he'd become over time. It was probably the best change fate could have granted him, as he watched the lovely girl before him seem to fade out of existence in a spray of magic particles. Death's teleport was far different from standard, that was for sure. He mused to himself as he would begin to focus on his next objective. At his feet a silver magic circle would begin to open up, not of his own volition. It was very clearly a summoning from the Lady of the Moon herself, and quite draining. Had he not gotten that energy from Lily, he would have surely been screwed. Sheesh, talk about direct and to the point, Luna. Scene break. May 12th, 9:30 p.m., quite literally, on the moon. His voice wasn't really upset in any regard, just amused that the goddess who drew intrigue from the boy was personally dragging him up there. Here he had prepared to learn a new spell of his own design to get up there, and instead he was mentally taking notes of the shape of her summoning circle to be able to use it himself later. This fact hadn't gone unnoticed by the woman either, who had a sincerely Cheshire grin as the boy as brought before her. She was a truly massive woman sitting at nearly 10 feet tall upon a throne of what appeared to be glowing granite. Her gaze was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Even without a body, it was like those orbs could pick apart his very atoms. He now realized the severity of the warning he had received about upsetting her. Without a second thought though, he really did take in the sight before him, observing her in her entirety, as his gaze fell over her dress, which appeared to be of Victorian-era by design but less fluffy. It clung to her perfect body and soft blue-tinted skin, which he couldn't even begin to depict by words. It both seemed natural and unnatural in the same regard to him. A single bit left his lips, though he meant to keep it inside, coming across as barely a whisper. They say a picture can convey 1,000,000 or more words, but I think I understand what becomes a muse for an artist now. Those words, which one could write off as simple platitudes or pleasantries, however, held a vast weight to the goddess who has witnessed him creating art in the past. She had indeed watched him for a very long time, so it drew a giggle out of the woman. Really now, you lay eyes upon a woman and the first thing you do is try to steal her heart. What a shameless man you are, my chosen. Though, if you were any less amusing, I don't think I would have kept an eye on you for so long. Her right eyebrow was clearly raised with bemusement as she spoke in the most serene of voice. It carried the weight of so much power, but it swam through his ears more fluidly than any siren's song could. He seemed to be snapped out of his stupor by the ridiculously powerful goddess before him, as he actually took a bow out of sheer worry he had offended her before she'd begin laughing hard enough to shake the actual surface of the moon as she began to speak once more. Geez, I get how gods of your world are, but lighten up. Please, it's not as if I get visitors very often outside of the dumbass your race somehow sent up here. That, or the devils of old who attacked my precious rabbits. There's a reason a few of those pillar families have no trace or record of themselves anymore, as a small fact. There used to be 80, not 72. She would call out with a grim smile, a dead look in her eyes out of sheer malice remembering those days, and for a reason ISSEI couldn't explain he'd rise up from where he was bowing, taking a few steps forward and gave the woman a hug. It's not that he couldn't truly explain it, it's, he couldn't find a way to express what he needed to beyond action, so that's what he silently did, shocking Luna in a way. No being before her has ever been able to move within her field of vision. The boy's voice was very soft-spoken, a deep and damn nearly sagely tone to it as he spoke from his very soul itself. Forgive me if it was presumptuous to do so, but as you are aware, I fully grasp the pain of losing someone you cherish. I know I shouldn't put my hands on you, let alone try to comfort you, but I couldn't stop myself. He wasn't really sure what to add and beyond that, but he could tell she had accepted his words as he felt too massive around, laced down around his figure. There was a very clear bit of deep thought running through those infinite voids she called eyes. She spoke with certainty, a true absolute beyond all else, as she gave both a warning and reminder. Normally, I would have erased you from existence for touching me without my permission. However, you are not a normal case. I find you far too enthralling to get rid of you in such a petty manner. She seemed to let out a small sigh, thinking over how to word this without offending him. Something she basically never has had to do before, as she held to the whole might makes right mentality for her entire existence. You are indeed correct that it was presumptuous. That aside, I appreciate the gesture, and I saw you were studying my method of summoning you. So, as a gift for your kindness, I will teach you it personally and perfect it inside of your mind so you don't have to spend anywhere near as much energy to reach me once more. And above all else, I pray nothing ever dulls that beautiful heart that beats within you. I had half a mind to break the treaty when I heard what that red-haired slut said about you. His eyes were as large as the moon, metaphorically speaking, as he tilted his head to the side, gazing up at her, as he'd nearly yell. It wasn't out of anger but pure shock. You would go that far for me? Why? I can understand observing me, but to go against your own word is no small thing for a goddess, especially when it comes to a magical contract that could weaken or damage your very existence. I wouldn't ever want harm to come upon you for my own sake. Worry had spread across the brown-haired boy's kind visage. The kind of worry you'd usually carry exclusively for loved ones, only further proving to her of how large his compassion for others was, which caused her to let out a very dry laugh. If you think a contract that was voided by the devils and humans has any power on me anymore, then you're sorely mistaken. The reality of those words hit him like a ton of bricks. Oh fuck me. That means she could have left at any time. As if reading his very thoughts as it splayed across his face, she once more began laughing raucously. She could tell he knew exactly what she meant without further context. Honestly, if you hadn't come into existence, I probably would have wiped that whole planet off the solar system out of spite. But, as I mentioned before, I enjoy your presence far too much to do so. That, and I believe you'll be able to bring back my beloved bunnies. Her eyes had softened as she said this. Instead of a deep darkness like a black hole, they came across as an ocean of emerald green similar to his own within the balance breaker. He seemed to look around carefully now as he picked up on various presences seemingly peeking out at him from pillars as he finally spotted it. There were spirits of rabbit girls peering out with heads stacked atop the other in a near comical fashion, and the moment they were spotted they would duck away. As I'm sure you could guess, even as spirits, they're incredibly wary of men now. The ones who first came here tried to enslave them as familiars and killed them all when they refused to comply. I was meeting with God of the Bible at that time, otherwise I would have crushed them all on the spot. There was an evident malice in her words as she noticed ISSEI had began slipping away, walking towards the pillar. He crouched down with a hand outstretched as he beckoned them forward. A sight the effective Queen of the Moon would never believe had happened too. The soft-eyed boy had actually managed to call a few of the smaller rabbit girls over to him as they'd stare up at him with eyes of wonder, whispering, a dragon is here." They were chittering like excited children. A soft smile spread across his face as something rather alarming had happened. What he assumed would be a grandiose and vast quest was far simpler than he ever could have imagined. The aura he exuded seemed to rewind the clock itself as the rabbits would attain their old physical form once more, to the surprise of both the goddess and the Red Dragon Emperor. And in that moment the moon rabbits came out in droves to bask in the light he exuded. In simpler words of how this was possible would be just this. A man who had been blessed by a physical incarnation of the moon was now directly there, exposed to what would be seen as a battery, sending his ability to reincarnate others into fucking overdrive. Much like the other women before her, Luna began crying silver tears that flowed like a river down her face as he had instantaneously achieved what she could not. Her children had once more been brought back to her side as he quite physically got dogpiled by a good 15 or so rabbits alongside the gargantuan goddess, who took him into the warmest an embrace as she noticed her very tears were bolstering his power and healing his body back into Grigori. That estimate of 3 months had swiftly been cut down to about a week at most with her coincidental aid. As she let go, she looked out upon all the smiling faces, some of which had tears in their eyes at the scene of their savior being hugged. Many had jealous expressions as they wanted to hug their mother and savior. "Seems you have quite a few fans now, my dear champion." He'd let out an awkward chuckle alongside a nod. "Indeed, it seems I do, judging by those expressions. It's a weird feeling." One by one and sometimes in a group they began greeting and hugging him, thanking him for bringing them back, and then going to hug the woman they regarded as their mother one at a time as they began to sing and dance, throwing a festival of sorts. This lasted for a literal solid 24 hours. ISSEI now understood how exhausting it was to be truly famous working at a comic booth, meeting and greeting fans. Scene break, time skip. May 13th, with the rabbits and Luna. The party and all had quite literally took an entire day, and ISSEI had let out a yawn or two at this point, having gotten to hear plenty of what Luna had done for them, and the fact they missed the carrots they used to grow. This seemed to give him quite the idea, but before the festival of rebirth, as Luna had dubbed it, could finish, one more girl had come up to greet him personally, having gone through and done a full head count with a visible clipboard in her hand. What appeared to be the eldest moon rabbit, who had vastly different colored ears, came up to him. Her ears and hair were a deep pink, and she was rather stacked. All things considered, she looked at most 20 years old. "As the leader of my race, I thanks personally. Without you, we would have faded out of existence within the next 10 months, even with Luna's power holding us here. You sincerely are our savior, ChaosOTD." Her voice carried in the same way as a woman he was very familiar with, both in tone and cadence. She reminded him so much of his favorite Valkyrie back home, whose naming held definition White Rose. Making a mental note to get in touch with her once he was back and take her out to a nice diner along with a bouquet befitting her name. He would shake his head, dismissing those thoughts as he looked on ahead to the woman before awkwardly scratching the back of his head. "I'll be real with you. I don't even know what the hell I just did. The closest I could glean for an inkling of it would be that I was able to restore your bodies through her memories of what you once were. Even then it's a stretch. I'm not omnipotent or a god of creation." He muttered to himself, still in disbelief he had the power to resurrect an entire race. "I am glad I could save all of you though. And, as a small gift, I think I will bring this little trick out for all of the wonderful hugs I received." From a small portal he pulled out what appeared to be a pouch and a hoe. Both objects quite literally radiated the ability of an all too familiar goddess to ISSEI. They were gifts of Persephone herself, as he'd walk a decent ways off to the side, spotting what used to be well-tilled dirt. He cast a series of spells along the patch, drawing the intrigue of both the rabbits and Luna herself, as she never quite witnessed magic of this nature. It was ISSEI's own unique set of spells after all. "Dear boy, what have you concocted this time? I recognize this as something you tried when you were younger, but far more refined." He was somewhat surprised she was watching even then, to a point, as he'd shrug. "Simply put, I'm creating a self-replicating spell so that way once it's cast, I wouldn't ever have to cast it again. I am creating a self-sustaining carrot patch of the highest quality carrots I can for your disciples, children. I still don't know how to address them properly. That said, I felt this was the best gift I could give them as a celebration of coming back to this world." As he finished up what he was saying, he had brought a handful of seeds out of the bag, slowly spreading them in even lines along the rows he had dug out for a more defined row of dirt in each section as the earth grew deeper and deeper brown, as he clearly was healing the quality of the soil. A small mist seemed to fall like evening dew upon the ground where he had gently poked each seed into, as what appeared to be green stalks grew near instantaneously due to his influence and magic. The goddess would quip quite sarcastically, even if she were impressed by the feat. "And you're sure you're not a god of the harvest or a god of creation? Your understanding of magic rivals mine, speaking of." She'd carefully press her forehead to his, sending over the knowledge she had for the summoning spell, with the improvements allowing him to come and go in her domain as he pleased. "Seriously, Persephone picked a hell of a student. And I am glad that I discovered you. I thought I'd lose those I held dearest to me. It may seem silly, but it's within reason to say you saved me from myself here, ISSEI Hyodo. Grief is an awful monster to combat. Even one as powerful as her didn't dare say such at full volume. The dragon boy's hearing was sharp enough to hear it though, as he'd lean over, hugging her once again. A soft frown had set itself upon his lips hearing that last bit, trying not to acknowledge it, as it wouldn't exactly be smart to do for her sake. The two silently watched over the girls who were now actively feasting on the carrots with stars in their eyes as they casually talked about the future. I wondered for the longest time if I made the right choice by sparing your world. I really did. But these peaceful days returning once more confirmed it. Once again, ISSEI. Thanks for all you have done. This had been the first time she'd used a nickname for him, seeming to drop any and all formality. A familiar feeling returned akin to when he was Hades and Persephone, and he knew at that moment he had yet another home in this world, so to speak. If nothing else, the boy was quite talented at befriended beings more powerful than reason could entail. Scene break. May 14th, in front of Luna's throne once more. And so, time would pass with ISSEI up on the moon. His energy was certainly winding down to the point he'd have to return soon, much to the dismay of his newfound companions. They would all either whine or cry like children regardless of how old they were, as he'd laugh, clearly enjoying their company as he spoke softly. Come on now, you're all just like Kunu. It's not like I'll be gone for good. I will be sure to check in with you all regularly, okay? One day I'd like to bring her here to meet you all, along with all of the people I care for, should Luna allow it. There were excited cheers and chitters for days upon hearing they'd get to meet those close to the one who saved them. The boy would physically feel a hand on his shoulder as he made that declaration, looking back up towards the goddess who was seated on that brilliant throne. Her voice damn near booming out with joy. As forward as always though, I guess I was too when I dragged you up here to begin with. Though your stay has been short. You've done more for me than anyone has in the past, without that being an overstatement. I grant you, Secretary, a title personally. You will be known as the Dragon of the Midnight Sky. Should anyone challenge your title, I will personally eviscerate their existence from this world and any other. As she had declared this, Drake had appeared in the form of a projection and sounded off with a roar unlike any before that caused the entire supernatural world at once to be made aware of those words. It was like an instinct of a true predator announcing its presence. Something ISSEI had no fucking clue he could do. And with that, everyone knows of my host's new title. Forgive me if that was too loud, Luna, Rabbits of the Moon. The large red dragon would take a bow to both before fading back into the gauntlet, as ISSEI seemed to grin to himself. Prideful bastard couldn't let anyone but himself have that right, it seems. He would let off a soft chuckle as he knew that meant the world to his partner, offering up a small shrug to Luna, who took the message as is. A final question actually hit ISSEI as his brows furrowed. I do have to ask one thing though, how the hell have no humans ever spotted you? Like, we have ridiculously powerful telescopes, and the moon does rotate. To which Luna only waved her hand in the air with a defeated tone. With as deep a grasp of magic you have, I do forget how dense you can be at times. It wasn't said to be rude, even if it was still rude as hell, as she'd continue. Simply put, I created a specifically locked zone of space that stays in one location as the moon rotates around, so we are always obscured from sight on the dark side of the moon. With a secondary measure of an illusion spell so satellites and various other technology cannot spot us. He'd pretty dumbly nod. Yeah, you got me there. I really should have expected that in hindsight. It was a very stupid question. He'd answer, turning a few shades of red, realizing how badly he'd embarrassed himself. He couldn't really refute that it was a dumb question. And on that note, he began preparing to head back to his world, putting away all the various tools and things he'd brought forth over the festival. Though he did leave the seeds and all he had spare for them to plant crops so they could enjoy good meals. He assumed Luna could just make food for them, but it seemed like the rabbits enjoyed farming. So why not, right? With that last thought, he took a final bow before Luna. I know you'll be watching. I'll do my best not to bore you, my lady Luna. She had addressed him with a nickname, so he chose to do the same in the very end without giving her a chance to argue it. With a smirk, he vanished from her sight, returning to his body as she'd grumble. What a cheeky brat. Even with that remark, she had a soft smile poised against her lips as she'd been snuggled up with a few of her rabbits. Flashback. May 12th, inside of the Grigori Hospital, ISSEI's room. Most of the other girls were currently either in the cafeteria gathering up their meals for themselves and Grayfia. The maid once more was waiting by ISSEI's side rather than at the couch. A longing look in her eye as something began to happen that she couldn't explain. ISSEI's body was slowly becoming coated within a silver light that seemed to have a physical form. It was like watching mercury slowly wobble after being poured out, and literally all of ISSEI's physical injuries had begun to heal up, and a sight she couldn't explain had taken place. It shocked Grayfia to her core, and she immediately called for Azazel, who arrived to see the strange sight, taking notes, slowly on a clipboard. Every small or minor detail to a micrometer of change, making sure not to miss a beat. His eyes went from their usual green back to his original amber, gold color, and were wide open during this process even if they were absent of ISSEI's immediate presence, obviously out cold still. His right eye began turning a deep piercing silver inside of the iris, and his magic reserves were visibly skyrocketing to the point he was letting off enough aura to accidentally knock out a few of the weaker nurses. All of this lasted for a few minutes at most, but he seemed to go back to his rested state, leaving the leader of the fallen, and the maid who loved him, in a rather hefty state of confusion. Due to the circumstances up there on the moon, they couldn't really directly ask him either, as they knew he was probably in a very important meeting with the goddess up there. Azazel could only theorize she had something to do with the current events that had unfolded. So, the boy truly has his eye on you in a sense now, huh, Grayfia? Talk about a literal reminder of the apple of his eye. Azazel would say with a cheesy intonation to his voice, openly messing with her. The joke landed pretty heavy on her mind, earning a switch punch from the maid as she began feeling steam rising off the top of her head. It wasn't a hard punch of anything, but she was obviously a few shades of red darker than he'd ever imagined he would witness on the Queen of Ice herself. While rubbing his arm, he took on a more serious look as he finally had a chance to say this away from everyone else. Grayfia Lucifuge. Take good care of him and his heart. Ria's fucked up bad and he's going to hide it as best as he can. We both know the boy, the two Nekishu and Yasaka will surely pick up on it, but I don't think they'll know how to approach it. It'll be up to you to break through that shell and bring him to safety. This silver light may have fixed his body, but I feel it can't fix his heart. That's where we all will come in over time, though I feel you'll have the biggest part in that. It may be presumptuous, but you give the same aura that Penemu does for me. Oh, and do me a solid and never tell her I know. I want her to tell me on her own terms in time. Grayfia was taken aback. The usual careless man was speaking from his very heart, and showing a side he never showed anyone. The cold and calculating, overly relaxed bastard was showing his heart on his sleeve, going as far as to admit he had feelings for one of his own. She knew damn well this was a rarity and chose to speak up in a confident tone rather than her cold and collected usual cadence. You'd be correct, my old friend. It wasn't always like this. I didn't have the confidence to admit my feelings. When I lost my brother in the war, I shut myself away entirely. Her words trailed off for a moment before she stared down at Issei's sleeping face, regaining her confidence in her words. He broke in quite literally by force, and I intend to do the same. I won't let him writhe in misery alone like I had. It'd just be disrespectful to all of his efforts and affections he bestowed upon me. You are going to be the first, and only other to learn of this besides the girls, as they already know. In the first night staying here, Issei unlocked a unique ability of his new gear. Hearing this, Azazel stared both in awe and surprise. He knew the boy was smart and worked fast, but to hear it was that fast was a true understatement to his potential. For a change though, he wasn't taking notes, he was just listening to his dear friend's words. He managed to figure out astral projection through his new sacred gear. I don't know the full details, but he visited me in my very soul during a dream and slowly began fixing all of the damage I'd had done to my heart. He held me tight with such a reassuring hold, talked to me, let me know every bit of how he actually felt for me, and truly made me feel wanted. Is there any woman who could tell the man of their dreams no to something that magical? She spoke like a young maiden in love. Her eyes lit up with a light he hadn't seen since the Great War itself, and had to stifle a chuckle as he answered in kind. It seems that he truly is a lady killer to break you out of that. All that aside, it's good to see you back to your old self. I know it doesn't really make up for everything, but I miss Euclid too, Grayfia. But we can't stay locked in the past forever, okay? There was a look of understanding shared between the two as Grayfia extended a hand out to him, and they shook on it. It was an unspoken bit of a pact between the two to take a step forward day by day, and the unspoken vow to be able to talk to each other about the past if need be. Scene break, flashback end. 2 days later. May 14th, inside of the Grigori Hospital, Issei's room, early morning. The big day had finally arrived as Issei had departed from the moon alongside his newfound friends and returned. His body quite literally floated up a small way off of the bed. The various needles and all leaving his body as he completely recovered, landing with a small palm sound as he'd stood up looking around. There was a mild pain in his right eye which he'd pretty quickly discover is now silver, looking into a mirror in the corner of the room. What the F? That's new. His thoughts were quickly cut off as he could feel Grayfia's arms wrapping around him. Tears streaming down her face as she openly wept in disbelief, speaking through muffled sobs into his neck, openly joking with him. Welcome back, my prince. Did you have a good nap? I've missed you. All of the girls missed you, honestly. Her expression read off as pure joy. She was in shock. In truth, this was far faster than the doctors and Azazel predicted him waking up, and she had a good idea that it was due to what happened 2 days ago. But none of that mattered for the moment. What mattered most to her was a single thought: ISSEI is back. And she was sure her own thoughts were radiating off of her when she saw his expression soften the way it did. He sunk down into the hug in the best of ways, seemingly melding against her very figure. In the hallway, the others were watching. The doctors and nurses chose to give the two the time they deserved together. Not a soul in the world would interrupt what was going on, though it sure as hell didn't stop Lily from whipping out a phone, snapping a few pictures as she'd wave the others off to the cafeteria to arrange a feast for the one who was finally awake. They had to make quite a few calls to arrange it, but within the hour or so there would be one hell of a celebration going. Back with ISSEI and Grayfia though. It was a good 30 minutes of just silent snuggling between the two before ISSEI managed to speak up. So, Fia, I have some interesting news. The brunette was about to drop 2 of the largest bombs he possibly could in that moment. He took the time to cup her cheeks and simply say, I need you to stay calm and listen while okay, comma. To this, the maid relaxed against his touch, clearly blocking out the rest of the world, focusing on solely his words as he began speaking. I may have revived an ancient race and befriended one of the strongest known goddesses in existence while I was up on the moon. And, we're gonna have her joining in the peace treaty under myself. Oh, also Trihexa was Eve. Like, you know, Adam and Eve. And I'm apparently a descendant of Adam. Not sure of the ramifications of that just yet. To which the maid's eyes turned as wide as saucers. Shock was the only thing evident in her expression, as she looked like she couldn't believe it. The fact of the matter was she could tell he wasn't lying though due to their newfound connection, so she put a finger to his lips. That's actual insanity. Don't get me wrong, I believe you and I know your habit of befriending ridiculously strong beings, but you made friends with the mad goddess herself. I am more impressed than I am surprised. Even the first Satan wasn't crazy enough to attempt that. She'd let out a shared laugh with him. I feel you have far more to tell me since you asked me to listen so seriously. I am sorry for interrupting you, ISSEI. Please continue. He gave her $1 million smile, readying to drop the other bomb as aforementioned. His tone spoke with a confidence he never knew he had. I put a ridiculous of thought into things over the time I was away, even talked about it with some new friends, and I think I might start my own faction now that I'm this strong. And, how do I ask this? He was clearly pensive for a moment, having slipped into very deep thought. He was wrestling with so many thoughts on how to ask what he needed to hear. Genuinely putting the most effort into it to the point he zoned out before snapping back to reality. He spoke slowly and sincerely, hoping he had chosen the best way to word this. And still managed to fuck it up. Would you become my queen in this endeavor, not like a peerage? But, I'm terrible at this, so I'll just outright ask it. Grayfia, will you be mine? I couldn't stop thinking of you the entire time I was gone, no matter whose presence I was in. I know we met in your very dreams, and this might be established already, but I feel a need to sincerely ask you in person. Will you go out with me? I don't know how you feel about the other girls and all, but I will never hold anyone above you, nor will I treat any of you poorly. No matter how many times he went over this scenario in his head, it still came out awkward as hell. The man would ask with the darkest of hue flushing over his features. He was awful at being direct, but this was something he needed to do. He had talked to Lily and Caliwarner of this on the ride to Raynare's place, and everything sort of fell into place. He was ready to help change the world for the better, as he knew he had a large support network of folks who actually gave a damn about him, and were strong enough to support his decision. A good 5-minute silence fell over the room as Grayfia teared up. She had finally heard it directly from the man she'd fallen for, a scenario that only played out in her wildest dreams, but she truly never thought the day would come regardless of her talk with Azazel. And her heart was racing to the point ISSEI was pretty sure he could hear it as he felt her lips crash against his without a moment's hesitation as she'd muffle into it. Yes, 1,000 times yes. I was so scared you'd never actually ask. The woman collapsed against him, snuggling the man into the bed, not giving him an inch to escape from her tyrannical love in that moment, not that he wanted to anyway. She didn't know how to address it just yet, but in the back of her mind she always felt like he was tense around all of the girls and chose not to ruin such a happy time. After all, they'd just agreed to date. A single thought, however, hit her, and she felt the need to ask. Hey, ISSEI. I know it's far too soon to ask, but you did give me a ring, so to speak, when you agreed to the spell with the 2 jade rings. Would you one day like to get She seemed to choke out the last word with a whisper. Married. It was low enough that if he wasn't listening he never would have caught it. A damn near pillar of steam was rising off the top of his head as his whole body flushed, and he answered with no hesitation. If you even asked me today, I'd say yes without blinking. You are the one who understands my heart the best, and I trust you with my everything. One could truly say we're a match. Maid. In hell, huh? My favorite maid. She sure as hell didn't miss the pun he made, beginning to laugh in near hysterics. Really, a pun? After physically stealing my heart a second time, that is what you decide to drop on me to lighten the mood? To which he just scratched the back of his head. How many times do you think I'd ever get the chance to make that joke if I hadn't then and there, my lovely Fia? To that she couldn't really refute his words, as she just gave him a soft smirk. Fair enough, shall we get ready to go greet the others? Warning you now, Koneko is gonna hit you like a missile. She's missed you terribly to the point she cries in her sleep some nights. Her sister is no better, and Yasaka will be there too, so prepare to get absolutely blitzed by 3 very cute furry missiles. Issei would sigh, clearly resigning himself to that fate. Sounds about right. To which Grayfia just began giggling. I'm also gonna make sure I get a good photo of it. Akeno has also been here by your side, helping the doctors by lending her magic to any of the devices, which took a larger mana reserve to make things easier on the nurses. She's been a true godsend for this hospital, all things considered. I am quite proud of her. Beyond that, they'd casually just discussed the way things went around the day-to-day life between the girls, Azazel, and various hospital staff. The fact that Sirzech came by a few times to ask for updates, and much to Grayfia's surprise, Venelana Gremory herself came by checking on her son in her words. That news brought a warm smile against Issei's face when he heard it. Scene break, in the hospital's dining room. May 14th, about midday, with those planning the feast. Sirzech himself gave the Grigori a large expanse of land it wasn't previously privy to, so it could expand its walls for this one single event. He could see no better time to bestow such a gift to his ally and friend Azazel. It was high time that they were given a break after the war's damage to some of the older structures. The leader of the Devils sent out a literal army of mages to help construct a new modern building working directly underneath Penemu and Barakiel's guidance in the efforts. Beyond that, he had put a request in with Ajuka to later work with Issei to create his own set of evil pieces. Something that will rock the underworld in due time in a way that no one could expect. This single action will set in motion the creation of a new faction. On another front, Akeno, Kuroka, Koneko, and Yasaka were actively gathering and organizing all of the cooks to work on all of the meals they knew Issei had enjoyed over the years, with all of them wanting this to be a truly special experience. Lily herself was at the front of the line of cooks, putting on a hell of a display of skill in the kitchen, keeping up with some of the best chefs around, using various knives no one would normally consider for cooking. All of this was going on while Grayfia was distracting Issei. She had gotten a message from Lily via telepathy to distract him for another 30 minutes or so. Up in heaven, Gabriel was absolutely losing it, having to organize everything while Michael was preparing for the most rushed meeting between the 3 powers, but the two agreed the chaos was completely worth it, as they'd rushed through a literal week's worth of tasks so they'd be able to attend the party. Last but certainly not least, leading one of the biggest fronts of information were Revel Phoenix and Rossweiss, who were actively handling the telecommunications half of scheduling this at the last second, managing to organize everything between all of the factions to get this running as smoothly as they could. Personal invitations went out to all who were close to Issei, as they wanted him to truly know who was there for him. With that, there was only 3 more people to bring in, and it was up to Issei and Grayfia to go handle that one. Grayfia had prepared 3 letters to bring them specifically. Scene break in Kuo. May 14th, about midday, with the Kendo duo and Kyome Maid. Something that hasn't happened in quite a while finally rang out. Kyome got a text. It wasn't just from any number though. It called out with the sound of a certain underworld TV show's theme in chiptune style. It was from Issei asking her to gather up Murayama and Kates for a very important meeting. And boy was he in for a surprise regarding those 2. She did as she was asked though, and brought them to the school's kendo room, making sure no one else was there, waiting for Grayfia and Issei to arrive. May 14th, Sirzech's office. With Venelana Gremory, Sirzech, and Xiaticus Gremory. Plus, Sirzech himself could be seen with his hands folded in his hands, seeming to think long and hard as his mother and father walked through the door. There was a screen hanging up on the side of the room, and the room was damn near pitch black, a sight his mother certainly wasn't used to seeing, as he always rambled on about how staying in pure dark rooms outside of sleeping would depress him. In his right hand he had a remote, and could audibly be said, "Why? Why the fuck does this always have to happen? Why do people those I care for? First that god awful war, and now this bullshit to someone I consider a second son. done by none other than my own sister. Seriously. Then the fucking TRIHEXA incident. And now we have a celebration today, and I don't even think I can get in the mood for it. The last sentence came out as a choked whisper. He has clearly been crying for quite a while now out of mostly joy and honestly far too many mixed emotions. Relief, guilt for not being able to help him. All of this washed over him at once, having learned ISSEI had woken up and is doing fine now as he was waiting for them to arrive. It was a good 5 minutes or so once they let themselves into the room that he actually began to regain his composure, as they came sitting across from him, clearly giving their son as much time as he needed. Once there was finally peace and quiet in the office, his mother would speak up with a rather hushed tone, clearly not trying to upset her son or let things escalate any further. "You called the two of us here for a reason, right, Zex? It must have been very urgent to directly summon us under orders rather than a request to family." To which he tried his best to snap himself into business mode rather than carrying this on with a casual attitude, but his emotions were clearly getting the better of him. Out from under the desk, the crimson-haired man pulled out a bright manila folder with a very grim look across his face and simply said one thing. "I'm never going to try to help her again. Rias has dug her own grave should ISSEI ever see these. In fact, I'm going to tell him. Not today, as it would ruin everything. But soon, he needs to know. If I had known all of this before I confronted her that day, I'd have killed my own sister." And with those very grim words that left his mother wide-eyed and his father's breath to hitch in his throat, he opened the envelope and revealed multiple pictures of Rias obviously going out on dates, seeing other people, cheating on ISSEI. To say Venelana was fuming mad didn't do it justice. Her aura would have physically shook the entire underworld for a good 6 seconds before she got herself under control. Zeoticus wasn't faring much better, as they had come to completely view ISSEI as their own child by proxy, and trusted Rias not to break his damn heart with how hard he fought for her. There were clearly 2 other folders, but he just slid them back with a stare that simply said, "It gets worse." Which led to both of them just going pale, not wanting to look into them just yet. Zeoticus took the time to speak up this time. "Cutting her out of the family and inheritance wasn't enough. How did we go so wrong raising her? Please, just, not today. We can look over the other documentation another day, okay, son? I don't think my heart, or your mother's, could take it." There was a deep pause in the room for a good half an hour before all 3 had sighed deeply, clearly having set a silent pact to reveal the information when the time was better. Currently, they were worried that ISSEI would go full on Juggernaut Drive, or worse if that were possible. And boy, how right they fucking are about that possibility, as the video coming would reveal. As Sirzech began cleaning up the photos, locking them back in the very heavily hexed drawer, he would motion to the wall with the television-esque screen hung as he'd snap his fingers. A projection of the past. The beginning of all of this. The fight that so many in the underworld came to witness even in pure disbelief. "Mother, father, what you're about to see is something only a select few of the highest of the high have seen, so to speak. Also, I set a special spell within the room to freeze time outside of it for convenience sake when you first had entered. Can't miss the party after all, right?" He would point to a hidden button pressed down on his desk. Very, very limited usage, sadly. With that last light-hearted quip, his voice turned grim and deadly serious, going into full-scale Mao mode. "This does not leave this room for quite a while until we figure out exactly what is going on. The leaders of every faction have been made aware of this video, and saw what awe-inspiring and damn near outright fear-inducing strength ISSEI Hyodo has. At this point, I can only pray he never actually turns his back on the supernatural world, or everyone will go extinct at our current capabilities. We've discussed in the past how his growth rate is abnormal. Well, this further proves and solidifies the theory that he has damn near infinite potential given the right scenarios and drive to do something. I can say without a single doubt, without him, the TRIHEXA would have absolutely obliterated all known life without competition, without question, without any mercy, rhyme, or reason. It truly is divine intervention, so to speak, as the beast addressed him as the true child of Adam. With that rather grandiose speech aside, he clicked the remote as the video cut on. It was shown from a camera drone array that Zex had set up from outside of the barrier. From the second everything began to go crazy to the moment he lost the ability to physically track ISSEI's movements. Something that baffled him with his vast combat prowess and visual capabilities. Flash back to the literal 2-week-long fight with TRIHEXA. Before the fight even had began, video cut to a street in Kuo, and it showed ISSEI beginning to stream tears of blood down his face before muttering something that couldn't easily be read on his lips, and then there was the oddest distortion around him, like reality itself was bending when he tried to say a word as if to obscure it from the sight of any cameras or watchers nearby. And then it happened. A summoning circle began to emanate from the ground itself. one of completely unknown origin even in the deepest studies of the old magics of hell, and as he snapped his fingers, the exact moment the beacon spell was launched, it began cataloging any nearby street CCTV cameras and all directly to Sirzech's office to be able to get a clue as to what was going on. He personally didn't get to see this footage until after everything had gone down, of course, which made everything all the more chilling. He blamed himself in a way for not being able to protect the boy he considers a son, even if he realizes there would have been no way to prevent that spell from going off without the knowledge of what it was. Nonetheless, the video continued forward. It snapped from the image of the previous feed to another. An autonomous drone he had set up in the underworld had spotted ISSEI due to being locked onto the signal the green ring emitted. It had very painfully recorded what he screamed next, being, "Fuck me," as the boy had been directly transported right in front of the sleeping TRIHEXA. It was a fair response in all honesty, thought Venelana as she continued watching intently. Zeoticus looked paler than a ghost, actually witnessing the form of the beast up close and personal, while Zex only seemed to grimace both between the face of the beast and the genuine fear on ISSEI's visage. The sound of ISSEI's boost firing off rapidly in succession could be heard before transfer, and a newer command due to the fact he was not in his scale mail, showing just how panicked he was in the moment, not even taking the time to transform and waste a single second as JET rang out and filled the air. What they hadn't seen before arriving was the fucking mad dash ISSEI pulled off, running at speeds the drone had issues keeping up with. Sure, Zex knew he had been training in secret, but this was beyond what anyone knew that he could do. The boy had taken a note from the sneakier members of the underworld and began concealing his strength as a trump card. Something Azazel would be proud of. After a hell of a lot of running, the TRIHEXA broke free and began dashing after him before coming to a very open area, seemingly barreling after him with a single-minded fury, which was what allowed the situation where he began barking out orders with a commanding voice that surprised Zeoticus. There was fear, power, and yet confidence to his words beyond that of a seasoned general within the Great War. As the barrier went up, the pain screams of Grayfia could be heard, which brought tears to the proud matron of the Grimoire's eyes. There was pain in her voice that couldn't be expressed in any known language at the thought of ISSEI's demise that was genuinely understood by the older woman. As she refocused after wiping her eyes, a sight that bewildered her and her husband appeared. It was within moments that previous scene. The sight of Ophis going full bore to set up a secondary barrier layer, however, caught the couple completely off guard, as they seemed to say at the same time, "Too seriously." Sure, they'd felt the shockwaves and force from the combat, but the scale of what held them back really drove home the point of what their son had said, and a mutual thought seemed to cross their mind: if he turns on the underworld, it is gone. As if this sight wasn't enough to baffle them, they witnessed the TRIHEXA beginning to transform into a sight rather familiar. It was ISSEI's balance breaker form they'd come to know so very well. But it was distinctly different. Much more feminine in nature, clearly letting them know 666's actual gender, which Zeoticus immediately asked. "Wait, the beast is a woman. That, huh? Makes sense, I guess. Hell hath no fury like a woman's fucking scorn, ain't that right, honey?" The video paused as the red-haired mouse saw a visible tick mark appear over his mother's head, as that was an obvious jab at her temper, leading to the backhand of a century. Once more, when time eventually would unfreeze around them, a wave of force inexplicably could be felt across the entire underworld, leading to many speculations of an earthquake, or something occurring momentarily. As the two lovebirds kissed and made up, so to speak, the Mao would cough into his hand before resuming the video. It would reveal a sight in an instant, to where the video visibly slowed down to about 1/10 of its current speed, indicated by a small flashing number in the corner of the footage. As a flurry of blows began to unleash from both sides, matched punch for punch in a truly uncharacteristic feat, they weren't wild swings. They were trained and honed. He was fighting as a tactical fighter rather than brute force. This was something that perplexed Sirzech greatly, as he knew ISSEI never had formal training outside of actual combat. A few things were noticed immediately. The first thing is, this was with ISSEI's bare fist and gauntlet, not his full armor, and both parents took note of that. Zio with a whistle and his wife silently just saying, "How the fuck are his hands okay? Hell, how the fuck did that first exchange not kill him?" Just beneath her breath, due to understanding the magnitude of force that was being traded back and forth. To which Zex spoke out loud. "Honestly, I couldn't even see the first bit. It was just a blur of motions, but I could feel the impacts in my very soul. And that was just them testing the waters at first, I think." As he finished that thought, a voice from the other side of the barrier could be heard. It was none other than Odin. Odin's words carried themselves quite plainly through their ears with a weight that rivaled Atlas' task to hold up the earth in stories of old. "Amongst all the gods, To think the fate of Armageddon would fall on the shoulders of such a small boy. I am ashamed to call myself the All-Father. And within moments of that, a third layer of barrier by everyone who had crowded around began to form. A wide sweeping shot revealed everyone who had come to help, come to witness, come to watch and tremble in awe of what was going down, of how united all the factions were in that moment with a single goal. To keep the barriers up and keep everyone safe as ISSEI had ordered them to. But strangely enough, the video had seemed to have started back where the fight first kicked off, if it weren't for the literal craters around them from the sheer exchange of physical brutality in the form of punches that had devolved from the once larger display of skill into him physically batting her hands away with his fists to the point shockwaves would shoot out behind her from the sheer air pressure following those blows. The beast had relented from its assault and seemed to be just standing there, staring at ISSEI for the moment, which confused the onlookers before ISSEI began to scream. Why do we have to fight? I can hear you. I can hear everything you've been through, so why does it have to be this way? XXXX. I'll do this my way then. I will use the gift that was granted to me. But it won't be used to kill you. I will find a better way. Those words struck an odd chord with Venelana as she spoke out loud. Can we fucking talk about the fact he's doing this in basically his base form? And a gift. And as those words left her lips as if to answer the very question she asked at the end of that verbal thought was answered in kind. He would visibly shift into his balance breaker, and his wings had come out of the balance breaker. This time, however, there was strangely 8 dragon wings, a sight which no one had expected. 2 were crimson, 2 were white and red, but the other 2 sets were hard to explain. It was a color but not one could describe other than being drenched in the darkest shadow in existence, as if something were obscuring their view, like staring into the depths of space itself, and they gave off a faint light blue glow, only growing brighter as he began to chant. Within the room they were in, a strange effect began to show on the dark room's walls, as if the cosmos itself was coming to life around them. It was a direct influence of the chant itself, something that Sirzech had experienced earlier and was still in awe at the sight of it. I whom has been chosen by the one betrayed by fate itself. I whom have risen through the pain of my past. I who shall break every boundary and concept of the heavens above and beyond. I who has renounced his humanity to protect those I love. I who has been blessed by Eve herself invoke the contract of Adam's last wish. I shall break the chains that bind the one who was cursed by the apple. I shall deny the gods themselves the right to stop my wrath or justice. I ISSEI Yodo. I why Dre Gotch decree this to be true. Heaven's injustice shall be rewritten. Ascension awakening, dragon's descent. A cycle of every single form prior to this would seem to flash by in an instant along with the numbers. 666. As the world itself seemed to shake as a dark flame pillar had began to rise up, completely enveloping ISSEI, leading to the screams of many, none more so than Kuroka and Koneko, as they stopped being able to feel his life energy momentarily. Unfortunately for Venelana, Zeoticus didn't understand the implications of those screams, but both she and Zex did all too well, which gave her the darkest of visible expression as she raised a hand to pause the video. Did he just visibly die and get reborn? I need a serious answer. Her words were stone fucking cold and shocked her son that it was the conclusion she came to. He seemed to ponder for a moment before he spoke. I understand why you came to that, but no. It was closer to an awakening or evolution of his sacred gear, if my guess is correct. Either of you know this yet, but the Trihexa has become a sacred gear of his. To which his mother fainted on the fucking spot, her husband catching her. A full 20 or so minutes went by. The Mao had never been more thankful. He decided to use a time bubble in his mind. That thought passed just seconds before she came to from the sheer shock that newly unveiled fact hit her system with the force of Zeus goddess damned lightning. As she took a drink from a bottle of water, she sat up straight, now talking as the matron of the Gremry family rather than a mother. Mao or fucking not, explain now. He sort of expected that reaction and shrugged his shoulders. I regrettably know about as much as you do in that regard. All I know is that the sacred gear isn't harmful and the Trihexa is I don't even know how to get into this, but judging from what I heard ISSEI scream, I'm pretty sure it's Eve from the Bible. I couldn't quite hear the name he screamed due to the physical distortion, but the chant confirmed it. And with that, he went quiet, letting the weight of the situation sink in for his mother. It was several minutes later when she finally spoke up. So, the boy I consider my son now probably has the power of a biblical being beyond comprehension at his fingertips. And no one thinks that she's a danger to him. How? To which the red-haired Mao shrugged. Why bother questioning the boy who goes out of his way to save just about anyone he can? If he thinks it is safe, then I'll believe him. And if it becomes a problem, I'll become strong enough to protect him this time at any cost. There was an absolute will and resolution behind those words. His eyes were damn near glowing red with determination as he said that last line. His father had never been more proud of him than in that moment. They both knew they raised a proper son. As they'd flick their attention back to the video, the towering black flames faded away and revealed a sight neither of them expected. Drake's true pawn form had emerged clearly far more evolved than before, now radiating a soft shadow that rolled down every inch of it like a thin layer of fog. His previously green piercing eyes had turned the deepest to amethyst with strange gold streaks running through it every which way as the form stabilized, beginning to form a golden iris as the scara had stayed the deepest and darkest of black amethyst in hue, seeming to stare through the trihexa itself, which was visibly quaking. No one could tell if it was excitement, fear, or what the beast may be feeling, but the mask it wore seemed to fade away for a moment, revealing a woman's visage far more beautiful than anyone that had ever been seen before. A bombshell of a blonde with eyes matching the new forms as she offered not more than a soft and truly apologetic smile, crying tears that looked like streams of silver as the mask forced itself to form back against her face, muffling out something that only ISSEI could seem to hear from their perspective as the recording didn't pick up her words. Those words brought on a phenomenon that no one could explain. The drone had panned and revealing ISSEI's form had began to cry silver tears in the same manner as did the other three who were closest to the barrier itself, dangerously so. Koneko, Kuroka and Grayfia fell to their knees screaming and crying until their voices ran dry, only silently whimpering and whining as they did their best to stand once more, beginning to release a strange mana that seemed infectious. Zeoticus spoke up, noting it was actually expanding from the source of the three of them with a confused stare. His wife clearly took note after he said it, as she was too shocked to notice it at first. It was indeed spreading across everyone there in the footage, seemingly physically bolstering their mana further and further, seeming to rejuvenate everyone to give them the energy needed for the coming struggle. Only one more thing was said before the battle had begun from ISSEI to everyone there. This may take a few weeks, maybe longer. I pray you all can hold out until I can solve this. I need to create a new technique while fighting Trihexa. No, my true mother of humanity itself. Eve. This only reconfirmed what Sex himself had said, yet raised a bigger question as the biggest bombshell of all had finally dropped. And none one in that room could explain why, but it was very clear Sirzech did not remember this moment, in which no one could have been prepared to face this reality. ISSEI wasn't fighting just anyone. He wasn't fighting at all. This was a rescue mission beyond what any word could convey. A suicidal one, to say the least. He was going to take on someone who managed to wound and kill the biblical god, all to grant her a second chance at existence rather than this twisted visage that she had become. A truly grim reality for everyone to swallow as it all kicked off and began a fight no one in that room would ever forget witnessing, in the same way none of the other leaders could ever unsee what was being shown. Though, first the video paused and their son had only one thing to say. I haven't watched this part myself yet. The other faction leaders have, but I chose to wait to watch with you too. My words earlier were a reflection of Odin, Michael and Azazel's words. This caused Zeoticus' eyebrow to raise. You're telling me Odin of all the fucking gods was terrified of ISSEI's potential? To which he got a very blunt yeep from his own son, followed by a shrug. Let's see it, shall we? The barrier that Ajuka had created thankfully sealed off most potential magic-based attacks, leading to this being a purely melee brawl. One could say. Thankfully. With very sarcastic a tone though, it was like watching two gods go at it without any regard for anything around them. The world itself shook any time those fists collided. Every time a kick was thrown, the sky above seemed to split a different direction. Any clouds in the sky would vanish until it was completely clear within a matter of seconds. To which Zeoticus noted. Just like the stories of old of Lu Bu's spear, splitting the heavens. Before he hushed up once more, watching. It was like the end of days had began, and they were only getting faster and faster. The ground around them was physically splintering, shattering and being tossed about. Every blow seemed to blur just a bit more as the camera immediately went from normal speed to 1/15th speed, a drastic jump, but even at that speed, it looked like it was just playing in normal speed of a usual fight of ultimate class beings. The truly frightening bit was when that fraction kept growing to maintain the current viewing speed, stretching the fight out to around a full 5 minutes in length. Even though the reality of it was nearly longer than 2 fucking weeks, give or take. Sirzech noticed for a moment ISSEI seemed distracted. No, genuinely like he wasn't paying attention to the fight as his fighting style began to shift, and then it hit him like a ton of bricks. His eyes were closed inside of the armor as the pupils of the armor became dragon slits instead of human iris, something even the other faction leaders hadn't taken note of, which make him comment out loud. "Oh, great. He can fucking let Drake take over and fight in his place while he's in his armor now. That's horrifying in a way," and explains how he pulled this off. His mother paused it with a strangely delighted glint in her eye. "So, you're telling me the entire time this was going on the boy was in his own head currently plotting a new way to solve this, right? He might even give Azazel a run for his money, as that would imply he was actively considering all of this while his body was under the physical stimulation of having to fight. To say he's a genius unparalleled by any within the realm of fighting wouldn't do it justice in that regard. I'm proud of my son." There was a strange sense of pride that filled the Mao's chest upon hearing that, a joy unlike anything he'd experienced before. To him, ISSEI truly was his little brother, and the praise by proxy made him delighted. They would never know just how accurate that statement was, as he physically had deciphered an unknown element being the concept of chaos itself given physical form. A feat even God himself couldn't do due to limitations of the universe. This was solely due to him being the son of Adam that he was able to do it. The ramifications of such mentioned by ISSEI to Grayfia were far deeper than anyone would realize for the moment. As that passing conversation went by, they resumed the video. The battle itself was something of legends. They got to witness the Welsh dragon given a humanoid form engage in combat with arguably one of the stronger beings in the world. There was a flurry of kicks from various schools of martial arts from the days of old. Punches that held the weight of mountains, blasting Eve back time and time again with just enough force to knock her away harmlessly. There was a skill and technical display of control shown to them which made movie-style scripted fights look basic, to put it mildly. Every time 666 would try to advance against them, she'd get knocked away once more, roaring in anger, pain, frustration, and rage. If she threw a punch, he'd counter creatively, knocking her off balance. If she jumped and tried to fly down at him, he'd roll back and kick her away, or grab her with his tail and fling her away. No matter what she tried to do, he was more slippery than an eel in bare hands, just sliding slightly out of her grasp, never giving her a true foothold to grapple with him. Eventually, she got frustrated with the fact ground combat wasn't working at all, so she physically grabbed the rock from beneath him, flinging Drake ISSEI up into the sky, and engaged what looked like jet from her back, beginning to shoot at him like a knight going to joust, using her own tail like a spear, which once more, frustratingly enough for her, would barely scratch the scales of his armor. That said, it wasn't like he was making short work of her. There were some very deep-set gashes that healed damn near instantly as his eyes glowed a deep purple. He was exerting every bit of energy he had to spare during these exchanges. What people thought were bombs going off would be the minor adjustments he'd make to her path, sending her hurtling back into the ground as she'd engage him over and over and over, desperately trying to land any hit of substance against the man-dragon. Needless to say, the video at this point was cut to nearly 1/50th the normal time, leaving Zeotika's jaw on the goddess-damned floor and Venelana speechless. Zex had only one thought go through his head: could ISSEI himself have reacted at that pace? Or is it solely because Drake is in control, using the armor to see rather than ISSEI's eyes? As that fleeting thought passed, they bore witness to the moment Drake was beginning to wear down, slowly descending out of the sky, as did the Trihexa, in a sight no one could truly explain outside of ISSEI. He had solved out how to cast magic within a barrier that denied traditional casting. And lo and behold, he did it then and there, as Drake's voice could be heard. In the recording, a voice could be heard seeming to emanate through his armor. Drake probably was too exhausted to do this purely mentally with telepathy, presumed Sirzech, as it was the only logical reason from the outside looking in. And in the video they heard this. "Hey partner, she's beginning to wear me down quite badly. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up." There was a grim finality to the words heard by both the listeners and ISSEI within the mindscape. His body was getting torn apart outside of it very slowly and methodically as Eve had began picking up the pace, her madness truly beginning to consume her, and they probably had 7 hours max to save her, or she'd truly be gone for good. If you thought the beating Drake was receiving was too light at first like Zeotika's did, you'd be right. Unfortunately for him, the video cut from 1/50 THD to 1/200th the speed, implying there was a very good reason no one could truly see what was going on now. Sirzech's theory was answered in kind due to the fact Drake stopped being able to even remotely avoid her hits, now alluding to just how horrifically fast she was. If it wasn't for those small vestiges of sanity she still had control over, she would have killed them in an instant. The outside of his armor was very openly looking scarred and patched up from how many times it had recovered, though there was obvious blood belonging to ISSEI outside of the scales now from times she'd passed by with that spear-like tail slicing through his armor, as if it didn't exist. The newly added and presumably one-time healing factor was beginning to stretch thin. His wings had visible tears and rips in them upon closer inspection of the video when it was paused here and there, actively healing as a strange mist rolled down his body, actively healing him, an ability none knew the cause of, which was presumably what kept him from bleeding out. It was a good 30 to 45 seconds further into the video to which a scream of joy could be heard from inside the suit as he finally had done it. A deep golden light began emanating the piece of Trihexa's armor as it would begin to dim, revealing the strangest, a silver chest piece. It was transparent yet gave off the deepest sheen. It was a queen piece unlike any other that the three of them had ever seen. It clearly had 666 hovering above the crown on three pointed tips. A grin visibly spreading across ISSEI's visage just beneath the mask, as it was strangely visible through the smoke that healed the front of his armor from a hit taken earlier. As he spoke directly to Drake in the video, you could hear the relief in his voice. "I'm absolutely exhausted, but I did it. I managed to create my own form of evil peace. I think I'll call it a draconic blessing. In honor of you. Partner, now, get some rest, swap with me." This had certainly alerted Sirzech. He fucking made his own variant of an evil piece. Oh boy, Ajuka is going to have a fucking field day with that knowledge. The cosmic aura that was surrounding ISSEI's form amongst the mist had began to fade, alerting basically everyone around before a brilliantly dazzling silver light began to emanate his hand, seemingly blinding everyone as he resurfaced from inside the mindscape to his own body, as he spoke softly as one would talking to a child. His voice was battered and broken from all the screams over the past 2 weeks from Drake being injured. His throat ran so ragged his voice was near unrecognizable as he began to speak, invoking a spell that had never existed until this moment, a ritual tied directly to that unique piece. I ISSEI Hyodo, partner of the Welsh Dragon of Domination, why Dre Gosh hereby invoke a draconic blessing. A true second chance for Eve. A chance to break away from the tragedy that had befallen her due to temptation. For some unknown reason, Venelana began to cry silver tears upon seeing this, and simply remarked one thing. "Are we sure this boy isn't an angel? He's far too kind." A sentiment silently shared by all involved in the room. And back to the video feed. As he spoke, the Trihexa itself would seem to come to a halt, gazing solely at the chest piece as the armor, which was a dull and tarnished silver, stained with blood from the long battle, seemed to begin to glow a deep gold. The stains of a millennia of sins piled up from mankind were being purged at a rapid rate as its original color began to shine through. The most dazzling a silver which radiated warmth instead of her usual aura of dread and fear. The mask had opened up once more, revealing Eve's face completely undamaged, unpained. Truly relieved for once as she silently listened with a look of pride clearly evident across her face. "I who has defied all odds, I who has defied heaven's will to eliminate the beast of apocalypse grant you. Eve. No. Mother. This chance, will you come serve as my second sacred gear, as my personal queen?" As ISSEI spoke these words, the piece had began slowly hovering out in front of him, gliding towards her as it stopped just before her chest where her heart would be. She reached out, gently caressing the piece, feeling the love, the determination, the sheer will that went into bringing it into creation. An unyielding kind heart to the point you'd believe the owner was foolishly naive, which couldn't be further from the truth. Something everyone watching could sense without it being stated. This miracle was birthed by a boy with a true heart of gold. She took the deepest of bow, tears once more streaming down her face in a matching silver hue as she cried out her words with a trembling voice, one that could only convey a joy none but those who have lost everything could understand. The video got paused for a moment because honestly it had hit Sirzech's heart in a way he couldn't explain. He felt the trauma of the entire war, every loss, every failure come out at once in his head, causing his visage to grow dark for a moment. He snapped out of it quickly, thankfully, due to a knowing hand on his shoulder from his mother. "You did your very best. Just as ISSEI has here. I understand how you feel. We were there too, we know all the pain you've silently shouldered, my boy. You've grown into a fine man yourself and helped raise the light of a new generation, it seems. Just like he has all of the support he does, you have us. Never forget that if you need to talk one-on-one, okay?" To which he actually began weeping for the first time in years from relief rather than rage or sadness, clinging to his mother and father like a lost child. It would seem this was going to be a huge part of growth for him as well. This went on for a few more minutes as the three chatted amongst themselves before refocusing on the screen. "Let's see it through." Eve's voice began to sound out, sweeter and kinder than any tone they've ever heard from anyone, even an angel. "My young ISSEI. My boy who has defied all odds and done what no one else could. I will grant you the honor of wielding me, of sealing me and protecting me from the chaos that could once more overtake me. I shall seal your juggernaut drive and grant you the fully unsealed form you are currently taking. It is simply called the Warrior of Eden. Fitting for you, no, my son. I hereby beseech you, grant me this peace and grant me a lifetime of peace by your own might. When she finished speaking, ISSEI had reverted to his base form. Akeno had fallen to her knees weeping in relief, holding on to Barakil in frame of the video. She couldn't move in this moment, seeing her hero succeed. Though, he was clearly battered and bloodied in the worst of ways, looking like he'd die at any moment, even with how expertly Drake had held Eve off in her Madden rampage. The fallen angel couldn't stop herself from crying out in joy as a pure silver gauntlet matching the design of the boosted gear with golden crystals on the hand suddenly would appear on ISSEI's other arm, letting off the warmest an aura, comforting everyone who had just witnessed that chaotic mess along its calming silver light that it was giving off. It began healing him beyond what even twilight healing could do. This was a one-time deal nonetheless, which she had dubbed a mother's gift. And within the video a voice called out from the gauntlet, "You need not worry. 5 maidens who wish not more than to check on my boy. He will be fine within time with aid. This spell should stabilize him long enough for you to get him to a hospital, though I can't quite promise much beyond that, as I will fall asleep until he recovers. This is taking the last bit of my strength to recover his external injuries, and some internal still remain. You need to get him to a doctor immediately. And young Kitsune, take this, help those around you, and all of you. Once I wake up I have a beautiful surprise for you all." A strange silver light had once more encompassed her as the gauntlet had called out transfer, giving her the last of its mana to restore her entirely, as well as teaching her a brand new spell no yokai would have ever conceived before. She'd simply nod twice, beginning to go around healing those she could with a newly learned technique. Venelana had taken serious note of this, as it was healing that rivaled Phoenix Tears in effectiveness. Assuming it to be a hybrid between ancient magic and yokai-style magic, voicing this opinion to her husband and son, to which both nodded in agreement, curious if this could ever be used in the future. The video cut over to Grayfia, who had a truly mortified look upon her face upon hearing this, as she looked over to Azazel screaming loudly, "Grigori, now get your best doctors. I don't care how much I have to spend, even if I use my entire wealth." The fallen angel's leader seemed to laugh at the sentiment, as he'd give a nod before muttering under his breath, "No amount of money in the world would stop me from saving my student." At which point the video feed cut off, as the rest was relative fluff, though Venelana had a very knowing glint in her eyes, and if she had a tail it'd be mischievously flicking about. A shared look between both the son and husband let her know that her intentions were showing towards Grayfia, and she just shrugged before openly saying, "If my daughter is a failure, she's the next best option, right? If not her, then Yasaka, if she has feelings for the boy. He deserves better, and people who aren't going to stomp his fucking heart to bits." After witnessing this, it has become all that much more evident that if he's an emotional ticking time bomb, we're all in fucking danger, and he needs to be healed on a damn near spiritual level to prevent that. All of this was said with sincerity and the love of a mother. In all truth, she wasn't scheming about the connections with Yasaka. She wasn't thinking of a political power move with Grayfia and ISSEI or anything like that. All she wanted was for her son to be okay, and that was clear as day to her husband and actual son. Sirzech wanted to argue, to say anything he could to refute it, believing the boy needed time to heal from Ria's betrayal, but he knew in his heart that she was more than likely correct, so he chose to keep his mouth shut and avoid a slap similar to what his father received earlier. And with that, their private meeting was coming to a close as the lights finally came on, the cosmos around them seeming to fade away, with the red-haired man noting out loud, "Really gotta investigate how that whole viewing the cosmos thing works. I'd kill to have that in a relaxation room." To which his father busted out laughing at the absurdity of the thought, and his mother facepalmed, chuckling to herself. The Mao would hit a button on the table to disable the frozen time, and rose from his seat with his parents to make their way towards preparing for the party. May 2 ND, the duration of his journey astral projecting. A flashback in the dimensional gap itself, referring back to chapter 2 and forward for when this began in the hospital before the journey began for complete context if it's been a while since you have read. Plus, deep within the dimensional gap a deep sigh could be heard, uncharacteristically so, from Great Red as he'd clasp his hands together, casting a spell so old he almost forgot that he could do it. It would summon a deep onyx table with chairs that slowly rotated around it with a slight figure 8 to their motion, and he took a seat waiting for the one who helped create the spell to appear. After a few annoying moments for the dragon who so wished to be in constant motion doing tricks, Ophis would show up with a puzzled look. "What could cause you to summon me of all people, Bakared?" The clearly annoyed Ouroboros dragon simply inquired. Something broke our spell we cast on the Red Dragon Emperor so long ago. He'll slowly begin to remember things now. Keep an eye on him since I can't quite leave the dimensional gap, will ya? Great Red would answer rather cryptically, seeming to send Ophis into a visible panic. A year or so prior to this very conversation, the two had a not-so-fortunate encounter with ISSEI. They thought he was going into the Juggernaut Drive at first, but it was far worse. The poor brown-haired boy had caught Rias cheating firsthand and began straight into Dragonfall. At first glance, only to realize it was a much worse version of it, to the point they had to physically intervene. Within the dimensional gap, flashback way before ISSEI's body is rebuilt by Great Red. A truly pain-near-deafening scream could be heard bellowing forth through seemingly infinity itself, so loudly that it actually brought both Great Red and Ophis together to investigate it, wondering what kind of monstrosity could unleash such a sound inside of the void that is the dimensional gap. They found the Secretary in his balance breaker genuinely wailing, with black tears streaming down his mask, seemingly staining his armor from those piercing green eyes. It was an unnerving sight even for beings that strong. Much to Ophis' surprise, the boy she thought always was so happy was now before her, as if his entire world had been burned to the ground. Ophis silently muttered out with wide eyes. Fuck, being found in a state like this could only mean, hey, Baka Red, we need to calm him down now or everyone is going to die. There was an urgency to her voice, much like the time they encountered a strange being clad in shadows who caused untold problems in the dimension many eons ago. She instantly realized that he had forcibly teleported himself into the dimensional gap to escape reality, as to not go into Juggernaut Drive due to his overwhelming and complex emotions that were pouring out, releasing a dark cloak around him. They were so viciously clear that she could tell the exact cause even if she didn't want to believe it herself. Great Red could see it. The moment Ophis, who rarely showed emotions, had a mixed visage of disgust, disbelief, and sheer unholy fucking rage as she cried out. How could that stupid red-haired cunt do that? It didn't take long for the Apocalypse Dragon to figure out the one ISSEI was with cheated on him based on the current situation at hand. And now he had two very pissed off dragons to calm down, leading to him physically stopping time in that space by manifesting the dreamscape itself to stop both of them from going into a true rampage. Before him, in a state of stop time, he could clearly see that ISSEI had pulled off a miracle, having only given part of his body up to Drake at this point. One who isn't a true dragon just yet had managed to unleash aura. His aura had unfortunately been made manifest by trauma, revealing his draconic nature was both far stronger than normal dragons, and that it was based on emotions, making it a poison for normal dragons in a way. They are very emotional beings. Great Red would seem to speak to himself since Ophis was frozen in the moment. A very different path from the aura of domination that Drake possessed. This is going to be quite the force should he one day master it. That malignant aura had physically turned pitch black for the moment rather than its usual transparent nature in this state of stop time, showing its radius. As if matching the dangerous hue, it became an aura that could kill literally everyone and everything due to the mixed influence of the Juggernaut Drive and his draconic nature beyond the traumatic experience he just had. A contagious Dragonfall. A physical response close to a disease for dragons was mutating in a horrific way. What would normally turn him into an evil dragon or kill him was actively risking turning him into something far worse. A being who is capable of nothing but death and destruction. It was very clear that he was genuinely hoping that Great Red and the Infinite Dragon would kill him if it came to that, as if the Red Dragon Emperor could tell something was truly going wrong even as he went mad. Within a few moments of that, though, the Apocalypse Dragon would snap his fingers, bringing Ophis out of the state of suspended animation before gently patting her head, simply whispering, "Look, get mad at his previous mate later. Saving him comes first. I need your help. I have an idea that might work, or it might not. If it doesn't, well, killing him would be a mercy." Ophis' eyes would go wide at the reality she might have to strike down the man who taught her how to feel, and due to that realization, she agreed without any question on his idea with an immediate nod. As stated before, ISSEI was going through Dragonfall, a disease that would take his life if no one intervened. To most common knowledge amongst the dragons, there was 3 or 4 ways to cure Dragonfall, and none were a complete positive outcome, honestly outside of the 4th, but that was only accomplished by one being. So the odds of that were slim to none. Not to mention this is a mutated version of Dragonfall due to curse of the Red Dragon Emperor. 3. That said, Ophis and Great Red united their efforts, and by doing so, they forcibly created a miracle by combining their magic for the very first time in the effort to save the boy who intrigued them the most. It was a unique magic based around the principles of the very aspect of dreams. It was a waking dream, so to speak, fueled by the Ouroboros dragon's infinity to keep it active and on a repeated cast loop should it break in theory. Put simplest, it rewrote Issei's memories anytime he'd catch Rias doing something that'd cause dragonfall. But it had a second nature to that spell. Every single time he'd catch her doing something like that, he'd grow less and less reliant and attached to her. Eventually, he'd forsake her for her own actions and wouldn't even understand why himself. That was, until the silver tears came into play. The spell that actively healed his body began to bring forth the truth to Issei. Luna's healing magic is no weaker than the combined effort of the two beings, if that says anything of her capabilities. A small side bit with Ophis. In the distance, during his entire trip using Eve to explore while astral projecting, a particular black-haired dragoness was watching from the distance to make sure he didn't mentally shut down. She could see it, during some moments, that he was beginning to get flashing memories of what Rias had done. Thankfully, this process hadn't begun until after the encounter with Grayfia in her soul, which cemented the Maid as Issei's #1, outright circumventing the dangers of dragonfall. No one quite realized it yet by this point, but Issei had completely given up on Rias and was going to break things off on his own accord now that he remembered the truth. Unfortunately for him, he had to play things off like he didn't know, though, as to not worry everyone. The only one to know the true turmoil of this was Ophis. She saw firsthand the raging thoughts that plagued his mind due to the backlash of the spell she and Great Red cast. She heard the diabolic hate that spread through his very soul towards the red-headed heiress near the end of it all when he first appeared in the dimensional gap. It was so overwhelming to experience that she almost contemplated going and killing Rias herself at that moment. For better or worse, though, those thoughts passed during her travels watching over him. We come to the point back where we left off. May 14th, current day. Issei's hospital room, same time as the meeting between Zio, Vene, Zex ends. Sirzech had completely forgotten two of my major features of the green ring he keeps on his person at all times. Grayfia can hear what is going on and being discussed on the other side of it as an active recording, live feed. It was a method to help keep track of Issei and keep his sister's abusive nature in check. And boy, oh fucking boy, was this the goddess damned slip-up of the century. It didn't take a rocket scientist for the Queen of Queens to put 2 and 2 together. That fucking arrogant, audacious, useless bitch cheated on her prince, her Issei. The one she physically backed off of to carefully watch over rather than further overwhelm his heart regardless of her own intense feelings. The one who had given up damn near everything he had to offer time and again just for her to go do that, and what sounded like possibly worse than just that. There was a moment, only a split second, where she completely lost her fucking composure once it all fully sunk in. And not too far from there in the distance a certain redhead could feel every ounce of her rage, her displeasure. The feeling of a scythe coming up against her neck. She couldn't quite explain why, but Rias let out an audible gulp, feeling like any and all gods of death was watching her with sincerely murderous intent. Issei's sacred gear actually activated, protecting the arm she was holding due to the rapid drop in temperature around her figure. As it dropped so fast, even a dragon would have issues dealing with that cold. The very air around her began to freeze into teardrops and shards that looked more like blades falling into broken hearts than anything else, and her expression turned to that of anguish, realizing everything at once. To say Grayfia was hurt that the one she viewed as a daughter and rival could do this wouldn't put her feelings to justice. Hell, no written or forgotten language could convey the anguish, disappointment, or rage. Thankfully, those shards of ice became unidentifiable as they completely shattered on impact, otherwise Issei would have caught on quick as to what was going through her mind, even though he wouldn't have the full picture. He's nowhere near as dense as folks take him for. Though he might have misconstrued it as him hurting her somehow, as the poor dude is so convinced he constantly hurts those he loves due to Rias' abuse over the years that he can't tell the difference anymore. To Grayfia's credit, she didn't scream, she didn't cry. Her expression went completely blank with a cold underlying rage at that realization. Issei, however, quickly noticed it and dragged her in closer, realizing something was wrong as his voice came across slow and soft, trying his best to calm the storm overtaking her mind. Hey, Via, are you okay? Did someone say something via telepathy or a magic circle I didn't sense? Is someone hurt? Did I hurt you? What's wrong? You're scaring me. Please talk to me, I am here for you, my love. Those kind words of care and reassurance had snapped her out of what could only be described as a murderous rage she never knew she could feel. And honestly, hearing him ask if he hurt her shattered her heart, that he had so thoroughly healed to the point she had tears streaming down her face as she just kissed him then and there. To her, The depths of her love for this goofy man knew no bounds, and to a point that scared the hell out of her, but also gave her a firm reminder of just how deeply he wedged himself into her own heart. Wordlessly, she just clung to him, slowly stroking his head, and he could feel she was beginning to wind down from whatever had just upset her as she pulled away from that deep kiss. But it left a slight uneasy feeling in his heart regardless of how much he was lost in that moment. He could tell something was very wrong. Beyond that notion, a very clear thought had formed in Grayfia's pained mind. I will protect him, even if it means facing all of his demons by his side as his sword or shield. I won't let you break from this. Little did she know he was already emotionally checking out from Rias long before what he'd soon learn. Or well, what he already assumed to be the truth. She couldn't see it, but there was a visible grimace etched into his face at the thought of Rias, which he couldn't quite pin to why he was feeling at that moment, almost like she'd become a problem later that day. It wasn't that the maid calmed down in truth after all of that though. It was that she was setting her anger aside for the moment, as to not spoil the big day for the man she'd come to love. The moment she spotted that spoiled bitch of a forsaken heiress, it was on sight, and not even Shiva, Great Red, Ophis, and a full-power Sirzech could stop that from going down. The ass-whooping of a lifetime was certainly in the near future for poor Rias. That large instantaneous bit of stress aside, they went back to just snuggling and discussing how they thought today might go, with Fia still keeping that massive party a secret, wanting this to be the best day ever for all parties involved. The moon with Luna, Lily, and the moon bunnies. There was a split second that straight-up murderous intent could be felt all the way from the underworld, obviously directed at Rias Gremory. Well, she's gonna fucking die. Or face a worse fate than death, I suppose. Was the only thought that ran through the mad goddess's mind. It was something that caught Luna off guard, being a hell of an intrusive thought as a guest arrived in the same moment, distracting her from that thought. With that, the focus would shift back to Lily and Luna. Interestingly enough, a small letter seemed to drop into her lap courtesy of a certain pink-haired reaper personally inviting her to the party. Since ISSEI himself wasn't aware of the scale of things yet, it carried another detailed suggestion though of how to protect the boy she's come to cherish. Lily had quite the grand scheme going on, and she knew he wouldn't turn it down to protect those he cares for, which made all the effort worth it. Motions were being set in place to announce him as the leader of a new faction. The best bit. He has the same plan himself, go figure. Everything is just falling into line. He has more than enough followers now, considering the moon bunnies, Luna, Lily, the girls, Valley the White Dragon Emperor specifically, which will be revealed later, and many other beings in the supernatural world. His influence is nothing short of major pantheons by this point. It wouldn't be right to leave Luna and the moon rabbits out of such a celebration, considering most of the supernatural world would be attending, or bringing gifts at the very least, right? Or so our lovely Pinkette would surmise. She wanted to get her on board regardless. As if to answer her ideas, a soft voice would ring forth from the mad goddess herself with a simple, "Seems fine with me. I couldn't picture anyone else who's strong enough or insane enough to try to recruit me anyway, and it'd solve the headache of not being able to freely travel to Earth again. Plus, on the off chance something big happens, I want to be there to witness it. Or stop it should it involve something ISSEI cannot handle. There are still beings even you all cannot handle, as her reaper. I do know about that, Lily, comma." With a comical motion, the pink-haired gal did a little happy dance, clearly celebrating that her plan was going right so far. She didn't care if it completely succeeded or completely failed. Either way, it sounded fun to her, and supported ISSEI. To her, that was all that mattered. Though her brow did furrow for a moment at that mention of her proper title, as she chimed back quickly, "EY, no mentioning that." A single thought crossed many of the moon rabbits' minds who bore witness to all of this. This party certainly would have quite a few crazy reveals that are going to shake up the state of the supernatural beyond words. And probably lead to some fights. The sentiment was discussed amongst them of that last point of who they thought would fight, to which one of the rabbits in the distance literally screamed, "Who cares who fights? Blood for the blood god." Leading to a collective sigh amongst many of the rabbits, and Luna herself to wheeze, "There's always one in a family, right?" 13. The hospital cafeteria. A deep red circle would begin to form amidst the bustling crowds as three main players of today's event would finally arrive. The father, mother, and son, Zeoticus, Venelana, and Sirzech, immediately all nodded to each other and scattered about, gathering information on the current status of everything and openly using their own wealth to force the issue on things that were behind schedule, shamelessly making sure everything went off without a hitch. As all of this was going on, Venelana herself would slip away for a moment. A unique magic circle opened up cupped beneath her right hand as it held up against her ear, as she seemed to be whispering to an unknown individual. This was a magic not shown before to any known sources but the two involved after all, and her words were cryptic to say the least. Yes, please look into it entirely. No, money won't be an issue. Yes, I abide by our old contract, old friend. Please just this one favor. I consider the boy to be my own kin. Thanks, enchanter of olden eras. I cannot rely on anyone else to make sure this is done correctly. Within the next 10 minutes or so, a burning letter appeared before the matron of the Grayfia family cementing the dissolution of Rias and ISSEI's engagement entirely, along with the notification of Grayfia and ISSEI's soon-to-be-announced relationship, and a very plainly worded request to never do something like this again with such force as it scared the Senate in ways death itself couldn't. There was a wry grin etched into her face as she read that last bit. One could truly say she was the most thorough and devious woman of the underworld at first glance. And with that, the mysterious call would be silenced as none other than Yasaka turned the corner, bumping into Venelana with what seemed to be a ton on her mind. Most notably, a given sign was that her ears drooped, and a pensive gaze visible as she spotted who she needed to speak to the most. An uncharacteristically deep sigh could be heard from the Grayfia matron as she knew what was about to happen, and without any couth or regard for what might come from her actions, here Yasaka spoke up. Her tone audibly very concerned, but knowing there wasn't much that had slipped past this particular fox. Something is off, and I don't know how to explain it. Where has your daughter been, Venelana? Did something happen? I've been pondering it since the first incident before he went into the hospital. I saw many people, I sensed many people, but I never sensed Rias around when he needed her there the most. What is she doing, and why the hell isn't she here to celebrate? ISSEI coming back to us should be the best news in the world, right? The thing that struck the leader of the yokai first was the apologetic stare and words spoken to her with resolute certainty. That has long since been resolved. You'll learn more in the coming hours, okay, Lady Yasaka. Until then, please do your best to keep a lid on things. I'm sure you aren't the first to have noticed, nor will you be the only one with this question this day, but all will be answered in one fell swoop soon enough. I can't outright answer you for fear of how you'll react now. However, I will ask one favor from a mother to another who cares so deeply for him. Protect the boy's smile. Give him a chance. Open yourself up to the possibility that he may honestly love you amongst many others with a passion more burning than the sun itself, just as Grayfia has. Speechlessness and blushing. That was the only reaction that would befall Yasaka's entire being. She had never been so directly called out by anyone in this world before. To the point all of her tails were standing on end, completely fluffed up as she stuttered trying to reply. Her brain, however, was absolutely malfunctioning, causing the woman before her to start cackling like a hyena. By Satan's good name, Yasaka, you should see yourself in a mirror currently. To add insult to injury, the matron would conjure up a quick spell, a mirror-like sheet of ice revealing the damn near tomato-red kitsune, as the sound of glass shattering would be heard as her tails went straight through it almost at an invisible speed, as if trying to hide from herself. Mew, stop. I know, gods above, I know how he feels about me, and how I feel about him, but what if I hurt my daughter by pursuing my own happiness? All of her tails reflexively drooped at that thought before a soft thump on the top of her head could be felt. Instinctively she rubbed that spot with a pained expression, not that it really hurt. Her longtime friend and confidant only smiled softly. It was a true mother's smile as she spoke slowly but truthfully. Both of you deserve to be happy. Your daughter will understand and more than likely join you in time if she doesn't find someone on her own accord. We both know he already treats her like a daughter. She could use a father figure. And with his newfound abilities, I'm sure we could figure something out with the Shinto region to create a more stable power source so you two could travel with him. If he hasn't already come up with a solution on his own, to which I'll be honest, he probably has. Honestly. He's terrifyingly brilliant, and yet he hides behind the visage of a perverse dumbass. It's terrifyingly effective how intuitive and effective a shield it is. Took me and Xiaticus up until a bit ago to completely see through it. There was a moment where Yasaka began to weep, feeling her friend wipe her tears away, and they both went in for quite the deep hug. This was a truly beautiful moment between the two, displaying their friendship and understanding of each other that no one could refute. It only lasted for a good 30 seconds before Yasaka fully regained her composure with a huff. Can't cry. Don't want to look like a wreck. That can come later from tears of joy. Oh, and before I forget. Almost everything had completely fallen into place so far for the party planning, but the vixen before her had brought a fun wild card into the mix, handing her a small recording crystal with every part of his adventure so far to put up as a video during whatever major announcement she was aware the matron would be making. This was a compilation from Lily the Reaper alongside Drake's specialty magic that was enabled by Eve's mere existence. he imprinted the memories of the travels alongside his partner to show what kind of journey he went on. This truly was a project of grandiose proportions. The two would break free from the conversation and resume zipping about setting everything up to perfection, meanwhile with Koneko and Kuroka, Akeno, and Barakiel and Azazel. The hospital cafeteria kitchen. The two cat girls can be seen in the full swing of things using senjutsu, specifically Yujitsu, to maintain fires around the kitchen, helping actively cook everything as per the chef's details to put a rush order on the last bit of food that needed to come together. Akeno and her father could be seen manning multiple stations at once, rapidly swapping from place to place as an expert duo, rapidly finishing up any dishes that needed to be completed as all of the party favors were finally coming together. Things were sincerely down to the wire, which is why the four of them took up the helm in the kitchen, helping finish out the last detail of what needed to be done. Venelana and Azazel could be seen in the corner of the room finicking around with the projector, flipping through images and establishing a better order, cleaning up some of the images' clarity with magic, and then the slide hit. A sight Azazel couldn't expect, a fallen angel with silver wings. Leading to him muttering, "But wait, it couldn't be." To which Venelana just made a SHHH sign, clearly not having context but knowing Issei would probably explain it all later. That said, a recording began playing back for the two of them. Interestingly, a spell created a barrier around the two. It was a trick played by Lily, specifically designed for the fallen general himself. The video began with audio playing out the moment that Issei ran into the inn, showing him the moment Raynare absolutely realized Issei was there to visit her. Just for a moment the camera would turn to reveal a cheeky pinkette giving a peace sign, simply saying, "I know you missed them. Issei found a way to bring them back. I hope this makes up for the time missed with the two you consider daughters. But they're in good hands now, Azazel." The video would cut for a moment before picking up inside of the building, showing Issei looking like the world itself was crumbling. So many thoughts. So many images racing through his mind that began to project around the room. The two watching the video could see every battle, every fear, every hope, every dream playing out as the camera slowly panned around. In one panel they could see an image of Issei's mother and Venelana, indicating how he viewed both of them. Next to it was his father, and Azazel playing cards at what looked like Issei's next birthday party. Very obviously a dream of his to introduce the two he considered father figures to each other. To say the pair were touched wouldn't do it justice in any manner, as the video once more cut back to focusing on Issei and Raynare, which drew in the attention of the black and blonde-haired man. He overheard every word conveyed between the two. The regrets both held not being able to protect one another, the love they mutually shared, which explained the distance to Rias at first. The constant drive to become stronger to protect everyone as to not have a repeat losing her. It all clicked at once, and dear gods above, that moment hit Azazel like a ton of bricks. The boy's insane drive to become stronger made sense now for someone unaffiliated with the supernatural beforehand. He regretted what happened to Issei more than anyone, but beyond that he was more proud of him than anyone else in the world currently. He truly wished things had gone differently, and that Issei and Raynare could have become friends and more than likely lovers rather than be forced into such a shit scenario. Little did he know the full truth that would come to light later. A true reveal for the ages, as he basically braved the depths of the underworld to bring her back, was probably going to be a tale passed down by the Greek gods and goddesses at this rate, as one hell of a love story between a dragon and a crow. This was something the two had discussed pretty heavily when it was first found out what happened to Issei, leading to the deep friendship between the Gremry matron and the fallen general, as they shared a moment of pride in the one they considered a son. As the video came to a close and they finished settling out what pictures should and shouldn't be used to respect Issei's privacy, the man before her showed a genuine moment of weakness, if you could call it that. Venelana had become as close to him as Penemu around this time, cemented entirely in the fact they both wanted the best for the brown-haired lad. It was a shock as the leader of the Grigori had finally opened up to another beyond his primary confidant. They had been conversing quite regularly leading up to this, all things considered. Wordlessly the matron would reach up, gently patting the fully grown man on the head, as she would Issei had he been upset, offering truly the kindest to smile. "You aren't responsible for what happened. I'm sure he's never once blamed you and is thankful to have you in his life. He calls you his teacher, you know. He respects you more than most of the folks in the supernatural world. When this party is over, pull him aside and have a nice long chat. I'm sure he doesn't resent you, but if you need to confirm it, now would be the best time. Just no going crazy about his new sacred gear." Within moments of that all sinking in, Azazel could be seen crying those same silver tears as many had experienced before, all while laughing at that last bit. Venelana was the first one to truly take note of this, seeming to jot down in a notepad that the healing of one's heart and trauma seemed to be an innate trigger in issues regarding Issei. The cause now becoming far more clear as the healing of one's heart, or traumas, be it mental or possibly physical, for one of the sources of those mysterious tears. Once more those strange tears were actively staining the floor, leaving marks of silver, as he carefully cleaned himself up with a handkerchief to prevent any odd streaks down his face. A few massive chaotic scrambles and deliveries later, May 14th 10 Isham, the hospital cafeteria turned party venue. A good 30 minutes or so came and went as everything had began to fall into line. The party was really coming together as guests from various pantheons began to arrive one by one, actively being seated. The plan was to have everyone who was going to stay for the party to be here ahead of time to surprise ISSEI as they entered. The venue was physically made 20 or 30 times larger to fit everyone by spatial magic. Multiple groups were set in themed locations to their specific pantheon, following or designation within the supernatural world, creating quite the interesting display as certain cultures and eras of art would blend into others, showing the significant changes that ISSEI had made, bringing them all together in a way that honestly never would have happened without his influence. The first of many groups to arrive were Ophis, Great Red in human form, and the Norse, to no surprise really, as they were all quite close to ISSEI. Odin, Thor, and a few others alongside Zeus, Artemis, Hermes, and Hera. Arriving shortly after them was Demeter, interestingly enough, who personally brought a massive bouquet of various fruits and foodstuffs. Demeter also set up a few things of mistletoe up in the air to mess with any unsuspecting couple who might happen to find themselves under it. Persephone and Hades also arrived bearing quite a large mixed bouquet of flowers, each one of various color of one of ISSEI's lovers' hair or eyes. A subtle nod to predicting who he'd end up with, the centermost flower was a beautiful silver lotus flower. Most notably though, there wasn't a single red flower to be found there. Beyond that, interestingly enough, a few guests who were invited but no one fully expected to be free to show up came. Apollo came to play music. In the background was Valley and his crew posted up in the corner chatting and quickly wrapping gifts. Parvati, Shiva, even Indra and Luf showed up representing the Hindu and Celtic factions. Wukong and Amaterasu arrived shortly beyond them, along with almost every other guest, quickly filling the hall up with idle chatter, some walking to greet others, clearly treating this as a complete ceasefire regardless of any drama they had going on. Today was a day of celebration to all involved. At the very center of all of it, against a back room, was a throne in the same manner as all the other key figureheads, befitting the man of the hour. It was Gothic in style, massive soft cushions, and was incredibly personalized in the fact it was adorned with many aspects of space honoring his new sacred gear, along with crimson red and deep emerald gemstones in the style of Drake decorating it. Sirzech himself made it, but will probably never tell anyone that fact. To the sides of the throne it had very comfortable spots for Venelana and Zeoticus to sit with ISSEI, since he viewed them as his parents' second family by this point. It was more or less a joke set up by Sirzech, not realizing just how serious an implication it'd have with the announcement to be made. It was truly a throne for a faction leader. And oh, believe it that the irony of this won't be lost to him, or the other faction leaders come later. Back with ISSEI, Grayfia and Penemu. Penemu had managed to track down the lovely duo who'd truly become the stars of today's show, and brought out a suspiciously large briefcase, ushering them into a side room. Whilst Grayfia knew what was going on, our favorite brown-haired boy hadn't the slightest clue of what was going on, as the fallen angel would quickly zip around taking his sizes, having Grayfia gently adjust his body here and there like one would a mannequin as she'd snap her fingers. Penemu, being the cheeky brat she loved to be, casted a spell creating a dark wall between the two, so neither got a good look at the other during this process. The case would open up and materials would seem to fly out of her personal specialized mobile workstation as she went to work on the spot, creating a damn near breathtakingly beautiful suit. Similar to a wedding tux with a few major alterations, the tie itself had a look similar to a view of the stars above, with the stars themselves being smaller silver lotuses with a unique enchantment that kept the images displayed on it scrolling as if slowly gliding through the sky itself. The suit top and pants were a strikingly jet black with thin red stripes going down them, creating a nearly otherworldly aesthetic to it. Even had a nice pair of silver dress shoes prepared for him, already tailored to his size. To the surprise of the maid, her usual outfit was replaced by one very similar by her longtime friend, causing them to wear a matching outfit and very lovely pair of heels that wouldn't break in any manner, no matter the stress they're put under, in matching color no less. In place of a tie, she got a bow in her hair with a similar effect to the tie. And with that, the fallen angel gal had flashed a cheeky grin, simply saying, "You'll be attending wearing that or nothing, be aware." I won't take no for an answer. I've had this in my head from the moment I learned he got a new sacred gear based around space. I designed a matching outfit set for both of you. I hope today is as magical as it seems it may be. implying she knew of the connection between the two. She very clearly knew far more than she let on, but the overhanging threat wasn't lost on her at all as Grayfia swiftly nodded. She knew damn well her friend was capable enough to keep good on that threat, not that she minded matching ISSEI. Even if it slightly turned her red on the tips of her ears, she really loved this gesture. The three stood around chatting as Penemu made minor adjustments here and there, having them walk through the room with a specialized magic preventing them from getting a clear view of the other's attire for the moment, all the while making sure everything went off without a hitch. Even throwing in a lovely detail. They're stain-proof and can block bullets enchanted by magic and most lower to mid-range level spells, so no need to worry about anything if you ever wear them to a dangerous party. Never know what could happen with the supernatural. She'd demonstrate by throwing a small knife towards ISSEI. A barrier formed around him, knocking it straight to the floor harmlessly. The boy let out a small whistle as he'd look at himself in a mirror, mildly adjusting the tie until it was comfortable. "I don't think I've ever looked this good, thanks a lot. Sincerely, you have no idea how much this means to me. I'll never forget this evening you all seem to have planned, let alone this gift." And with that he surprised the fallen as she was brought into the tightest a hug, earning quite a loud eat from her as Grayfia just giggled at the sight. It was then that the wall of darkness would drop down, fading out into obscurity, slowly bringing what looked like a blurry picture into plain view as they both visibly looked over one another. ISSEI's jaw hit the floor damn near as his face turned a scarlet red, rivaling the boosted gear itself, as he was truly taking in the view of the woman he had fallen so hard for. Well, damn Penemu, if this isn't a present I don't know what is. He'd barely managed to say, trying to compose himself. The reaction made it go from the tips of her ears being crimson, to her whole body matching the stripes of his suit, a deep thorough crimson red, as the cheeky fallen angel saw her way out of the room with a quick yet cheeky remark of, "Enjoy, and don't get down and dirty ruining those outfits you hear. Save that for the honeymoon and maybe name a kid after me. I'd love to be an aunt." A pillar of steam quickly erupted from both of them as she'd giggle walking out of the room. The damage had long since been done, so she was fleeing the scene now. May 14th, 10:35 a.m., the hospital cafeteria turned party venue. A good 15 minutes before the party would truly begin, a deep amethyst portal began to open up just before the securities soon to be thrown in the hall. Out stepped a particular pink-haired reaper with an entourage of seemingly hundreds upon hundreds of rabbit gals. A few faces went pale in the room as the music stopped, and many people from the older eras began to realize just who was arriving. Odin was the first to sit up straight without a lustful gaze for the first time in forever and simply mutter, "Moon rabbits. How in the he?" And before he could even finish saying hell as a joke, a certain familiar wave of energy washed out over the entire room. The ceiling that was so well lit seemed to fade to a dark shadow, with a mirror of the cosmos that Sirzech had experienced earlier once more became present as Luff spoke, this time in a whisper that was so loud within the silence everyone heard it. "The mad goddess descends to our planet once more. To what do we owe the pleasure, my lady?" Luna, who had just stepped through the portal, clearly was glaring daggers at the one who said it. The energy she was letting off was enough to put literally everyone on high alert outside of Persephone and Hades, who casually walked up, took a bow and welcomed her to the party, leaving just about everyone present completely flabbergasted at the act, as if they had expected it. Which, to be fair, they did. Lily warned them ahead of time, benefits of being in the inner circle, so to speak. And much to everyone's response, Luna bowed right back, letting out a playful giggle as she spoke. Her voice rang out in the silence like a siren singing. "It's good to be here. I presume we are all here to celebrate ISSEI being okay, so no need to worry about me snapping unless you intend to hurt the boy I've chosen to follow. I mean that exactly as you think it sounds." A sign of mutual respect to those gathered around was shown as she lowered her aura to a more manageable level. Beyond that, everyone quickly took note of what she just said. A hell of a bombshell was dropped then and there from what is probably one of the most dangerous beings in the room, considering you know. Even Shiva, the god of destruction, was actively looking her way as to not risk pissing her off. But Sirzech, Michael, Zeus, Thor, Odin, Azazel, Shiva, Indra, Amaterasu, Luff and Wukong's eyes all collectively went wide as a single thought was shared: the crazy bastard somehow attracted another ridiculously strong person to him. Parvati, with her ability to witness what intent laid within a person's heart, bore witness personally to ISSEI's kindness firsthand and what he did while he was traveling to the moon via astral projection. It was such a sweet act that the goddess herself was actually moved to tears, which shocked Shiva. He knew her alternative personality Durga was the invincible smiling demon, but nonetheless fell in love with her. Both halves of her are the woman he truly loves after all. So seeing the woman he'd grown to fear, respect and love weep so openly asked many questions. She was the light-hearted counterpart, and could truly look into a person's very being in a manner almost as deep if not deeper than senjutsu in one regard or another. And it gave her the answer everyone in the room was curious about, just why she followed Issei. She saw it all play out in real time. The Hindu goddess walked up to Luna without any hesitation at this point, and offered her a small treat, a cupcake from one of the tables she passed by simply saying, "I welcome the misunderstood mad goddess who cares more for her followers than anyone else. I fully understand how you feel. I saw everything. I am sorry for looking into your past without permission. I am also beyond furious with the said few beings. If you hadn't already ended them, I think my other half would have came out and done it for you. I'm genuinely glad you ended them as you did." The woman then turned and cast a blessing upon the moon bunnies. It was a unique feat only she was capable of amongst the Hindu pantheon. It was a boon of good fortune and harvest as she had taken note of them all carrying various farmed goods. Luna was slightly surprised at this, as granting such a large-scale blessing to a faction outside of their own was damn near unheard of. But she didn't take offense to her actions, as some might have due to the implication of the rabbits harvesting pearly or something akin to that. Old god shenanigans and whatnot. They really did find a way to get offended about just about any damn thing, mused the goddess to herself. If anything, a smile brighter than the sun spread across her gorgeous face, adverse to her persona of the moon as she took the small treat, eating it in one go as she'd reach around, actually hugging the first one besides Issei, who took the time to look past the legends and fear. Let alone provided such kindness to those who followed her. Her tone was gentle, and yet it boomed through the room in a way that showed utter jubilation. "Thanks, young goddess Parvati. Unlike the rumors of your other half, you certainly are truly kind, and I am excited to get to know both the you before me, and the you that resides on the other side of the coin. I believe you understand a small bit of how I feel due to that. The constant worry that people will misjudge you and fear you without proper reason. I am sorry people fear such a kind and gentle soul with misplaced feelings. Shiva truly is a blessing upon you to have accepted both halves of you entirely." The two more or less hugged it out with a small laugh here and there as they quietly chittered away to each other. A friendship that would last for the rest of eternity started then and there. And by proxy, Issei's coming faction gained a hell of an ally from the Hindu pantheon, mostly due to the fact Shiva never wants to piss his wives off. This pretty genuinely diffused almost any tension in the air, as everyone quickly began to understand that she wasn't there to cause any trouble. That said, her sheer presence was enough to damn near deter anyone from trying anything stupid this day, or so you'd hope at the very least. 3. With that, everyone more or less began settling and waiting for the star of the show to arrive. Almost every last detail was handled perfectly. One could swear this was becoming a banquet of the gods more than an average party. But hey, it's how it goes in the supernatural world after all, especially if the Red Dragon Emperor seems to be involved. May 14th, 10:55 a.m. The hallway leading to the party. The finalization of their outfits were complete, and with that, a certain duo was beginning to make their way to the hall, chatting and speculating of the future, laughing and joking on the way. Issei offhandedly made a remark that surprised her. "Hey, Fia, I have one thing I need to warn you about. Rias is a sore subject currently. His memories of her were completely back intact from the spell done by Great Red in Office. He physically took note to thank them later on a small notepad within Grayfia's field of view as he began to speak once more. I can't fully go into detail, or you might commit murder currently. Beyond that, I have the feeling many people around me are thinking the same thing, but I am going to make my own faction. And I was wondering, would you be my queen in that regard?" The silver-haired woman froze in the spot, jaw agape, as she just stared at him. "Noted, I'll figure the bit out with Rias come later. That said, first and foremost, 1,000 times yes. But what made you wish for this?" A soft shrug was his retort before he spoke calmly and methodically, quite out of character, revealing more of his true self to her. "I've been considering what I'd do for quite some time now. It's not quite like I'm low class anymore. Hell, not even close. And I have enough power to single-handedly influence, or even destroy the supernatural world at this point. It's about time I take responsibility for my actions, right? I doubt they'd sort a revive a race who now loves and possibly worships me as they do their goddess. Hope you like bunnies, Fia." He'd simply say, scratching his head awkwardly once more, speaking. "Plus, I've been curious of what it would be like if I could protect the Shinto faction. Primarily Yasaka and Kunu. I believe I may have figured a way to stabilize the ley lines so she can freely come and go. Beyond that, there's the whole revival of Raynare and Calwarner. and having to explain I've somehow created and gained the ability to literally create a race of angels under my banner because of a mix of Eve and Luna's powers. It is overwhelming yet exciting in every meaning of the word. Don't get me wrong, being powerful is an amazing feeling, but I want to wield my powers for others regardless of how crushing reality may be in doing so. Atlas must be my patron god because I wish to carry the weight of the world on my shoulders. He chuckled mildly at his own joke, giving Grayfia time to truly process all he just said. She more or less held up a hand for a second, visibly having multiple realizations hit her at once, looking like a pair of gears was working in place of her pupils. Okay. First, when the fuck did you learn to revive the dead? Let alone an entire race. There was a brief moment where she took the deepest of breath before simply saying, "You know what, I'm just not gonna question it. You're always pulling off something that makes no sense when no one's looking. I know how much you've trained in private. Just, okay, back on subject. Second, I'm proud of you for considering how to help Yasaka, as she's been very good to you. You are a good man, far more than most people in your life have shown they deserve." Even though she clearly said she wasn't gonna question things, the final realization really set in as she screamed. Third, you did and can do what now? Do you realize what you just dropped in my lap, ISSEI? That will completely shift the power balance of the supernatural, and fix so many issues. The stare of befuddlement she was giving certainly spoke volumes of the bombs he just dropped in her lap as she tried to drag her thoughts together. That said, you have always reminded me of the heroes of olden tales, always rushing off to save someone without a care of your own safety. So yes, I will walk side by side with you even if we weren't dating. Someone's gotta watch your back, right, Atlas? A playful wink was said as she drew out that last word. Like clockwork, ISSEI fired off responses to help ground her after he realized just what he dropped in her lap. First, I learned it from the current Hades under the guidance of Persephone in case it ever truly came up as a need. I still need permission to do it with any spirits, souls in regards to Earth or the supernatural realm that aren't earthbound, or in the case that occurred moonbound spirits. Also, Persephone taught me how to garden before I really knew she was a goddess, and I really like flowers, go figure. With that, he took a deep breath, continuing steadily down the checklist in his head. Second, thanks my love. I hope Yasaka is happy with the news too. And that my plan works. Speaking of the two from the first point, they're the whole reason this is possible. I've gained complete control over my mana and learned how to rapidly develop my mana pool. Once more he took a breath before finishing out with, third, yeah, turns out I can reincarnate angels, fallen or otherwise, similar to how devil pieces work, into what I've coined cosmic angels in honor of both Luna and Eve, as they both have heavy ties to space and the cosmos. I don't exactly know how I know that about Eve, but my instincts are screaming it. He'd sighed deeply, holding his forehead in frustration as he continued to speak. As to how I know I can do it, I can't really explain how or why I know I can. It is so very frustrating not being able to explain it, but much like with some of Drake's abilities from the boosted gear, they just popped in my head. Things in regards to the sacred gears are weird. There was a repugnant pause as all the gears and cogs seemed to fall into place, as Grayfia just threw her hands up and simply declared with a voice that clearly said, "We will deal with all this later." Fuck it, fair enough. I won't even try to question this for the sake of my own sanity, and will force Azazel to investigate more into your new gear. Not that I feel I'd really have to pull teeth to get him chomping at the bit to do so. For now, we have a hell of an announcement to make. Shall we? She gestured forward to a pair of gigantic double doors that audibly had music playing in the background, letting him in on it all that they've arrived at the big event of the day. Her ISSEI firmly took her hand into his, taking the lead. While he clearly assumed they just got all jazzed up to greet a few friends and loved ones, and was clearly getting the notion that wasn't the case now, as they both made their way forward. As they began to reach the double doors that opened on their own, a resounding cheer rang out from every direction at once. A true cacophony of congratulations and welcome back messages flooded forth as the brown-haired boy dropped to his knees in utter surprise, shock, and delight, seeing just how many, let alone who, came out to greet him and hold such a grandiose party. He expected maybe 10 or 20 people to show up, not this. In that moment, he truly felt blessed with those who he knew cared for him. There was also a very noticeable absence. A particular girl with red hair was nowhere to be seen, but oddly, his heart didn't hurt. It came as a passing thought rather than a world-shattering revelation, leading to not much more than a frown after ISSEI's eyes had visibly scanned the room thoroughly. That frown was something Grayfia, Venelana, Zeoticus, Sirzech, and Belly noticed instantly and put two and two together quickly. They were the ones watching him closest after all. Even over the sounds of music and talking, ISSEI heard the red-haired Mao cuss under his breath, letting the brown-haired boy draw his own conclusions on it. The announcement would come soon anyway. Those thoughts aside, our brown-haired protag refocused on the party. He saw people from all walks of life, so to speak. Almost every active pantheon was here. Hell, even Valley was there, and not causing problems for once. All of the music seemed to stop for a moment as the sound of many feet running through the hall began, with everyone's attention now on that charge. The fact he was getting fucking swarmed by many cheering moon bunny gals was more than enough to draw the attention of everyone in the room. They all took turns hugging him one after another, sometimes in groups of two, thanking him for bringing them back to life and letting them take care of their mother once more, as they formed a living procession all down on one knee, creating a path through for their goddess, as if confirming his and Grayfia's discussion earlier. ISSEI would flash her a Cheshire grin, gesturing to them, clearly already taking to them as if they were his own kids. As I said, hope you like bunnies, Fia. Last but not least in that train of hugs was Luna, who would take him into the tightest and most heartfelt hug yet, as she whispered, "Thanks, ISSEI Hyodo, for giving me my smile back, for proving to me my faith wasn't misplaced in you, for bringing my children back to me." Then with those words said, she took the deepest of bow, her head nearly touching the floor, a sight none of the old gods present believed they'd ever witnessed, just before gesturing past herself to the massive throne just for him. At it was seated Xioticus and Venelana with warm smiles on either side of his seat. Luna chimed out, "Welcome to your very own celebration, my king and lady," I believe is how they address those deserving of the title, yes? After all, I see no man greater to lead myself and my blessed children of the moon. I grant you that glory, one blessed by Eve, one blessed by the moon, one loved by the cosmos. Will anyone here try to refute or contest this, should I wish to instate a new faction of my own under the Red Dragon Emperor's rule? The Supreme Goddess would give Grayfia a sly wink as she realized what was transpiring long before it would sink in, for most was exactly as ISSEI predicted, and with that she spoke up instantly. "Seriously though, Luna," ISSEI. "You know what, I'll back her on this and double down on it," was all the Queen of Annihilation said before she took a single knee, staring up before Venelana. "My matron, longtime friend, the one I consider to be a mother by any other right, would you allow me to go free and support ISSEI within his faction? I humbly beseech you for your permission." Sure, it was theatrics and all for show, but damn, it sent Venelana over the moon. She was an absolute sucker for theatrical plays like this, and the chance to mess with the boy she has considered her own flesh and blood was like a goldmine to her. She mulled it over visibly in her head before she'd release her aura, as if going to war. The matron of the Gremry family rose to her feet as she'd stared daggers down at Grayfia as her words came out slowly. "Do you plan to stick by him, to never betray him? To protect that heart of gold we both know he has, dear maid? Should you break this vow?" Her tone went from calm to booming like thunder and brimstone raining down from a volcanic eruption, startling even the strongest of gods present, as these were her truest and rawest feelings pouring out in a way no one could ever predict, due to a mix of the regret of what happened with Rias and the fear of ISSEI being hurt once more. Something her son picked up on as he listened to her every word, surprised she was getting like this. "Understand this here and now. I've raised you through the war until now, and you wish to leave my care. Should you or any of the girls ever hurt this boy, there will be no force in this world that will stop my fury. I will physically become the embodiment of the cardinal sin of wrath. Are we clear, Grayfia Lucifuge?" Those words caught the attention of Akeno, Koneko, Kuroka and Yasaka, who all seemed to nod at the same time as Grayfia. With that, her emotional outburst subsided as she'd take a deep breath. "I know you'd never hurt the boy. I just, please, take good care of him and support him. Being a leader is a huge responsibility. That all aside." She once more took a deep breath before bringing her hands together, genuinely using a custom-made loudspeaker spell. Venelana decided now would be the best moment for it. "Since you've heard it here, that ISSEI might be starting his own faction, I feel it best to do this now. We have active recordings of his travels and exploits through astral projection, beyond the viewing. I have a massive announcement to make. Please quiet down once all is said and done so I can speak up, okay?" She'd huff proudly. "And with that, we shouldn't keep our guests waiting, should we? We are all excited to hear and see the stories you have from your journeys." That last bitsy wasn't unnoticed by our brown-haired protagonist either, as he visibly raised an eyebrow before it began. In the very center of the room, a hologram visible by any viewing angle began to play from the magic projector Venelana and Azazel had set up, showing his journey step by step. Around the room a few gasps could be heard, absolutely astounded to know the boy was even active during his coma. All the while, ISSEI went through greeting those who spared him the time to speak, not wanting to interrupt what they were seeing, as he knew a rather big reveal would be shown. As he made his way down the aisle of rabbits hand in hand with Grayfia, who had walked back to him, a few of the guests were truly taking note that it wasn't Rias by his side, leading to many mixed reactions, some with money visibly getting passed around as if they could already tell, making the two of them blush scarlet red, earning a few weasels. The two finally made it to the throne. ISSEI took a seat, and much to Grayfia's surprise she got pulled down into his lap, being cradled bridal style as they'd sit and watch over the recording, as he quietly answered any questions she had. Zeoticus leaned over and congratulated the two, but he also had a bitter expression as he felt like something was going to go wrong, but said nothing as he didn't wish to spoil the mood. May 14th, 11:05 a.m. Hallway outside of the party. Unfortunately, Zeoticus' feeling proved to be true. Since the announcement of Rias and ISSEI's engagement being annulled wasn't public knowledge just yet. Someone had let the red-haired vixen into the building, and she was just watching from the doorway, spotting ISSEI cuddled up with Grayfia with a rabidly jealous, drunken look to her face, damn near reeking of alcohol. She still hadn't learned her lesson from the time her brother came and screamed at her in public, and was drinking during the day once more. More than drinking, she was plastered. This time was going to lead to, well, a truly catastrophic fucking conclusion, as many will soon bear witness to. For whatever reason, she was choosing to watch and listen through the doors rather than come in, as if she were in the right with everything going on, planning in her head to ruin the party. Flashback, May 11th, long before the party and all going on. In Valley's home with Biko. Valley could be seen sitting around with one arm transformed, Albion clearly out, and actively conversing with both himself and Biko. They were discussing relationships and their importance to dragons, as the Monkey King had brought it up, as he rarely saw dragons in relationships outside of their own kind, if ever. There was a deep silence before the gauntlet lit up. Valley could feel the unease of this as he spoke out. I have been curious too, Albion. You always tell me to be careful of who I fall in love with, and that you pray nothing goes wrong for the Secretary since he wants a harem. You always seem too frantic when you bring up that bit with Hyodo. Care to enlighten me as to why, instead of going quiet and dodging the subject again? There was a grim pause as Valley impatiently tapped his gauntlet before Albion's voice called out. Because of Dragonfall. I'm not sure if it would directly affect you, even if you're under the influence of Balance Breaker. But that poor boy, he's part dragon now, young Monkey King. You asked why dragons don't mate often outside of their species. That is why. Loyalty is more than just a word to dragons. We can feel everything they feel through the mark we leave on each other. We mate for life unless there's a mutual breakup, which requires a very lengthy ritual to safely conduct. Otherwise, should a partner cheat or be unfaithful to their partner, well, put most bluntly, it can kill a dragon in the slowest and most painful way imaginable. There was a brief pause as that news truly set in. Both Valley and Biko gained a pained look upon hearing that news, as the Monkey King would simply mutter out, "Well, shit. Makes sense why you worry about these two idiots now. Any way to stop it if it happens? I'd rather not let either of them go through that if I can help prevent it." Once more, Albion would call out, "Sure, there's a way or two to stop it. I'll list them all. As far as I know, there's 3 ways going by a B, C, D. A. To find a new mate who they love in the same regard and erase the pain in their very soul from the mate leaving them. B. To purge their very heart, soul and mind of any attachment to that person, leaving them a shell of their former self. A fate worse than becoming an evil dragon, as it robs them of everything. C. To kill the mate and a fair partner who cheated, which risks causing a literal blood feud with the dragon you've slighted by denying them their revenge. But hey, better than letting them die or turning into an evil dragon if you can handle their wrath for a good 100 years or more, right? A pretty fair cost to save a friend. D. To truly move on and accept they are more than their own affections and desires. The third option here is regrettably impossible for the average dragon. And the reason I know that it exists as an option is the fact I've done it myself. Long before I met Drake, I was cheated on. I killed her and the other bastard involved. It is why I constantly warn you to be careful, Valley, with whom you open your heart to. I view you as a brother, a friend and true family beyond just being the one who is my host. And I would hate for you to ever experience that kind of pain. Heartbreak is honestly a feeling I don't wish upon my worst enemy, doubly so for a dragon to experience it." The man who usually loved nothing more than battle really got hit with a sobering blow from his partner, as Biko saw Valley genuinely tear up. The sentiment and connection was very real between the two, and after everything he'd experienced around ISSEI, he took a deep sigh. "I really fucked up by threatening his loved ones then, didn't I, Albion?" There was a pause before the gauntlet called out. Very much so. Apologize to him when you get the chance now that you understand why I was so mad at you over it if you can talk one-on-one. Also, I don't think Drake has ever warned ISSEI of Dragonfall, mostly because of the boy's ever-loving heart. I worry that will one day be their downfall. Should that happen, straight up go for option C, please. I know damn well you're capable of it, my boy. I think this generation should be the generation that ignores our personal war, if you're up for it, Valley. After all, this is the only generation where I've actually liked the Red One's host. Hearing those words shocked Valley but caused Biko to pretty genuinely laugh as he called out. Valley, I agree with him honestly. There's no reason for you to go to war with your rival to the death this time around. After all, this was said with a tone mimicking Albion. It'd be boring not getting to see you two fight anymore should one of you die like that. Who'd keep me entertained if you were gone, Dragon Bro? The two would share a fist bump as Valley called back. You know what? Fair enough, I'll humor you since it's your wish to stop the conflict. Plus I kind of enjoy chatting and sparring with Yodo. That'll be my gift for the Red One when he wakes up. A ceasefire for as long as we live in celebration of him basically saving our asses from the Trihexa going berserk. That fight did not look enjoyable even by my standards. I have more respect for him than anything else for the fact he not only held out against that monstrous force of nature but chose to save them instead of kill them. To be honest, I'm not sure if I could do the same. He'd admit shamelessly and without pride, something that shocked both Biko and Albion. The one they'd both come to know as a battle maniac didn't think he could match up to his rival in one regard and was owning up to that fact in a truly mature manner. Left Biko on the floor with a stunned expression staring up at the ceiling, which led to Valley simply asking, What are you staring at the ceiling for? To which Biko instantly answered, waiting for the house to cave in because you admitted he could do something better than you for once. Which led to the sound of a punch as the scene drew to a close. Back to the present. May 14th-11:0011:05 am inside the party. Venilana had risen up from her seat as the projector had come to a close, showing everything that had transpired up until now, leading to genuine applause from all around. Various beings calling out praise and compliments towards ISSEI, which made the poor man flush a bit from all of the attention as the matron of the Gremory family clearly silenced the room as she took in a deep breath. To those of you gathered here, there is a rather large announcement that will be made today based upon the question a few of you have come up and asked me. There was a deep sigh and a pained expression plastered across her face as she actually bowed to ISSEI with her head damn near on the ground, a sight he never imagined in his wildest dreams to see, letting him know then and there something very bad had happened involving Rias. Again, the boy isn't stupid. Her voice still booming through the room as she forsook her pride as the head of the family, clearly using a spell to amplify her own voice. First and foremost, ISSEI, the one I consider my very own son. My deepest apologies. I have gone ahead and broke your engagement with Rias due to reasons I will get into with you in private later. If you will allow that, I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news on that. A certain redhead in the hallway was absolutely fucking losing it at this point, tugging at her own hair, trying to beat the door down, but the spell in place to keep unwelcome guests out currently held her at bay, thankfully, for the moment. To everyone's surprise, ISSEI didn't really react too much beyond standing up and gently setting Grayfia down in his seat as he began lifting Venilana up off of the ground into the world's tightest hug. Sure, he was hurting, but he couldn't imagine what it must feel like for her to be going through this, having to forsake her own daughter. Through and through, the boy has shown endlessly that he has a true heart of gold, putting his own pain aside to comfort his other mother, as he coined it. There was a brief pause to the announcement, as she could be heard quietly crying, not caring who was listening, as she begged for his forgiveness on Rias' behalf, feeling as if she failed the boy with how they raised their daughter. Zeoticus was looking down in shame, unsure how to even approach the issue, and honestly it was a sight painful enough to bring even Shiva to tears. No one enjoyed seeing a mother weep, in all honesty. The spell that was in place carried ISSEI's words through the entire surrounding area as he spoke calmly and confidently, revealing just how mature he'd become in time. Something that would surprise many and honestly just seemed fitting to others. As ISSEI began to speak, a soft silver light seemed to fall down from the darkened ceiling above, relaxing all in attendance. I can't quite turn off the spell that amplifies our voices. So, everyone here will just have to hear this. Either way, I want this to be heard. You can scold me later. It would seem Rias has done something unforgivable and you don't want to speak of it openly. But those in company are those I consider my family within the supernatural world, who deserve to know the truth regardless. A family beyond family for many is what I've gained from this journey. You, Zeoticus and Azazel, are honestly the other set of parents I never could have imagined having. Sirzech by all rhyme and reason is a brother to me. You guys are honestly the family I never knew I'd gain. I love you all and am very thankful to have you here. So, please don't cry for my sake over this. We will work through it together. I have a lot to say here, okay, so listen good and well please. The silver light seemed to fade as everyone in the room's attention was now on them. A pin could drop and would be heard honestly. Thankfully, the spell keeping a certain brat out was stopping them from hearing her beating down the door with a nearby lamppost. The brown-haired boy took a deep breath before he spoke from his heart. Grayfia has honestly stolen the place of Rias as the love of my life, and shown me that I'm more than just my sacred gear. If we're being honest, your daughter treated me more as a trophy than as a man, and I clung to the idea that she truly cared for me even if I didn't fully believe it. She was honestly very abusive to me time and time again, and it took me gaining space to finally have that perspective to know she wasn't good for me. I am sorry things didn't work out, but her constantly ruining things with the other girls and honestly any particular love interest I may have would have caused us to break up in the end anyway. It was a sobering, mature take on things that shocked Zeoticus and Sirzech honestly. He seemed to take a deep breath, clearly distraught as he pulled himself together to continue speaking. But that's not your fault as a parent. You can't fix people that easily. You chose to give her time to mature and attempted a more hands-off approach, which I can respect far more than you being a helicopter mom. You've done your best. I can say this when I think of my human mother. I feel Mickey, my ma, who I one day wished to introduce you to personally, would agree with me on this, as she did her best with me even though I was a hopeless pervert to many. She never gave up on me. She always tried the best to ensure I took a better path, just as you and Zeoticus have with Rias and Sirzech. I'm nowhere near old enough to understand the plight of devils or most of the supernatural due to the old wars. But I'm not blind. I can see the pain and scars time can leave. I wish to lead a faction, so I can't stay ignorant to reality. I cannot begin to fathom the things you have been through, let alone the pain you all have experienced over time, losing those you've come to know and love through senseless violence, or even death of natural causes. I have thought about this a lot honestly, and I don't think I'm going to hide behind the visage of a hapless pervert anymore. There was another deep pause as he took the time to wipe the tears away from his mother's eyes as he gave her the softest of smile. The projector in the middle of the room flashed on, proudly displaying this moment at Azazel's action and prediction of what was about to go down. The projector in the darkened room was now displaying the boy who declared him a father to all to see, as ISSEI's shining eyes as he spoke confidently for the first time beyond a shadow of a doubt in his words, as he stood up and turned to face both the matron and patron of the Grayfia family, who were staring at him wide-eyed as he dropped the biggest bombshell of the evening. With a passion that'd rival no other confession in history, ISSEI spoke unabashed. Then Alana, Zeoticus. No. That's not right. Mom, Dad. I want to be a man the girls I've come to love can be proud of. I want to become a man worthy of both the name Yodo and Grayfia. Should you allow me to take it into my title upon marrying Grayfia? He straight up shouted the last bit due to his own embarrassment, causing a certain normally icy Maid to have a stack of steam towering off of her head. The matron and patron of the Grayfia family both rose up and hugged the boy so tight you'd think it could kill him, as they both chimed out. Of course you can. You are our honorary son, you know. This drew the biggest grin from the crimson-haired Mao. In the distance you could hear Luff laughing as Odin handed him a huge bag of gold coins as he cussed. Zeus, visibly watching the exchange, was wheezing before the three all called out. Young ISSEI, you have the blessing of our pantheons, the Greek gods, the Norse and ChaosOTD, Dan, and all solemnly swear this, should anyone contest that engagement. We will smite them personally. Within moments of that declaration, Valley had taken to the air in his full balance breaker, spreading small silver lotuses through the air that seemed to hang in place inverted for all to see, a special gift planned and orchestrated by Persephone, and colluded by the White Dragon Emperor on the spot. A sight almost no one would believe was taking place as Valley dropped down out of his form just before the now red-eyed matron and ISSEI. A simple fist bump could be seen as Valley simply said, "Welcome back, you stubborn bastard. I knew this wouldn't take you out. We have a lot to discuss later since you're making a faction and all. I'll be joining you if I'm allowed. You're a magnet for stupidly strong beings, so I'm sure I'll get my fill of fights." He would half joke before glancing over to Grayfia, then ISSEI. "And congrats on your engagement, you two. I always thought you made a better couple than the red-haired bi." His words got cut off by said red-haired bitch, quite literally breaking the doors down, seemingly foaming at the mouth in rage, looking quite ragged and deranged. The lack of mommy and daddy's coin wasn't exactly treating her the best in the world with her newfound drinking habit, if we're being honest. She was so far gone she couldn't even register the looks of disgust that actively spread through the room. Or the visibly glowing rage in her brother's eyes of her ruining such an important moment. It didn't take long for that explosive rage to overtake Sirzech in a blitz of speed almost no one could predict. He appeared just before his sister, lifting her up against the wall, holding her by her shoulders, as he screamed directly into her face, his voice loud enough for people to hear the bass in his tone echoing in the pit of their stomachs. It was a voice filled with agony, rage and sheer misery, clearly completely done with his sister at this point, yet still feeling deep pain because he once more has to scream at the family he so dearly loves. Have you not had enough of disappointing the family and harming those you supposedly love to interrupt this event too, like you have always done to the man you supposedly wanted to marry? Was it a lie? That you were okay with him having a harem, yet you treated him like garbage beneath your shoe any time he gave someone else the simplest time of day? Oh, please answer me. I need to understand what goes through that fucking simple mind of yours, Rias. There was sheer hate behind those last few words. Her older brother didn't hold any punches either, stepping way over the line with what he said next, knowing his mother and father would probably scold him later. But he didn't care. He needed to get this out of his system, not even just for himself, but as penance for not stepping in to help ISSEI sooner, a sentiment that wasn't lost on the ChaosOTD either. Were your mother, father and even my tears not enough to get across the severity of your actions? Where does the line get drawn, Rias? You were already exiled from the Grayfia family, stripped of your peerage, lost your engagement because you couldn't keep your shit together. You are wasting away and reeking of alcohol instead of doing anything to better yourself. I can't save you from yourself. Leave before I have to force you out myself. Xiaticus straight up dropped his drink. Hearing the siscon of a brother straight up let out everything that was on his mind was not something he had expected from his son. It was shocking enough that even Venelana took a deep gasp. ISSEI simultaneously had a very newfound respect for the one he called a brother before, just honestly staring in a mix of awe and horror, realizing how pissed his parents would get with him. He had never seen Sirzech this fucking pissed, and honestly, he hoped he never would again. Beyond the initial shock, there was a moment where ISSEI looked over to Rias, locking eyes with her, giving her a look of genuine disgust as he peered into those dull blue eyes. Something the red-headed bitch probably couldn't fathom happening in her wildest nightmares. It brought out the worst in her. The shock of that look from her pawn caused her to snap. That was it. The final straw, and she imploded in the worst of ways the moment her brother started pushing her towards the door. She screamed out in a shrill voice. Come here, ISSEI, you useless bastard. You are my PROPRDY, my pawn, my pet. It doesn't matter if I find another man, you will always belong to me. What does it matter if I did? You constantly seek out other women. Hell, you even went after that stupid silver-haired useless maid who can't even smile properly, let alone show emotion. Here I thought you had standards in who you tried to date, ISSEI. If it wasn't for the sacred gear, you wouldn't matter to fucking anyone here. Do you not understand how worthless you are as a man? What does it matter if I sleep around? What does it matter if I steal funds from your show to buy things I want? What does it matter if I find a new husband? Even Riser is less fucking dense than you and honestly would be a better lover at this point. You always forgive me no matter what I do, and you have over 100 years or so to get the fuck over it like a man and come back to me. Now get over here and take care of me like a fucking PWN should. She outright admitted to damn near everything she's done. Shamelessly at that, painting a clear picture of who she truly was. Right in front of literally the entire supernatural damn near. She really fucked up. The entire population of the moon bunnies were fuming and barely holding back. Thankfully Luna stopped that mob from storming forward, even releasing a calming aura to stop ISSEI from slipping into a worse state. That said, Persephone and Hades were physically freezing the air around them with the murderous aura they were letting out. Azazel and Demeter actually were seen in the corner. The usual fun-loving goddess was physically holding the fallen governor back, whispering into his ear, trying her best to calm him down, even going as far as to kiss him to stop him. Xiaticus and Venelana looked like they were about to break down or commit filicide. No one could truly be sure of which in that moment. That's it, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. With that, take care.